Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, l'honorable.
The Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to submit a message from His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, signed by his own hand.
His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. His Excellency, Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada. Son Excellence, l'administrateur.
His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2022, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. His Excellency, the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada.
L'Honorable Président.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I also have the honor to table in both official languages the Supplementary Estimates A 2021-2022.
Very good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 19 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the summer of 1940, the police arrived at a wedding on Dante Street in Montreal. They were there for one of the guests, Giuseppe Visocchi. The officers who took him away told his family that they just had to speak with him, but he would be able to come right back. He didn't. Within weeks, he was at a prisoner of war camp in Petawawa, wearing a uniform marking him as an internee, with a target on the back and the number 770. It would be another 2 years until Giuseppe came home. 2 années.
2 years while his 7 children needed their father. 2 years while his wife didn't know how she was going to feed them or keep a roof over their heads. 2 years while this single mother had to survive without money and without being able to ask for help from family members because they were afraid of reprisals.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the story of just one man or just one family. During the Second World War, 31,000 Italian Canadians were labeled enemy aliens and then fingerprinted, scrutinized, and forced to report to local registrars once a month. Just over 600 men were arrested and sent to internment camps, and 4 women were detained and sent to jail. They were business owners, workers, and doctors. They were fathers, daughters, and friends. When the authorities came to their door, when they were detained, there were no formal charges, no ability to defend themselves in an open and fair trial, no chance to present or rebut evidence. Yet still, they were taken away to Petawawa or to Fredericton, to Kananaskis or to Kingston. Once they arrived at the camp, there was no length of sentence, Sometimes the internment lasted a few months, sometimes it lasted years. But the impacts, those lasted a lifetime. Des réputations.
Reputations were ruined. Businesses were shut down. Families were left with no livelihood. Children were rejected by their friends or pulled out of school. These stories, out of shame and fear, have gone untold for too long. For too many generations, this injustice has been a heavy burden.
When, on June 10, 1940, this House of Commons declared war on Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy, Canada did not also have to declare war on Italian Canadians. To stand up to the Italian regime that had sided with Nazi Germany, that was right. But to scapegoat law-abiding Italian citizens, that was wrong. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians were being asked to come together to support the war effort, as people were being reminded to do their part, some were being treated as enemies, even though they had committed no crime. The internment policy was unjust. It went against the values that we had gone to war to defend. It went against the values that Italian Canadians had enlisted to protect, despite the fact that members of their family had been interned in camps. And it went against the values that were the strength of our country, like fairness, due process, equality under the law, values that would later be enshrined in our charter. The way that Italian Canadians were treated by the government was unacceptable, and that treatment caused real harm. And not only to the men and women who were interned and to their families, but also to the generations who have lived with that legacy of discrimination. It is time to make amends.
Mr. Speaker, Signor Presidente, I rise in this House today to issue an official apology on behalf of Italian Canadians, on behalf of the Government of Canada, for the internment of Italian Canadians during the Second World War. To the men and women who were taken to prisoner of war camps or jail without charge, people who are no longer with us to hear this apology. To the tens of thousands of innocent Italian Canadians who were labeled enemy aliens. To the children and grandchildren who have carried a past generation's shame and hurt, and to their community, a community that has given so much to our country, we are sorry. Chiediamo scusa. A tous ceux qui ont été touchés.
To all those who were affected by this chapter in our history, we are sorry. Your families and your communities did not deserve this injustice. And despite everything, despite that dark time, you continue to look ahead.
Heard your stories. We have heard your stories. How once your parent or grandparent was released, they worked hard to give back to their country, despite how its government had treated them. Every thriving business these men and women rebuilt, or local charity they started, was a testament to their commitment to Canada. Everyone who became a service member in the Canadian Armed Forces or a representative in government was an example of their dedication to their fellow citizens. What better way to show that the injustice done to them had been a mistake? What better way to prove that they loved the country they had chosen to call home? It would have been so easy to turn their backs on Canada. Instead, they put their backs into building it. That is their legacy, and it is a legacy that lives on today. To everyone who has had the courage to speak up about this painful chapter in our history, to people like Anita, who told me about how her father never stopped loving this country, or Zita and her daughter, who spoke about their family's resilience. You honor your father or grandfather and the kind of person he taught you to be.
To the members of my own caucus who have worked tirelessly to bring justice to the Italian-Canadian community, and to the organizations across the country who have worked to make this moment a reality, you are putting us on a better path. And to all the Italian Canadians who enrich our communities from St. John's to Vancouver, from Montreal to the far north, you remind us that diversity will always be our strength. Courage, resilience, and an unshakable conviction that we are stronger together. Those are just a few of the values that Italian Canadians have always embodied.
Mr. Speaker, when almost 80 years ago, Giuseppe came back to his family from the POW camp, he worked hard to build a better life. He bought a house, saw his kids grow up, and taught them to be good, upstanding citizens who loved their country. Courage, resilience, and an unshakable belief that we are stronger together. That was the path he chose, and that is the path we must continue to choose today. La via giusta è stata dimostrata dagli internati e le loro famiglie: integrità, unità, fede e fidelità al Canada. Per questo tutto il Paese è riconoscente. Grazie di cuore. Internees and their families showed the way. Integrity, solidarity, faith, and loyalty to Canada. For this, our country is ever grateful. Thank you. Merci. Grazie.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in 1940, Anthony Danesi was 23 years old when the RCMP, under orders from the government in Ottawa, arrested him and his brother at their home in Toronto. They took them away without charge, and they were interned in a camp in Petawawa. These are his words that describe the terror his family felt some 80 years ago. Quote, "My mother at the time was over 60 years old, and when she heard they were taking us away, she fainted on the floor from the shock. We were told, 'Do not touch her, leave her there.' We had to leave our home with the RCMP and a vision of my mother in a heap on the floor. Even a dog would have been treated better. On Christmas Day, my father passed away, but we were not allowed to come home to pay our respects or go to his funeral. I spent, along with my brother, 2 years and 12 days interned, seeing my mother and sister only once. God only knows how they managed. We were released and sent home to try and pick up our lives and to try and clear the debts which had accumulated." End quote. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of Italian Canadian families during World War II were forced to try and pick up their lives and recover from a trauma that had been inflicted upon them by their government. Le 10 juin.
On June 10, 1940, the Government of Canada, then headed by Prime Minister Mackenzie King, declared that tens of thousands of Italian Canadians were enemy aliens. The federal government then ordered the internment of some of those Canadians in camps. These individuals were arrested without due process and without the fundamental rights given them under the Canadian legislation. Thousands were subject to investigation and their fingerprints were taken. A number of them were victims of intimidation and harassment.
They were viewed with suspicion by their government and treated like second-class citizens, often only because of their surname or pride in their heritage. The impacts of this gross mistreatment would last for decades and pass through generations. As leader of the official opposition on this solemn day, I want to use my time to talk about just a few of the families Canadians need to remember today. Take, for example, the Gustini family from Ontario. Giuseppe Gustini and his daughter Linda witnessed her father being taken away in handcuffs from the grocery store he owned and operated in Timmins, Ontario. Giuseppe Gustini lost his liberty and dignity because he was known for helping new immigrants from Italy arriving in Timmins with a job at his store or helping them find a job in the mines of Northern Ontario. He would get them settled and send some of their hard-earned savings back to their family in Italy. Today, Mr. Speaker, we celebrate and present awards to charitable Canadians like Giuseppe. Today, we would consider him a pillar of the community for helping people succeed in their new country. But in 1940, our country stripped the Gustini family of a husband and a father. The trauma was something his daughter Linda remembered for the rest of her life. She passed along this difficult family story to her children. And I know that her son Joe, Giuseppe's grandson, is watching from his home in Barrie, Ontario today. I hope your family finds some comfort in this recognition today of the suffering caused to your family. William Casanova was just 9 years old when he witnessed the arrest of his father, Erminio Casanova, at their home in Windsor, Ontario. After almost 2 years of internment, Erminio was released, but tragically died only a few months later. William wrote that his family had lost their dignity, their pride, and their financial security. His mother suffered mental trauma from his father's internment and was institutionalized for nearly 15 years. Another example of a family broken. Les conséquences d'être accusé.
The consequences of being accused of being enemy aliens by one's own country tore the soul from these countries. The consequences left deep wounds in our country's Italo-Canadian communities. Some families changed their names in order to hide their connection to this time of our history. Others moved to another province. Many even left Canada to escape internment.
I want to thank Dr. Anna Maria Castrilli for sharing with me some of the letters from internees and their families so that my remarks could lend a voice to citizens that were failed long ago. En 1990, ces lettres.
In 1990, these letters and souvenirs were collected by the National Congress of Italian Canadians. The goal was to inform Canadians about this dark chapter of our history. That same year, the Congress, as well as Italian Canadian cultural and heritage organizations, welcomed Prime Minister Brian Mulroney in Toronto. Hundreds of people, many victims who were still alive at the time, attended the event.
What Prime Minister Brian Mulroney said this day over 30 years ago now is worth repeating in this chapter today. Quote, "What happened to many Italian Canadians is deeply offensive to the simple notion of respect for human dignity and the presumption of innocence. The brutal injustice was inflicted arbitrarily, not only on individuals suspected of being security risks, but also on individuals whose only crime was being of Italian origin. It was often, in the simplest of terms, an act of prejudice, organized and carried out under the law, but prejudice nonetheless. This kind of behavior was not then, is not now, and never will be acceptable as a civilized nation that purports to respect the rule of law. On behalf of the Government of Canada and the people of Canada, I offer a full and unqualified apology for the wrongs done to our fellow Canadians of Italian origin during World War II. Monsieur le Président, j'aurais aimé...
Mr. Speaker, I would have liked for members of the Italian Canadian community be present here with us today. Unfortunately, I know that public health restrictions due to COVID-19 do not allow this.
Whether it was the apology from Prime Minister Mulroney at an event hosted by the Italian Canadian community in 1990, or the one delivered today in our House of Commons, both are equally important. They acknowledge the pain caused to thousands of Canadians by their own government. We cannot heal the trauma inflicted upon the Danesi family. We cannot help a young Linda Gustini or William Casanova forget the terror of watching their fathers being taken away from them in their family store or in their home, Mr. Speaker. Ce que nous devons faire aujourd'hui, c'est...
What we must do today is to apologize to their descendants. We must recognize the deep impact that these events had on their families. We have to show that we will never forget this sad chapter of our history, as well as the costs in human lives.
Also remember that from our earliest history, millions have come to Canada for a better life and have contributed to the building of our great country. Sir Wilfrid Laurier perhaps put it best, quote, "We do not want nor wish that any individual should forget the land of his origin. Let them look to the past, but let them still more look to the future. Let them look to the land of their ancestors, but let them look also to the land of their children. Let them become Canadians and give their heart, give their soul, their energy, and all their power to Canada." For over a century, Italian Canadians have indeed given their big hearts, their tireless energy, and their labor to Canada. Les Italo-Canadiens ont toujours...
Italian Canadians have always looked to the future. They contributed to shaping our history, even in the face of discrimination and adversity. That makes their contribution to our country even more powerful.
I know from speaking about the 1990 apology with Prime Minister Mulroney and former Senator Consiglio Danino that the Italian-Canadian community wanted to celebrate their contributions in equal measure to preserving the history of the internment, discrimination, and hardship. Prime Minister Mulroney urged his audience to look at the impressive Toronto skyline after they left the event that day. "Just look at it," he said. "The first generation of Italian immigrants to Canada built those buildings. The second generation owns them." That, my friends and colleagues, is the Canada we are all, regardless of party, trying to build, foster, and advance today. Aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président, nous...
Today, Mr. Speaker, we are going to write a new chapter of Canada's history. A chapter that doesn't erase the injustices of the past, but that does help us look to the future.
Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see an Italian Canadian in the chair, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in the House and of Conservative Party members from across this great country, many Italian Canadians among them, I want to add our name and the opposition's name to the apology delivered by the Prime Minister today. Thank you, Mr. President. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Monsieur le Président, le Canada, dans sa courte
Mr. Speaker, Canada, in its short existence, has committed many reprehensible acts. Think of the First Nations and Inuit nations who have experienced and continue to experience discrimination, while many communities still lack access to clean water. Think of the Chinese community who were unfairly taxed when they came to Canada and who worked on the railroad in deplorable conditions. Think of Ontario's Regulation 17 to assimilate Franco-Ontarians and other similar laws passed in other provinces. Think of the members of the Japanese community who were interned during the Second World War. Another community victimized by Canada is, of course, the Italian-Canadian community. This community richly deserves an apology from the federal government. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I join my colleagues in denouncing the treatment of the Italian-Canadian community from 1940 to 1945. At that time, Canada had implemented the War Measures Act. This allowed it to intern and to discriminate against many Canadians without a warrant on the sole grounds that they were from countries with which Canada was at war. The government quickly took a series of discriminatory measures against its own citizens. This was the case for Italian Canadians after Canada declared war on Italy on June 10, 1940. Overnight, 31,000 Italian Canadians were officially designated as enemy aliens solely because they were from Italy. Some of these people had lived in Canada for decades. They were fully integrated into society, and yet they were still enemies in the eyes of Canada. This designation of enemy aliens was accompanied by a series of discriminatory measures against people who had not committed any crime. These measures included the requirement that all Italian-born persons register with the authorities with monthly checks and restrictions on their freedom of movement across Canada. The government could enter people's homes and conduct searches of their property. While Canada was desperately short of labor to help the war effort in factories, Italian Canadians lived in extreme poverty, often unable to find basic employment. Boycotts against Italian Canadian-owned businesses were common. The government also seized and ordered the closure of Italian associations. There were also the imprisonment of more than 600 Italian Canadians between 1940 and 1945. In Montreal alone, 200 men were interned. These men were imprisoned because they were thought to be sympathetic to Mussolini's fascist regime, and sometimes they were. Mussolini's regime did use the diaspora to further its own interests. Many Italian nationals, like many other Canadians, were seduced by fascism, but many of the Italian Canadians in turn had no connection to Mussolini's regime. Their internment was discriminatory and unfounded. If the internment of these men was unjust, imagine the difficulties experienced by their relatives. The testimony received from their families is blood-curdling. Women, often already living in poverty, were suddenly left alone with several children, no income, no government assistance. Children died of malnutrition in the complete indifference of the authorities. Some women had to work 3 jobs to ensure that their children could eat. Families didn't have news about their detained loved ones for months. All of these stories show how the policies of the Canadian government left deep scars on an entire community. We cannot remain indifferent to the discrimination experienced by Italian Canadians. The government is apologizing to this community today after more than 80 years. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to reiterate to the Italian Quebec community all of our gratitude for their important contribution to Quebec society. Denouncing their unfair treatment by the government is an essential step in recognizing their contribution to our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève aujourd'hui.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to mark this historic moment. This apology will give Italian Canadian families the justice they were waiting for and that they deserve. This was indeed a dark chapter, and not the only one, in Canada's history. The internment of Italian Canadians is a dark chapter that has haunted families and stained our country's history for decades.
This long-awaited apology will give Canadian Italians the justice they've waited for and they deserve. This was indeed a dark chapter and not the only one in Canada's history. The internment of Italian Canadians is a dark chapter that has haunted families and has stained our country's history for decades. On June 10th, 1940, Italy declared war on Canada. That very evening, Prime Minister Mackenzie King announced that he had ordered the internment of hundreds of Italian Canadians identified by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police as enemy aliens. An estimated 600 Italian Canadians were interned in camps by the federal government. The majority of those interned were from areas with the highest concentration of Italian Canadians at the time, Montreal, Toronto, and communities across Ontario, and some documented cases in Western Canada. Camps were situated in Ontario, New Brunswick, and Alberta. Internment was up to 3 years, and the average interned person was held for almost 16 months. People interned were doctors, lawyers, carpenters, bakers, contractors, priests, and loved ones. The RCMP arrested Italian Canadians without due process, put them on trains, and sent them to internment camps. Canada declared them enemies of the state for no other reason than being who they were, Italian Canadians. Souvent, les parents étaient séparés de leur...
Often, parents were separated from their children. Innocent people were sent to internment camps and forced to leave behind their families to fend for themselves. Women were forced to look for work to become breadwinners and take care of their big families. Italian Canadian children were pulled out of schools because they too were deemed to be enemies of the state.
Parents were separated from their children. Innocent people were sent to internments, forced to leave behind their families to fend for themselves. Women were forced to look for work to become breadwinners and take care of their families. Italian Canadian children were pulled out of schools because they too were deemed enemies of the state. This injustice tore families apart. The pain, degradation, and anxiety these families had to endure didn't have to happen. The federal government went even further. It froze bank accounts. It forced Italian Canadians to subsist on as little as $12 a month. Many Italian families were forced to sell their homes, businesses, and family heirlooms. It was a system that was purposely designed to keep people out of the rightful place in society. There was no reason outside of prejudice to suspect that those in turn posed any threat whatsoever to Canada or Canadians. Many of them were First World War veterans who had fought for their adopted country. Like the internment of Japanese Canadians, Ukrainian Canadians, German Canadians, and so many others, The forced registration and internment of Italian Canadians is a dark chapter of our history. Imagine the pain felt when learning that your loved one was sent to an internment camp for no reason. Imagine the fear and confusion a family had to go through because they didn't know where the police had taken a loved one. While an apology is long overdue, restitution can only be accomplished with compensation for Italian Canadian families that were impacted, that Canada had wronged. Canada has one of the largest Italian diasporas in the world. Despite the internment and many other challenges and barriers faced by Italian Canadians, the community went on to make significant contributions to our country and continue to do so.
I recognize that many of those who should hear today's apology, those who were put in internment camps by the Canadian government, are no longer with us. But I hope that today's apology will provide a certain level of comfort and healing to their descendants.
I recognize that many of those who should hear today's apology, those who were put in an internment camp by the Canadian government, are no longer with us. But I hope that today's apology will provide a level of comfort and healing to their descendants. And to everyone in this House, let's recommit to never letting this type of injustice ever happen again. From its foundation, Canada has committed injustices against the first people of this land, against those who fled wars to seek refuge, against those who came here simply to build a better life. Canada must act to right these wrongs of the past so we build a fairer and more just future for all. Let's make sure that all our work in this House of Commons is always invested in building that fairer and more just society for all. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to be allowed to participate in this historic apology on behalf of the Green Party.
Will the member have unanimous consent? We have unanimous consent. Please proceed.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues for this honor to speak today to discuss the very important sentiments of all my colleagues and leaders of all parties for this historic apology to the Italian-Canadian community that were interned and the entire community affected by this injustice.
It's obviously never too late to apologize. My honorable colleagues, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, and the Leader of the New Democratic Party, and I was particularly touched by the words of our colleague from Laurentide Labelle in her speech, focusing on how much this affected the mothers and the children left behind. The notion of a Canadian child dying from malnutrition while their father was wrongly imprisoned for years during a war that they were not participating in, and they were not a threat to Canada. This apology is a long time coming, and so many of those who were directly affected, who were interned, are not any longer with us. But their children and their grandchildren have been long waiting for this apology. The Leader of the Official Opposition, of course, made the point that it was in 1990 that former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, made a full apology, but as was related, it was seen, and it was insufficient in that it was not in the House of Commons. The apology from Prime Minister Mulroney was certainly a comprehensive, full apology, but it did not have the gravitas that the apology today will have. Another former Prime Minister attempted to make this right. In 2005, former Prime Minister Paul Martin put forward a plan for an apology with funds set aside for reparations and to mark the contributions that Italian Canadians had made. But an election intervened, and that specific apology and those specific funds were never designated to their intended recipients. The Italian community of Canada had been so wrongly abuse through the course of the Second World War. And finally, we had a private member's bill from former member from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Massimo Picchetti put forward a private member's bill in 2009 to finally have an apology in this House. Well, today, thanks to our current Prime Minister, and I do thank him, this is the appropriate apology that Italian Canadian communities and individuals, particularly those who actually were interned, and their children and their grandchildren, and all of those affected by this grievous wrong, the assumption that if you were an Italian Canadian, you were a fascist. It's very clear that that was not the case. People were arrested, taken from their families, not to see them for years. I note some historians are now questioning in our daily press whether we should be careful not to apologize too fully. I reject that. I reject that because if people hold ideas, if they were persuaded at some point that maybe one or two people may have been part of fascist organizations, they were denied due process. They were thrown in jail. They were not allowed to see their families. This was a wrong. And most of the people arrested from the historical records that I can find had nothing whatsoever to do with any political movement and were loyal Canadians. So let the apology be full. Let it be made clear that people in their time, the Canadians who made this decision, the Prime Minister who made this decision, made a mistake. Just as we did when we decided to intern thousands of Japanese Canadians, just as we did on the many, many apologies we've had in this place, when we decided if you were LGBTQ Canadian, you could not have a job in the government. So many apologies in this place, but it doesn't in any way dilute the importance of the apologies. The apologies to the families of Salvatore Vistarchi, of Nicola Dogadnieri, and I note his grandson rose through the ranks of the RCMP without ever knowing his grandfather had been interned. The very touching story of Guido Nincieri, one of Canada's leading artists. And if you search the records of his life through our universal source of information these days, Wikipedia, his internment isn't mentioned because his achievements as an artist were so extraordinary that it's a small footnote that his family had to fight to get him out of jail because of the wrong assumptions about what he believed politically. What we hold in our minds and what we think about, what we care about, doesn't criminalize us, not since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I note with gratitude that our speaker, as the Prime Minister said, Signore Presidente, the first Italian Canadian to hold the chair of Speaker. I note our Minister of Justice, whose name I will not use, but another proud Italian Canadian. Thank you, grazie, grazie to all in this government who have finally made this apology complete. Thank you to the leader of the official opposition, leader of the New Democratic Party, and the Bloc Québécois for making it very clear that all of us appreciate what the Italian Canadian community does for this country day to day, and that we apologize from the bottom of our hearts as best we can in 2021 for the wrongs of 1940. Merci. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to have to check the standing orders, what the penalty is for making the speaker cry or choking him up. So, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Mazur, seconded by Mr. Lloyd, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Telecommunications Act, Access to Transparent and Accurate Broadband Service Information. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to table this piece of legislation. Canadians know how important access to high-quality internet service is. Unfortunately, they also know that for too many Canadians, access to high-speed internet is out of reach. For years, Canadians have found themselves purchasing internet services at sky-high prices, only to realize that quality and the speed they expected to receive is nowhere near what they actually receive. This bill will require internet companies to provide Canadians with a reliable and comparable indicator of the speeds they can realistically expect. Rural Canadians and seniors in particular have felt cheated and misled by large internet service providers. It is time to provide them with the transparency they deserve. Thank you.
Mr. Mazier, seconded by Mr. Lloyd, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Berthold, seeks leave to table bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act. Books by Canadian authors. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour and a privilege today. For a second time, I was chosen to table a bill, a private member's bill. And people remember I also was trying to equip vehicles with emergency equipment, and it was adopted unanimously. And now I have a new bill that I hope will have the same success to allow all our Canadian authors of books, and I include in the word books, digital books, because this is the era of digital authors, to allow all these Canadian authors who write and share their passion and their knowledge across the country, well, to allow them to sell these books without asking for GST, to make them more competitive and allow them to sell more books, because Canadians will be able to have more money to buy other books. So for them, this initiative will help culture and boost these Canadian authors, and I hope that we will allow to advance this bill and have support from my members across the country to support the Canadian and Quebec authors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Berthold, proposed that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Terrien, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Canada Health Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the bill I'm introducing today to protect provinces, and especially Quebec, from the greatest threat to their autonomy, namely the so-called federal spending power. As we know, Ottawa transfers money to the provinces and tells them carefully what to do with it. The federal government hires the provinces as subcontractors and forces them to implement its own priorities in areas that are supposed to be their exclusive jurisdiction. And this is what my bill addresses. First, it exempts Quebec from the standards that the federal government is enacting in the Canada Health Act, including the upcoming standards for long-term care facilities. And second, it amends the Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. Quebec and the provinces that wish to do so will be able to withdraw with full compensation from federal programs in their jurisdictions. It will allow them to finally regain their autonomy in areas where they're supposed to be autonomous. In Quebec, this position is supported by all parties. Basically, what this bill proposes is an end to the paternalism of lecturing and predatory federalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Terrien, appuyé.
Mr. Terrien, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, proposed this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Okay, one moment. Normally it's submitted ahead of time, but we'll deal with it now. Is there a seconder for the bill? Okay. She's online, good. One moment, we just have to dig up the bill and then we'll continue from there. This is introduction of private bills. Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Pornographic Material. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And December 4th of 2020, the world was shook when Nicholas Kristof had an article in the New York Times around the children of Pornhub. This bill hopes to help to address that issue by requiring the age and consent of the individuals depicted in videos to be assured of before these videos are put up. We heard at Ethics Committee from Serena Filitis, a 14-year-old girl who had her image shared on Pornhub and who spent years to try to get that image taken down. This bill, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Bill, or the CSAC Act as I call it, would hope to address to do that by introducing two pieces to the criminal code. First, that the creation of pornographic material for a commercial purpose be required to prove that the age and the consent of the individuals depicted in it would be verified, and second of all, that the distribution of the pornographic material for commercial purpose would have the age and consent verified, as well as if the consent had been revoked, that it would no longer be shared. So we hope that the situation that was faced by Serena Filitis will never again have to happen here in Canada, as we see some of these platforms are based right here in Canada. So it's my privilege to introduce the CSAC today. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners are deeply concerned about protecting British Columbia's endangered old-growth forests from logging. As of today, 128 people have been arrested protecting these forests in Fairy Creek, Kaikuse, the Upper Walbran, and Edinburgh Mountain. The petitioners are calling upon the government to work with the province and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forest industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource uses for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting two petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to the genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note various reports and new reports have come out since the petition was signed and certified, demonstrating very clearly that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China face an ongoing genocide. The evidence is clear. This parliament and other parliaments around the world, as well as two U.S. administrations, have now spoken on this matter. Petitioners want to see the government finally do what they have thus far been unwilling to do, and that is recognize this genocide and take appropriate action in response to it. The action we need includes the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions against all of those involved in this horrific situation, and also reforms to Canada's lagging supply chain legislation to actually ensure that products made by Uyghur slave labor do not end up in Canadian supply chains. So that's the first petition. The second petition is on Bill S-204, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This bill has passed the Senate unanimously and is now before the House. I note that it is identical to Bill S-240, and it is in the same form that that bill was in when it passed this House unanimously in the last Parliament. So this bill has now, in the same form, though in different parliaments, passed both houses unanimously, and petitioners hope to see that this Parliament will finally be the one to actually get this bill into law. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise virtually today in the House to present a very critical petition of the timely, and many of my constituents are deeply concerned. This petition was initiated by constituents within the riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, relates to the situation which is critical for old growth forests in British Columbia. Of the intact old growth of this province, only 2.7% remains. That's 2.7%. Petitioners point out 3/4 of that is slated for logging. They call on the government, although the normal assumption is that forestry is provincial. The petitioners have identified those areas that are critical where the federal government has a role in protecting old growth for its critical role in stabilizing climate, for protecting old growth for the potential for value-added jobs, for engagement with First Nations communities, for the importance for protecting biodiversity. And they call on the government to ban the export of raw logs. They call on the government to work with the province, work with First Nations, halt the logging, where we've recently seen many arrests at Fairy Creek, the Upper Walbrim. These areas are in critical danger. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to table a petition on behalf of Vancouver Islanders. They cite that COVID-19 has resulted in a crisis for small business owners, and that during the pandemic, revenues have been catastrophically impacted as a result of closures, capacity limits, and social restrictions. Operating costs have spiked, and they cite that the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, Emergency Rent Subsidy, and Emergency Business Account and Highly Affected Sectors Credit Availability Program has played a critical role in saving some jobs in many businesses, but many businesses remain ineligible due to only to the timing of their businesses and their projects. They're calling on the government to adjust the eligibility of these programs to include both new and newly expanded businesses who can demonstrate that their projects were non-reversible at the outset of the pandemic, and implement an alternate method for determining the wage subsidy and commercial rent assistance program for these businesses, and back pay to March 15th, 2020, both the wage subsidy and the rent program to these businesses based on the alternate rate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
The motion for second reading of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1.
I
wish to inform the House that given the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 41 minutes.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I speak to C-30, I want to begin with the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the new Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister in his mandate letter instructed the new Minister to avoid creating new permanent spending. In other words, not to create any additional structural debt. Yet the flagship of this budget is a national daycare program that does just that. When the Minister of Finance finally presented the budget, she indicated that the government's national daycare program was going to save the day. It was to be the key element to restoring our economy post-COVID by giving every mother the childcare they need at an affordable rate to enable themselves to return to or to get a real paying job. The impression made was that every woman's innate desire to be engaged in the workforce, coupled with the national daycare programs, would enable, empower, enlighten the female portion of our population to do their part in creating a healthier GDP for Canada. It deeply troubles me when the Minister of the Status of Women stands up in this House and expresses her dismay that women still carry the burden of raising children in our society. When the previous Minister of Immigration was on question period, he indicated that we needed to increase our immigration numbers because we have an aging demographic. When Evans suggested that perhaps we could encourage Canadians to have more children, the immigration minister's response was to pause and then say, well, we have an aging demographic. On May 18th, the Association of Daycare Operators in Ontario stated that the Liberals' childcare plan will result in uncertainty, limited access, the loss of jobs, and the closure of many women-owned small businesses. They also indicated that the Prime Minister knows that this Ottawa knows best government approach to childcare takes away choice and ensures that only publicly funded operators will survive, leaving behind small businesses, women, and families. Choice in childcare is a high priority for many mothers and fathers, including the option of having family or friends care for their children or participating in a cooperative, which is an excellent option in my hometown, where many work at the potash mine and appreciate giving oversight to the care their children receive while they're at work. Under this government's plan, there is no room for choice. It appears all working parents will be required to use a national government-run childcare system as their only option to qualify to receive federal childcare funding while participating in the workforce. Canada's Conservatives believe parents know what's best for their children, not the government, and parents should have the choice in determining who will care for their children within their communities. Once COVID no longer fills our news channels 24/7 and families can unlearn all the apprehension, confusion, and ever-changing recommendations and get back to normal life, working, playing, going to school, and yes, arranging childcare, the Liberals' plan will add even more adversity and struggle for Canada's mothers, their children, and women entrepreneurs. So why would that be? Well, the Liberal plan to kickstart our economy with a national daycare program assumes partnership in their plan by the provinces. The finance minister claims the funding of the program would become a 50-50 arrangement with the provinces by 2025-26, with a federal minimum commitment of $9.2 billion per year of ongoing investment in childcare, including Indigenous early learning and childcare. To support this vision, Budget 2021 proposes new investments totaling up to $30 billion over the next 5 years, approximately $5 billion per year, and $8.3 billion going forward for early learning and childcare and Indigenous early learning and childcare. The PBO was quick to note that the provinces are at their limit right now and have no capability to buy into such a program. They don't have access to a printing press. Many of their economies were suffering extensively before COVID due to the same Liberal government creating such economic uncertainty that international and domestic investments were already packing up and leaving. A warning from our national defense of an ensuing pandemic was ignored. In a matter of weeks, families were thrown into complete chaos as employment declined, schools closed, and childcare that was previously available became very limited. So the question is, how feasible is the Liberal government's plan based on its financial commitment as outlined in the 2021 budget? Cardis is a highly respected independent think tank located here in Ottawa that has spent over 20 years studying the institutions, communities, beliefs, leaders, and intricacies of civil society that collectively compose the social architecture of our common life. Their research focuses on education, family health, religious freedom, social cities, work and economics, and spirited citizenship. In response to the announcement of the National Daycare Initiative, they recently released a report, Look Before You Leap, the real costs and complexities of national daycare. The report studies the actual cost of providing the national daycare system proposed by the government by comparing the policies advocated by proponents with the cost of delivering those policies. The government claims that by the end of the 5-year timeframe offered on childcare in this budget, the federal government says it will be contributing half of the childcare costs costs for the provinces and territories which administer the programs. Cardis, on the other hand, finds that the real annual and ongoing cost of national daycare to be $36.3 billion. Since federal costs are fixed at $8.3 billion ongoing, this means that the provinces would need to cover the federal funding shortfall. A few examples. The cost to Alberta would be $3.5 billion annually, Manitoba $984 million, Ontario $9.5 billion, New Brunswick $336 million annually. In her testimony to the Finance Committee, Andrea Morozek, Senior Fellow of the Cardis family, commented that every morning she works, taking care of her 2-year-old. Every afternoon she works for Cardis. And I quote, "The federal government thinks that only one of these activities is worthy of federal support. For those whose primary concern is increasing the GDP, only the waged work contributes. But childcare is the care of a child, no matter who does it, and for the majority of parents, there is little to gain and much to lose from plans for national daycare," end quote. Andrea has researched childcare for 15 years and co-authored the report I mentioned previously. She went on to say, quote, "Our detailed cost assessment phases spaces in for 70% of children under 6 years old, and includes staff, capital, training, and maintenance costs over 5 years. All assumptions are based on the work of advocates for national daycare. However, there are also several important costs advocates for national daycare would like to include, which we did not, making our estimate low. Our low quality and low cost estimate rings in at $17 billion. The more reasonable estimate rings in at $36.3 billion annually." So she highlighted 3 concerns. Point 1 is that the funding levels are woefully inadequate for a high-quality universal program. This level of funding guarantees only low-quality care, inaccessible care, or both. This program will not deliver what it promises. Point number 2 is that because it funds only one kind of care, licensed not-for-profit care, most parents will experience a loss of care options, increased child care costs, or both. Point 3, she then spoke to the per-family funding amounts that could be provided were money allocated to children instead of spaces. If the federal funding allocated of $9.2 billion annually were given to parents instead of spaces, it would truly help with the difficulty of high cost of child care. The per-child annual amount for children under 6 would be almost $4,000 annually. If the real cost of national daycare were given to each child under 6, the per-child amount would be nearly $14,000 annually. She ended her testimony as follows, and I quote, "With the idea that a family unpaid time with their child or children is not work, not valuable, or offers no return, this is a short-sighted technocratic approach to childcare that fails to address Canadian families' needs. There are better, more equitable, and efficient ways to meet those needs while simultaneously respecting Canadian diversity." Speaker, I appreciate and support early childhood education and daycare programs for those who want it and for those who are vulnerable as single and low-income parents who need or want to work and deserve to have quality daycare spaces designed and available specifically for them, if that's the vehicle of childcare they choose. However, it's also true that one parent or a combination of both parents raising their children during their early childhood years is a high calling and deserving of recognition as a significant investment in our economy. Stay-at-home parents who choose to earn less during those youngest formative years, parents that work from home or choose to work part-time while taking care of their children are investing directly in our most valuable and important resource, the next generation of Canadians. The first 5 years of a child's life is crucial time for teaching personal beliefs, values, and a sense of worth within the family unit, which is the foundational building block of a healthy society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the intervention there, and although I totally agree with the member that there are many parents who choose to stay at home because that's their preference and that's their choice, and obviously I think that that's an incredible calling when somebody does that to specifically makes a decision to stay at home with their children. But the reality is that there are a lot of people out there who are doing it for economic reasons. They're doing it because it's more beneficial economically to stay home, and with their child as opposed to putting them in daycare, because at the end of the day, they're quite often not much further ahead or even behind when it comes to their income if they have to put a child into daycare. So would she not agree that when people want to pursue those opportunities in the labor force or entrepreneurial opportunities, that they should not have the resources to be able to do that?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. Mute. I'm sorry, but you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Yes, I do appreciate the question. And I certainly am one of those individuals who would have loved to have been a stay-at-home mom, but did not have that opportunity and certainly did need to work, as I know a lot of women are in those circumstances when their children are young. That being said, the point I'm making here is that this is not the most efficient way to provide childcare to Canadians, nor is it the preferred way for the vast majority to receive childcare support. They want the opportunity to have choice, which I certainly appreciated and wanted when I was raising my children. So my concern here is that this is funding that is targeted specifically to one type of childcare, when really what we should be doing is providing those spaces definitely for those who are in circumstances that need that support and want it, but to also provide vast choice.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is something that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives agree on, and that is that the healthcare transfers is been left out of this budget. It's the big thing that's been forgotten. Unfortunately, once again, there's evidence that they cannot listen to the Premier of Quebec and the provinces. The Conservatives are saying, yes, we must increase healthcare transfers, but they're not saying how much. Because every time they said, well, we can't just throw out any figures, that would be too easy. But the Premier of Quebec and those of the provinces agreed on the figures. So I'm asking the question to my Conservative colleague because I haven't yet had an answer. It remains vague, and it's a political answer that I'm getting. But are they going to listen to the Premier of the provinces and Quebec, or are they out in left field when they give concrete figures?
No.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the question. I certainly value my Premier and the deep dive work that he has been responsible for throughout this circumstance that we find ourselves in with COVID, much of which I strongly place on the shoulders of this government for the fact that Canadians have had to deal with this issue when really it was the fault of this government right from the beginning in the way that they handled COVID. That being said, I certainly respect the fact that this government also fails to recognize a lot of jurisdiction of the provinces and tends to try to rule with a heavy hand rather than collaborate.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. The government promised a 50% reduction in the average cost of childcare by the end of 2022, an average of $10 a day by 2025 and 2026. But as you know, there's tremendous variation regionally from city to city, so averages do not ensure affordability for all. We know the cost of living in the country varies. The government also did not explicitly tie the federal funding to national standards, something that's been called on by child care advocates throughout the country. Does my honourable colleague believe that we need to put in place national standards and ensure affordable, universal child care for all throughout the country?
A very short answer from the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the question. However, if you did listen to my speech, my concern is the fact that this is not realistic. First of all, it's been put out there very rushed and does not respond to the needs of all Canadians. And I do not agree that a national daycare program
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's balance sheet is in trouble. There's no sugarcoating it. We are $1.1 trillion in debt and counting. What's more, That's $33,000 for every Canadian. This year alone, this government is set to spend more than $22 billion on interest payments to service that debt, estimated to balloon to $40 billion per year with this budget debt added in. We are in this hole in large part because of the pandemic. But the Liberals' overspending long before COVID-19 is why we're looking at the sea of red ink before us today. They left the cupboards bare. By next year, the Prime Minister will have added more debt since 2015 than all other Prime Ministers who came before combined. Sadly, the budget is yet to balance itself, and Conservatives have always known that this magical thinking was not the approach of a serious government that cares about the work, the hours that go into Canadians paying their taxes every year. Putting aside how we got here, my hope for this budget, the first tabled by the government in over 2 years, was a plan for steady growth, lasting job creation, and a more prosperous future for all Canadians. I also hoped it would lay out a clear vision of economic recovery and prosperity, attainable goals that leave no Canadian behind. What we have before us is not that. No, instead we get risky and unproven economic schemes, a 700-plus page document with no roadmap to reopen Canada's economy, and more than $100 billion in new spending on Liberal partisan priorities disguised as stimulus. The very definition of economic stimulus is spending that facilitates economic activity and growth. There is a difference between stimulus spending and just, well, spending. But this government doesn't seem to appreciate that difference. Let's consider just a couple of examples from the so-called stimulus fund. $13 billion on pandemic supports. My Conservative colleagues and I have voted for these programs from the outset. Many Canadians faced with unprecedented realities and public health restrictions need the help right now. More on this later, but that is not stimulus. $8.9 billion on the Canada Workers Benefit, a refundable tax credit for Canadians who make less than the threshold. Again, not stimulus. Don't just take my word for it. The independent, nonpartisan parliamentary budget officer said only $69 billion of this new spending, billed as stimulus, is really that, stimulus. Whatever you want to call it, the sheer amount of all this new spending is simply not necessary. In fact, the parliamentary budget officer noted the size and timing of the planned fiscal stimulus may be miscalibrated. Other experts agree. You might hear $100 billion and think, great, that's a lot of money. Surely it will kickstart the economy. But the truth is, government spending does not equal growth. Between 2010 to 2013, under the more fiscally responsible Conservative government, growth averaged 2.8% annually. Compare that to the Liberals' first 4 years in power, where spending rose sharply, average growth was down to 2.2% per year and was grinding down. But what I really don't understand is how, with over $100 billion in new spending, the Liberals' budget still does nothing for the long-awaited and much-needed infrastructure projects in the lower mainland of my home province of BC. Major projects like the George Massey tunnel replacement and the SkyTrain expansion from Surrey out to Langley, or even smaller projects like reinforcement of the White Rock Pier, damaged almost 3 years ago now. Does this government not want to help us in BC? Or maybe they're waiting for another shipment of steel from China like they used on the Petula Bridge before they commit, instead of using beautiful, high-quality Canadian steel. Much-needed infrastructure projects like this would not only create jobs overnight and stimulate the economy, but also make a lasting impact on the ability to transport people, goods, and services stretching from the U.S. border through several communities, up to Deltaport, the international airport, Vancouver, the North Shore, and beyond, all key to lasting growth and prosperity. A federal budget is supposed to be a plan for the people of Canada, our neighbours, our constituents. What do I mean by no Canadian left behind? What about the commuter who needs the SkyTrain to get from Langley to Surrey so she can get on another train to get to her job in Vancouver? And why does she live in Langley or further east? Because there's no way she can afford to live in Vancouver or Richmond or Delta or Surrey perhaps, or White Rock. And this budget does nothing to help her own her own home. Instead of encouraging home ownership and helping Canadians experience the achievement and pride in owning their own home, they've recently made it harder to qualify for financing. That negatively affects home buyers and sellers, realtors, builders, developers, construction crews, contractors, building material suppliers, and more. How about the families in BC and across the country that continue to be affected by substance abuse? In BC, we've had more deaths resulting from overdose than COVID-19 in the last year. This budget doesn't do enough to address the opioid epidemic. Where's the comprehensive recovery-oriented substance abuse plan? Or how about the 988 suicide prevention hotline? More than 5 months ago, this House unanimously passed a motion put forward by my Conservative colleague, the member for Cariboo Prince George, to implement this critical 3-digit resource. No funding for that. How about the natural resource workers? A friend of mine recently spoke to a greeter at Walmart in Alberta who used to be an energy sector engineer, but is now working a minimum wage job to demonstrate the dignity of work to his children and put food on the table. What about him? Why is this Canadian being left behind? Excuse me. What about the travel agencies across the country, about 83% owned by women, who not only have had their incomes devastated, but have had their commissions pulled back when cruises and trips were forced to cancel? Why are these Canadians left behind? At a $100 billion price tag, you might have thought we'd see increased health transfers to the provinces, given the stress our medical system has undergone in the past 15 months, and repeated calls for this from the provinces, not included. Of course, budgets should not just be about spending. They should provide a clear plan for the future of our economy and how we're going to get there. This, amidst a pandemic, must include a plan for a data-driven, safe reopening. Conservatives put forward a motion for this in March, but it was voted down. Every time I meet with small business owners in my riding over Zoom, businesses like Kintyre in Surrey or Yuli's in White Rock, they have the same question. What metrics will be used to evaluate the situation and eventually allow them to reopen to full capacity? When will it be back to business as usual? Even with expanded patio space, they need to make investments just to reopen. They deal in perishables. You see, businesses need to plan for the future. They need to order inventory and schedule staff. They want reasonable notice, and they want to get back to doing the work they love. Before politics, I was self-employed in the practice of law, an entirely different business. But anyone who runs a business can appreciate the need to plan 3, 6, 9 months out. The government is not giving businesses the certainty they so desperately need right now. And even if it had to be adjusted given unforeseen circumstances, at least set out what Canada can expect and what yardsticks will be used to adjust. And when I speak to new businesses, they have an additional question: why not us? To be very clear, my Conservative colleagues and I have supported programs to help Canadians make ends meet during the pandemic from day one. In fact, we've often pointed out ways to improve programs, as we did with the rent subsidy, insisting the funds be paid to tenants, not landlords. I, for one, am glad the government listened. Another area for improvement that this budget completely ignores is the ability for newer businesses opened within the last 2 years to qualify for the same supports as their peers that have been open longer. I've spoken to the ministers about this, written to them, and we need to help them out. The investments to start these businesses were made long before the pandemic, and literally their life savings can be on the line. There are some things I like in this long budget. I'm pleased to see the Regional Development Agency for BC. I think that's important as long as the funds are allocated in the right places throughout the province. Canadians waited a long time for this budget, 763 days to be exact, the longest ever gap between federal budgets. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I don't think it was worth the wait. We've got too many Canadians who've been left behind. They need to secure their future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of the member's speech, she spoke about the amount of debt that's been taken on in order to help Canadians through this pandemic, and she referenced the amount of debt that would be taken on under this Prime Minister specifically. I'm curious if she's aware that she's voted for all of that debt over the last 2 years when she's come into this House and often through unanimous consent motions agreed to that spending. Is she aware that she's just as much responsible for that debt being taken on as the other 337 members of Parliament?
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very interesting question from the member across the way. I said in my speech, if he was listening, that in fact Conservatives did vote for supports and help to Canadians throughout the pandemic. We've been very supportive of the need to help people who are in unprecedented times and unprecedented want. But I also pointed out that the reckless spending by this government before we even knew about a pandemic left us in a very precarious position. And now the debt is run away from us. With this new budget, there is nothing here to show us a plan to get our house in order.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for South Surrey White Rock for her speech. And like her, there are a number of things in this budget that I do support and we do support, including the $15 minimum wage. But I want to ask the member, we're concerned about young people, particularly who have been dramatically affected by this pandemic, and in particular students. We've called for a elimination of federal student debt up to $20,000 and a moratorium and elimination of student interest on student loan debt. Does the member and her party support such measures to make it more possible for young people not to be affected for their whole lives by the consequence of this pandemic on their futures?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I again thank my colleague for the question. One of the things that is probably very concerning to me in this budget is that there is not enough in this budget for youth or for seniors, for that matter. And being a mother of 4 children who've all pursued university educations, and 2 of whom have had to do it all through Zoom and lockdown and student loans, which I myself took out, I have a great deal of sympathy for them, also because they're coming out into a very uncertain job market. And this is why I say we need watermarks, we need benchmarks, so that Canadians of all ages, and I would say particularly youth who want to figure out where they're going and when and how, that they have a much clearer idea of how that can be accomplished.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley City Aldergrove.
Thank you. Langley Aldergrove. So thank you. And I want to thank my colleague from the next door riding of South Surrey White Rock for her speech, and particularly for mentioning a very important infrastructure project, SkyTrain extension into my riding of Langley. And I wonder if she would have comments about the important interplay between transit, and particularly transit-oriented residential development, and tackling the housing affordability crisis in the Lower Mainland.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, I think there's little doubt that my colleague and I know about the lack of affordability in BC, and particularly the Lower Mainland. It's a very expensive place to live, a very beautiful place. But what we need in order to encourage growth, to encourage development, to encourage home ownership, is we do need better transportation south of the Fraser River. We need to be able to get people from community to their jobs, to whatever it is they need to travel for. We need easy access for goods and services, as I mentioned in my speech, not just within the communities, but up and through, up the highway to Delta Port, to the international airport, and to Vancouver and beyond. So this infrastructure is vital to us, and we do not understand why it isn't being given the attention it deserves. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to finally have an opportunity to speak on the federal budget. It has been long overdue as the first one presented to this Parliament. While we are looking at what the budget offers to Canadians, as well as the late timing, it is important for all of us to remember that the theme of this Liberal government is that, that the key to happiness is low expectations. It is also worth reminding the Liberal government that if you are going to keep people waiting or ask for an extension on a deadline, you had better make sure the final product is worth the wait by making it impressive. But it was not worth the wait, and the large number of pages only makes it a bigger disappointment. It was disappointing that the Liberal government, unlike the provinces, didn't even bother to present one at all for last year. And speaking of the provinces, if the federal government really wanted to prioritize a pandemic response, we should have expected them to focus on the requested increase of health transfer. So whatever happened to those? Apparently, for this government, giving fuller consideration to the future of Canadians and their grandchildren and their children's future was not worth the effort. Canadians were also not shown basic respect for their rights, time, money, or for their trouble during the past year. What might be worst part of the government's disregard is that it really shows up in this budget. For today, I want to focus on where the lack of leadership is taking us as a country. And I want to speak in particular of the rural-urban divide. Especially at the federal level, we should always be trying to promote national unity in the face of any number of divisions. Regional differences have always been a source of tension, and they continue to come up in our own day. It is getting more common again to hear and talk about the idea of Western alienation, for example, as having the potential of turning into separatism. As a Western Canadian MP, I definitely believe that this is a growing social problem which needs to be addressed for the benefit of all Canadians. Sadly, we have already reached a point where it was obvious that this Liberal government does not care for Western Canada. It is hardly a surprise to anybody, and with this budget, they are not even trying to pretend much more either. But while saying this, I also think we should be missing another essential part of the larger issue if we do not consider the problems common to rural Canada, regardless of regions. The rural-urban divide in Canada is one of the greatest divides experienced today, whether it's in the prairies, the Atlantic, Ontario, the North, BC, or Quebec. Before getting into some of the details and how the Liberal budget will affect rural Canadians, or more accurately, how it will leave them behind, we can get a general sense of the Liberal government's stated priorities from their own words. The nice thing about having a budget in front of us right now is that, for better or worse, it forces them to clarify on the record where they choose to place their priorities. Even though they have avoided and delayed this important measure of accountability and transparency, we now have a better idea of what they say they care about and what they apparently do not care about. The word environment is mentioned 234 times in this document. What about the phrase natural resources? Only 19 times. But from those 19 times, I'll point out some examples, and it becomes quickly apparent that the Liberals use the phrase natural resources in relation to anything but energy workers, especially those in the oil and gas industries. $22.3 million through Natural Resources Canada to create an atomic workers recognition program, or $63.8 million over 3 years to create new flood maps for high-risk areas. To bring it even closer to home, these energy workers are mentioned one time in this 724-page document. It is not even in the context of seriously proposing anything close to a full solution for this hard-hit sector of the economy. That single mention is in the context of how climate action can present opportunities for them. Years before COVID first arrived in Canada, and even more during a restricted economy during the last year, thousands and thousands of these workers have lost their jobs. Without any support and political certainty, many more Canadians will be joining them soon. This industry and these workers will comprise a large chunk of our nation's workforce and an even larger share of the national GDP. And again, they are mentioned once in 724 pages. During the last 6 years of Liberal government, energy workers have come to understand that when they are mentioned as part of new climate opportunities, it actually means that they are going to lose their job. Meanwhile, all their talk about creating futuristic jobs with big spending provides no real certainty about, or without any detailed practical planning. What about pipelines? There is a reference to a pipeline of innovation, a pipeline of vaccines, and a pipeline of talent. But there is not a single mention of energy pipelines. This is unaddressed in a year when nearly half of Ontario and Quebec's energy supply from Enbridge Line 5 is in danger from getting stopped by the Governor of Michigan. Western workers and investors are living with the fact that the dream project of Keystone XL is canceled and fading away. With Keystone XL, it's especially shameful because of some of who those investors are. It is very different from big corporations dreaming of profits. These are the dreams of real people. I especially feel the need to bring up the dreams of Niconet First Nation and their chief, Alvin Francis, whose company owns a part share in Keystone XL. They're planning on using the profits to help the people of his community. When I met with him during the winter before the cancellation of the project, he laid out quite clearly the plans for economic development and the jobs beyond working on the pipeline. These opportunities will no longer be happening thanks to the lack of effort of this government. The reality of Indigenous participation is too often ignored. It is a reconciliation issue, and we need to think of it this way. In my riding, which has an abundance of natural gas, there are mineral rights owned by First Nations from across the province of Saskatchewan that are at risk of losing their biggest source of income because of the anti-energy policies of the Prime Minister. Income that will not be replaced. Income lifted entire communities out of poverty. They do not have the luxury of waiting for the government to figure out an energy transition over 10 years or more, pushing it along without a plan. To these Indigenous communities and to all of Canada's energy sector, the silence is deafening. I've said the Liberal government has some stated priorities because their record can easily lead anyone to question if they will deliver on what they say they are going to do. When you live in rural Canada, as my constituents and I do, we are used to hearing a lot of empty promises, if we are lucky enough to hear anything from them at all. Most recently, we've had to wait and wait for them to begin rolling out the Universal Broadband Fund. They have made the UBF $2.75 billion, up from last year's announcement of $1 billion, but the deadlines for the first $1 billion have been continually shifting with almost nothing to show for it. Municipalities in my riding who are waiting for help getting broadband rolled out to their communities, or even just increasing the amount of broadband available, they are still waiting without as much of a peep from this government. Listing huge dollar amounts does not mean these problems will be solved. It also does not mean the Liberals will get around to finishing the job anytime soon. Now, I have to say, the more time I have had to work in Parliament, the more it becomes obvious how much Ottawa needs to regain more of a rural perspective. The best example for this debate might be the environment. If the Liberals want to mention the environment 234 times, they can go right ahead. Yes, let's protect and conserve the environment in every way. The economy can grow at the same time if we do it the right way, and we can all agree here on that. But do you know who already sets the bar high for doing this? Rural Canadians, people who work the land, enjoy it for sport, and who live out in the country surrounded by its beauty. They care about the environment. After all, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, energy workers, and others live off the land. They do it the best, acting as if the way of life depends on it, quite simply because it does. But they're not seeing a responsible approach to these issues. Instead, they see a government that is more interested in pursuing out-of-touch radical ideas and pet projects. This Liberal government could learn a lot from rural people if they would start listening to them and their concerns. They need to start respecting the fact that they're farmers and ranchers. They are the ones who are the true stewards of the environment. And quite frankly, when you look through all the different ways that the government is trying to focus on rural people, it's more or less that they're trying to split them off into separate groups, treating them as if they are special interest groups, patting them on the head and just saying, there, here we go, here's some pretty words for you, without actually doing anything to address the real concerns that are facing rural Canadians these days. Canadians are looking for stability and trust following times of uncertainty. They're getting neither from this Liberal government, which has decided to offer a campaign platform in place of a budget. And Madam Chair, how much time do I have left? Another minute? Okay, well, thank you for that. Yeah, and again, this budget continues to miss the mark for rural Canadians. You know, looking further into some of the items that are in the budget, you know, they're talking about, you know, boosting rural transit. You know, we're looking at announcements from companies like Greyhound, who have now basically all but removed themselves from the Canadian picture. The Liberals treat it as if there's rural infrastructure that already exists for things like transit, but the fact is it's now completely all gone, and there is no such an alternative. You know, I look at people who are looking to that have to drive 4, 5, 6 hours sometimes to find the services that they need. So there literally isn't even an option for them for transit. And yet this government has chosen to use policies that are going to disproportionately impact rural Canadians. And their own assessment of these issues shows that they know that, but they continue to choose to ignore that. So this budget would have been a good opportunity for them to really signal to people in rural Canada that they understand the struggles that they face, but they have done absolutely nothing with it to address those issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, there are parliamentarians that feel that the best way to get ahead is to blame Ottawa, feed into Western alienation, spread misinformation, in order to advance a
their own personal political agenda, whether it's them or conservative spin. And I often see that from the conservative members from the prairies. I was born and raised in the prairies, lived in all three prairies. And the misinformation that is given is sad to see. My question to the member is related. How can the member say Ottawa has done nothing when in fact it's done more for the prairies in the last 6 years than Harper ever did in the last 10 years, even on the issues that the members made reference of, rural internet expansion, Trans Mountain, we're the government that brought resources or commitment to resources to the coastline, unlike the Conservatives. We have done so much more on infrastructure, financial dollars in pocket.
I have to give the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands an opportunity to answer.
Yeah, well, the member's back must be sore because he's patting himself pretty hard on the back there. But one thing I just want to highlight, I spent time working. I spent 10 years working working for an internet company in Saskatchewan here, and it was actually under the Harper government where funding came into the province to help set up internet and broadband services, landline services. On reserve, and for Indigenous people to be able to have the same access to internet access that people living in urban areas did. So that was under the Harper Conservatives, and I don't see any expansion of such services happening right now. I mean, again, the dollars have been announced for the Universal Broadband Fund, but we're still waiting, and it's been years that this government has been talking about it, and it's still not happening. It's still not getting out.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent rural natural resource workers, and I sit here day after day and listen to this false conspiracy theory from the Conservatives that if we don't give them another couple $2 billion to build yet another pipeline, they're going to break up the country, that they're willing to misrepresent facts time and time again. It is not a conspiracy that the energy markets are changing. All of the major hedge fund investors said they were pulling out of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Why? It was because the right-wing governments there believe they're still in the 19th century. Look at Jason Kenney trying to blow the tops off the Rocky Mountains to get at coal. The transition that's happening, the 4 major oil companies that were taken over by shareholder revolts that are driven by the hedge fund operators because they're sick and tired of a nation, that includes Canada and the provinces, not taking the energy crisis, the environment crisis seriously. So when I listen to this member talk about how he's trying to portray it as a rural versus urban divide, it's the failure of Conservatives to be honest about the need to get ready for a transition that is coming, whether they like it or not. It is the 21st century. Wake up.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, well, thank you for the rhetoric there. To put it quite simply, let's look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline there. There was private investment. It was fully funded privately, and this government chased that investment away, and they ended up spending the money on their own. The private sector were the ones who were investing in that with their own dollars. That's it. And also, I remind this member that he voted against our motion yesterday to support oil and gas workers. It's a very simple, very well thought out motion. He voted against it. So when he's saying he's standing up for natural resource workers, he needs to take a look in the mirror and understand where he's actually putting his support.
Apologies. Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his intervention today. Very much appreciated the content of it. I just wanted to clarify, given some of the questions, how important does he think it is that Canada should play a major role in supplying natural resources to the rest of the world because of the way that we extract in a very ethical, in a very environmentally friendly fashion? Shouldn't we be looking at gaining market share rather than depleting market share?
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, 15 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got the highest environmental standards in the world, and our natural resources absolutely should be the ones that we're exporting to be able to meet the growing energy demands of the developing world. And I'll just add really quickly that farming in the prairies, when we look at the net carbon that it sequesters, we sequester 33 megatons more than we emit just through agriculture alone. So we talk about environmental
Please.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak to the Budget Implementation Act. But when you talk about the legislation to implement the budget, we obviously cannot help but to go back a bit and at least look at the budget itself. The Bloc voted against it on April 26th, and it came as a surprise to no one because the Bloc had already announced its intent. We said that for us, the budget had to include two key measures for us to support it. The Bloc announced from the onset that it wanted the budget to include an increase in the amount of OAS for people aged 65 and over, rather than restricting this increase to people aged 75 and over, as the government is currently doing. As a reminder, this increase announced by the government for people 75 and over will not be made this year. It'll only be done next year, and in the meantime, it was announced that a one-time payment of $500 would be made in August to seniors aged 75 and over. It was common sense, Madam Speaker, at the time of the budget, not to create two classes of seniors, because precarity doesn't only start at age 75. Moreover, my colleague, the member for Shefford, reminded us in the House just yesterday that the creation of two classes of seniors has caused quite a bit of talk and probably will continue to do so, since Seniors Association FADOC, the Canadian Association of Retirees, and the National Association of Federal Retirees has denounced this situation. The other absolute condition that the Bloc announced in order to support the budget was a recurring and predictable increase in health transfers. Not only, Madam Speaker, was this a request from premiers from all the provinces that sit on the Council Federation, it was also one, the will of the House, because the Bloc adopted a motion in December stating the following, that the House call on the government to significantly and sustainably increase Canadian health transfers before the end of 2022 to support the efforts of the governments of Quebec and the provinces, healthcare workers, and the public. Madam Speaker, the government missed a great opportunity to listen to the repeated demands of the Bloc, but also of the community and of other levels of government to increase health transfers from 22% to 35%, which neither the budget nor Bill C-30 provides for. And it seems that some leeway could have been in the budget to do so, because between the deficit that the government had announced and the one that is actually in the budget, there's a difference of around $28 billion, which is ironically the exact amount that Quebec and the provinces were asking for in health transfers. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois voted against the budget because of these two measures not being in it. And this doesn't prevent us, though, from voting in favor of Bill C-30, because in spite of everything, there are measures in the budget, although insufficient, that must be implemented. And also because there are interesting things in Bill C-30 that we would like to see implemented. I would like to make note of two of them in particular, while stating that improvements could have been made. One of these measures that I appreciate is related to the tourism industry. We know that the 2021 budget proposes to establish a $500 million tourism assistance fund to be administered by RDAs. This is an initiative that will help support local tourism businesses in adapting their products and services to comply with the current health measures. And we can hope that it will also facilitate the recovery of the entire industry. And I'm pleased to see that there are measures that will be extended, particularly the wage subsidy and rent support, which also indirectly help the tourism industry. However, I'm still sorry to see that there are no specific measures for certain sectors of the tourism industry. Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to drive this message home. I would like to have seen in the budget particular attention for the sugar shacks, which has to be, as I repeat, have suffered 2 years of pure losses because their season only lasts a few weeks, and unlike other companies, they weren't able to recover during the rest of the year when there were lulls. And for sugar shacks, I would like to have seen an additional fixed cost subsidy. Unlike traditional restaurateurs, sugar shacks, their inventory is not replenished. Their inventory is acquired a few months before the season begins, and then for 2020, sugar shacks lost everything they acquired by the end of 2019 for their normal season. Madam Speaker, a bill as big as C-30, which is an omnibus bill, includes many specific things which allow us as parliamentarians to take a look back and to look back at what we were before we became parliamentarians. In my case, I was a family law lawyer, and that is why I would like to talk about family benefits, which the bill sets out. The bill now allows sharing of the Canada Child Benefit for parents who share custody that is unequal. As a lawyer, I often saw many successful negotiations stalled because of the benefit, and even though it was in the best interest of the children, the best interest of the child should be the focus. And the proposed amendment in Bill C-30 will allow us to focus more on this cardinal principle of the interest of the child. And while we're on the topic of benefits, I'd like to point out a few things that could have been changed in the administration of these benefits. First, someone told me something that is particularly archaic in this law. Last September, there was a citizen that received a letter from the CRA which stated, and I quote, "According to income tax law, when a child lives with a man and a woman who are married or in a common law relationship, the woman is presumed to be the person primarily responsible for the care and the upbringing of all children living in the same home. In this case, my constituent is a father who he has joint custody of his children with his former spouse, who now lives with a new spouse. In the eyes of the law, it is this new spouse who is presumed to be the primary caregiver for the children living in the house, even though, as the constituent reminded me, his spouse is a wonderful stepmother. These are still his children, and he found it surprising, to say the least, that his spouse had to write a letter to the CRA confirming that the CRA benefit should be paid to the children's father and not to her. My constituents, in his words, initially thought that the letter to him was dated from 1955 and not 2020, and he is calling for a change in legislation that would reflect our more modern society as a desired equal sharing of parental responsibilities. Another issue with the Canada Child Benefit that was brought to my attention by a constituent in my riding had a child who died a few years ago, but who's still fighting a long battle for other parents who are currently in the same situation as she was at the time. Madam Speaker, some children who are severely disabled or at the end of their lives sometimes have to be housed in specialized centers, such as the Marie Enfant Center, to receive care. The problem is that the parent is then deprived of family benefits, as is the case when a child is placed in a youth center. And as my constituent mentioned to me, when a child is placed in a center like the Marie Enfant Center, not only does the parent not necessarily have fewer expenses, but sometimes they have more. In her case, she had to go to her child's bedside every day, and she had to pay parking and travel expenses. And she also had to adjust her working hours accordingly. And this means that there are many parents today in the same situation. So I allow myself to speak about this today, so perhaps one day we could remedy this situation. And I'm glad that speaking to Bill C-30 may move things along in this respect. In short, Madam Speaker, there are many things we could say about Bill C-30, but I'll stop here, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments? Ça avait été clair.
You were clear.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure today to join you from the confines of my office here in Saskatoon to speak about the Budget Implementation Act. Madam Speaker, Canadians have spent the last year and a half struggling under the weight of COVID-19 pandemic. When COVID reached Canada's shores early last year, millions of Canadians in this country lost their jobs. Those working in retail and service industries, anyone working in a restaurant, and workers in a variety of other sectors were simply told to go home. Countless of small businesses had to close their doors, and families were forced to completely redesign how they live their lives. Life has become harder, less affordable, and all around more difficult. Our economy, as you all know, is in a bad state. Our annual inflation rate right now is rising at its fastest pace in a decade. Soaring house prices are stoking fears of a cost of living crisis. The federal deficit is flying past historical levels, and the national debt is growing at a record pace, having now exceeded $1 trillion for the first time in our history. Canadians are well aware of this situation we're in today. According to the NANIS poll, 74% of Canadians are very worried about the size of the deficit. 74%. 3 out of every 4 Canadians. That just isn't conservative voters, Madam Speaker, or conservative-minded Canadians. This represents concerns from voters across the spectrum that have deficit spending is just out of control. Now, I've heard those concerns in my riding here in Saskatoon Grasswood. When I asked my constituents about their top concerns, where and what they wanted to see in the recent budget of 2021, there were few answers that I heard over and over again. I heard from my constituents that a plan to get the deficit under control was the top priority. My constituents are also concerned about jobs and economic opportunities. A plan to deliver jobs and economic opportunities needed to be front and center moving on. Then I heard the same thing that I have heard every year since this Liberal government came to power in 2015. Taxes are simply too high. Families, businesses, seniors, everyone needs relief as the cost of living just keeps going up and up. Unfortunately, when the Prime Minister finally presented her budget, 763 days between budgets, people were left very disappointed. The simple fact is that the federal budget of 2021 does nothing at all to secure long-term prosperity for Canadians. In the 700 pages of this budget, there was little that gave Canadians the assurance that their federal government is focused on creating new jobs and economic opportunity. First off, there was no plan to get our economy reopened, which would be, I think, the number one driver of job growth and economic opportunity. When the provincial governments have begun to announce their plans, timelines, and criteria to get their provinces reopened, we have heard nothing of this sort from the federal government with regard to industries and regulations within the federal jurisdiction. Then there was the size of the deficit, which at $154 billion this year is astoundingly high. Save last year, this is by far the largest budget deficit that Canadians have seen in decades. And for what, Madam Speaker? It's in the analysis of the budget. The parliamentary budget officer noted that a significant amount of spending in the budget would not stimulate jobs or create economic growth. The PBO also raised concerns that the amount of deficit created was above and beyond what was actually needed to get the economy rolling ahead. So what does this tell us, Madam Speaker? It tells us that the Prime Minister's so-called stimulus fund is more about spending on Liberal partisan priorities than creating jobs and growing the economy. And what are the Liberals going to give struggling Canadians and their families relief? Well, in a word, nothing. In fact, the Prime Minister announced that he would be moving forward with a far greater increase in the carbon tax than he actually indicated in the past. Despite calls for a halt on the carbon tax to provide much needed relief at this time, the Liberals have not only pressed forward with their planned increases, but now have announced that throughout this economic recovery that will be taking place over the next few years, they actually plan to continue to increase it by well over 300%. 300%. At a time when more Canadians are struggling to make ends meet than any time in recent memory, When more small businesses are being forced to permanently close their doors, the Liberals have decided that the best bet is to further raise the tax burden on Canadian workers and their businesses. I hear this every day in my constituency office, Madam Speaker. And in a time that millions of Canadians and their families are struggling due to lost wages and skyrocketing cost of living, the Prime Minister has announced that a massive increase to the carbon tax just to be tacked onto it, just to add further burden. So, in truth, Madam Speaker, the Liberals' approach actually dumbfounds me and my constituents of Saskatoon Grasswood. But let's get to the facts. Let's get to what we should be seeing, what should be the top priorities of this government. And we're not seeing it at all out west. First and foremost, we need to be focused on getting our economy reopened. Many countries around the world are beginning their reopenings. Just look south to the United States. Businesses are open right now. Sports stadiums are filled. People are returning to work each and every day. The U.S. Center for Disease Control has even released guidelines that individuals who are fully vaccinated can safely resume their pre-pandemic activities and no longer need to wear the masks. That is hard to believe because Canada is so far behind and we're still on lockdowns in many places in this country. And why is that? Because the federal government has totally failed in acquiring the vaccines necessary to get us there. In Israel, nearly 60% of people are fully vaccinated. The United States, 40%. And in the United Kingdom, approximately 35%. In Canada, we're at 4.5% of Canadians that are fully vaccinated. 2 vaccines. Pretty much the entirety of the European Union is ahead of us, as are Brazil, Chile, Mongolia, and several other countries. As has been the case for months, the Liberals have given Canadians no realistic indication on how they're going to get us there and when. Instead, they actually try to shift the blame onto the provinces for the failures of the Prime Minister. Alongside a plan to get Canadians vaccinated, we need to see a plan to create jobs in this country, an economic opportunity now and going forward into the recovery. We need to see programs that will spur innovation and encourage investment in this country. Programs that will result in better wages for Canadian workers and help struggling small businesses to get back onto their feet. To accompany such programs, Canadians need relief, and they need it now. They need to see that their government recognizes that they are struggling right now, and they need a lower tax burden, not a higher one. We also need to see a plan to get the economy and the budget under control. We know the realities of what's long-term, the structural deficits like those the Liberals have created. They result in long-term economic problems and grim future for our children and our grandchildren. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that I have outlined here today, I cannot simply support this budget. And I'm willing to step aside now and take some questions, but thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague. I thank him for his speech. Once again, the Conservatives, each time they speak, tell us that they have a plan. They're able to provide figures no matter what we're talking about, except that for some days now, I've been asking, particularly in the debate on C30, I've been asking the Conservatives to give us a figure with regard to the healthcare transfers, and they keep saying that the Liberals are not responsible with money. It's true, except that when it comes time to establish how much the amounts are, the premiers of Quebec and the provinces have provided a figure for that, 28 billion. They want to increase to 35% from 22%. And is there a Conservative who will tell me if they're in agreement with the figures given by the provinces? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Brasswood.
Well, I want to thank our colleague from Lac St. John for the question that he just presented to the House of Commons here today. Quebec is no different than any other province in this country. We have seen a massive downturn in the last 14 months due to the pandemic. But what has this Liberal government done? Very little, in fact. I'm just going to point out, because I was a former sportscaster, wouldn't the form in Montreal, the last two games against the Toronto Maple Leafs, wouldn't it be nice to see maybe 10% of the people in the Forum to cheer on the Canadians against the Maple Leafs? This is a failure, Mr. Speaker, on the Prime Minister, not the province of Quebec or any other provinces, but the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually a little bit surprised, and I suspect the member might have surprised a few people that are participating today when he makes reference to the carbon tax. The current leader of the Conservative Party has been doing all sorts of backflips and so forth, trying to express to the Conservative caucus that a price on pollution is actually a good thing. And in fact, we now have the official position, from what I understand, of the Conservative Party of Canada is to support a price on pollution. Yet this member seems to want to be talking very negatively about a carbon tax, which is in essence the same thing. I'm wondering if the member can indicate how deep is the divide within the Conservative caucus on whether or not a price on pollution is good or bad.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North, but he knows in this province, and his too, in the agriculture sector, there are questions about the carbon tax. A deep question about the carbon tax, because we know they have to, in the fall, dry their grain. We know they're not getting a lot of credit for the carbon sequestration that's going on in this country. So, carbon tax is talked about a lot in this country, and for very good reason. Your statement about the Conservatives not believing in carbon tax whatsoever, we know that carbon is important in this country, but we also have seen the Liberals saying you're going to increase it and keep increasing it, whereas just right now out of the hands for Canadians. They can't afford it any longer.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. He's someone I've worked with on committee and someone that I appreciate his insight quite a bit. My question for him, as an Albertan, of course, he spoke. I'm an Albertan. He's a Saskatchewanian. But as an Albertan, one of my biggest concerns is around jobs and jobs for people in my constituency. And he, of course, will know that Alberta has suffered greatly over the last few years. Even before COVID, our economy was in free fall. It was in a very dire place. And so my question for him, when I read through the budget, I didn't see what I wanted to see for support for Alberta workers. I didn't see what I wanted to see for helping our workers move forward in a diversified economy to be able to take advantage of opportunities. Why do you think that is? Or why does the member think that is? And if he could comment on things he would have liked to have seen in the budget for our workers in Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona and all her work that she does on the Heritage Committee, which we are currently studying, Bill C-10. She's right. There's no help at all for oil and gas industry in Saskatchewan and Alberta. We need to diversify. Both provinces know that, in particular Alberta, because of their situation that they're under right now. But this government has really avoided Western Canada. You look at the polls today, and they were shut out in Alberta and Saskatchewan for a very good reason in the last election, and they're going to be shut out again. They have absolutely forgot about Western Canada, and we're going to make them play next time in the province of Manitoba.
Resuming debate, and we're going to the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatnik-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to first acknowledge that I'm joining you from Treaty 5 territory, the traditional territory of the Niitsitawassee Cree Nation, from my home community of Thompson in Manitoba. Today, I join you to speak on behalf of our region on Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act. I speak today at a difficult time for our country and especially for our province here in Manitoba. COVID is spreading faster here in Manitoba than any other province in Canada. In fact, right now, it's the worst in all of North America. I want to share my thoughts, my condolences to the many people and families who have lost loved ones to COVID-19 during this crisis. I also want to acknowledge the life-saving work of people, of workers on the front lines right now. But let's be clear, it shouldn't have to be this way. And this didn't just happen. This past year of the pandemic has proven how the system is broken. The neoliberal agenda has proven not only dangerous, but deadly for many. For our elderly, for Indigenous communities, for workers. Indigenous communities, including here in Manitoba, have faced some of the highest rates of infection of COVID-19. At least 6 First Nations in our region received full support for the Canadian Armed Forces when they called for urgent help to be able to save lives in their communities. I want to acknowledge the leadership of First Nations leaders across our region who have done everything in their power, along with advocates and people on the front lines, to keep their communities safe. We've seen strict lockdowns. We've seen the need to take incredible measures to keep people in some of the most vulnerable communities in the country safe. And we've heard time and time again, I certainly heard that they were doing this in the face of significant odds. Odds that were completely avoidable. Odds that were a result of decades of colonized policies, of paternalistic policies, of systemic racism. That meant at the same time as communities were fighting a pandemic, they were also fighting a third world crisis of no running water, a third world crisis of inadequate housing, a third world crisis of not enough medical personnel, let alone doctors, nurses in their communities. So many communities across our region, so many First Nations went above and beyond to keep their people safe. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday we heard from the Auditor General that First Nations across Canada, and this is particularly the case in our region, did not have the personal protective equipment going into this pandemic to be safe. We know that throughout they struggled in any way they could to be able to access PPE. I remember advocating on behalf of Saugeen when they received the first test kits. They were very clear that how could they do tests when they didn't have access to personal protective equipment to administer COVID-19 tests early in the pandemic. This federal government has let First Nations down time and time again, and we saw this explicitly during this pandemic. I want to acknowledge the incredible leadership of communities and regional Indigenous leaders here in Manitoba in fighting to get vaccines available to First Nations and Indigenous and Northern communities on a priority basis. I was proud to work with Indigenous and Northern leaders and colleagues in the NDP to push the federal government to act on this front. I'm pleased to acknowledge that there was a recognition and a response from the federal government early this year that First Nations people living on reserve across the North in particular required priority access to the vaccine. But it's not enough. We continue to see, especially in these days here in Manitoba, Indigenous people be disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. And I'm sad to say that Bill C-30, a bill that was developed during this crisis, does not deal with some of the fundamental challenges that First Nations communities face. We know that one of the key contributors to the spread of COVID-19 on reserve was the lack of housing, and particularly the existence of overcrowded, inadequate housing, mold-infested homes. You know, I remember the leadership of Cross Lake talking about, of course there would be a significant spread when you had 15, 17, 20 people living in a home. The leadership in Shamattawa that made clear that the spread back in December was as significant as it was because of the overcrowded housing that people in that community have lived in. This is not new. This is something that leaders, people across our region have been fighting for a long time. Bill C-30, unfortunately, does nothing to address the housing shortage in First Nations and northern communities across our region. I also want to acknowledge that the second and third waves of COVID-19 have hit working people especially hard. Frontline workers, workers in long-term care, in meatpacking plants, in warehouses, taxi drivers, migrant workers, many of them racialized and many of them immigrant. Here in Manitoba, people of Southeast Asian descent are most disproportionately affected by COVID-19 at this time. They are impacted 13 times the rate that white people are. Working people have been forced to work throughout this pandemic without personal protective equipment, without paid sick leave, without targeted shutdowns, without access to vaccines. They have been forced by employers, corporations, governments that have chosen to prioritize profits ahead of the lives of working people and their families. Women workers have also lost significant ground. Inequality and the lack of structural supports like childcare are holding us all back. I want to acknowledge that while Bill C-30 has made a historic commitment in terms of childcare, it is not as a result of the benevolence of the Liberal government. This is the result of decades of women fighting for universal childcare across our country. I'm proud of the work that the NDP has done to push this vision forward. And yes, it is time to see a historic investment in childcare, especially as a result of what we've seen in this crisis, where women have had to leave work, have taken a hit financially, economically, in terms of their own stability because of the lack of childcare in our country. Let's get moving on making that commitment to childcare into action. But let's be clear that Bill C-30 does not go far enough for working people. There isn't any commitment on paid sick days. We know that this is a critical factor in keeping people safe, in keeping workers safe, the ability to stay home and get well. We also know that this government hasn't gone far enough in terms of changes to EI. While there's some in Bill C-30, it doesn't go far enough to ensure that workers are supported, especially in this day and age where the nature of work has changed significantly and the rise of precarious work is a significant challenge for so many. The reality is that we cannot afford the status quo. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven that. If we want different results, we need to make different choices. We need to tax the rich and ensure that those that have made an extraordinary profit on the backs of working people are paying their fair share. We need to go after pandemic profiteers who have made money hand over fist during a time where so many are suffering and many have lost their lives. We need to go further and push for supports for those pushed to the margins. We need to cancel student debt and recognizing that many students right now are paying for an education that will leave them significantly in debt and are heading into a job market that is pretty abysmal. We need Canada to take a stand for students. We need to go further than that and ensure that we are committing to free education for students across our country. And we need to take on one of the biggest challenges of our time, the climate crisis, recognizing that without climate justice, we cannot achieve justice for all. We need to move in that direction as soon as possible. The bottom line is we need a transformative vision for our world, one that seeks to prioritize the well-being of people and our planet over profits, a vision rooted in the power of the collective, a vision that believes that we can achieve the social, environmental, and economic justice that we all deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Kese Kamanta, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the NDP. She touched at the end of her speech about youth and jobs for the future, and this is the community that I'm hearing about in Oshawa with Ontario Tech. It's a very technologically advanced university, but she's probably aware of the study 2018 coming out of Brock University that found that 65% of software engineers and 30% of STEM graduates are leaving our country. So it's not just the investment in education, but it's the jobs. Now, in this budget, we're not seeing investments in our current strength as Canadians, whether it's our historic strengths in the energy sector, mining, softwood lumber, manufacturing. I was wondering if she could comment on what needs to be put forth by this government in order to create those jobs and allow Canadians, our brightest and best, to stay not only in her community, but my community, but for all of Canada.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Well, thank you to my colleague for the question. What do we need to deal with the jobs crisis in our country, and particularly when it comes to young people? We need a Green New Deal. We need a vision for job creation that is premised on a green transition, the creation of jobs for the future. That is what young people want, and we can do that in our communities. I come from a part of the country that relies in significant ways on the resource sector, and I will tell you that as a result of job-killing trade deals and foreign ownership, we've lost hundreds of good jobs. People here want jobs, sustainable jobs for the future, and there's so much opportunity in creating these jobs, but what we need is political will around a Green New Deal. Let's get moving.
Question commentaire, la députée d'Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matpedia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have to admit, I'm having trouble with some of the NDP's rhetoric. I've heard the members say that the budget doesn't go far enough, that it's status quo, that we're not giving what people really need, that there's a lack of affordable housing. But her party voted for the budget. And that's what's happening at the Environment Committee as well. There was talk about the tabling of the government bill that didn't go far enough, that there need to be more binding measures. And yet, the NDP even went so far as to say that targets weren't needed in the bill and refused any amendments from other parties to improve the bill. I'm wondering if my colleague, if she doesn't agree with the budget, why did she vote for it? First of all, I would say we have to recognize the hypocrisy of the Bloc Québécois, who said that they don't want any elections, but continues to miss opportunities to contribute to the legislative agenda and get results for people throughout our country. Look, we have to be clear about the deficiencies of the budget. People at home are suffering a great deal. We need to be clear about what needs to be done and recognize positive measures that are the result of pressure made through social movements, such as promises about the daycare system, for instance, which is essential for our country. But all that is not enough. To deal with COVID-19 and its fallout, we have to be more visionary and progressive to improve the lives of Canadians throughout the country.
Time for a short question for the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to expand on the comments of my honourable colleague. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Just what a dire situation Manitoba is in, 23 people being sent out of province to ICUs, one who perished. Many are workers without paid sick leave, who have put their essential workers, who have put their lives on the line, still not given a status, proper immigration status. I was wondering if my honourable colleague could expand on that.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to my colleague. All of us here in Manitoba are just, frankly, I think, so concerned and heartbroken by what we're seeing. Absolutely, what we're seeing is frontline workers, racialized workers, including, as was pointed out, workers without status, paying the ultimate price. And this is a time to see Canada step up in ensuring status for migrant workers. This is a time to see Canada Canada recognize that literally for our country to move, right, for us to survive day to day, we rely on these workers, on these frontline workers, on migrant workers to do what we need to do. Time for status now for all. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join in this debate today on legislation to implement the Liberal government's collection of partisan election spending measures outlined in Budget 2021. My constituents of Red Deer Mountain View have waited a long time to see some concrete measures from the Liberal government that would provide us with some relief from COVID-19 and help us rejuvenate our local economy, which was not doing well even before the pandemic. Every week, over the past 14 months in Red Deer Mountain View, we've seen more empty buildings and more for-lease signs go up. Many small businesses have had no choice but to close, and so many more are barely holding on by a thread as they see their life savings dwindled in hopes of staying open when the economy turns around. It would seem that very little help is on the way. In fact, Mr. Speaker, due to a lot of Liberal government policies designed to cripple the energy sector and drive away investments, many businesses in Red Deer had already been closing and shedding jobs before the pandemic. I'll give you one example, Mr. Speaker, but there are many, many more. McLevin Industries has been in business since 1917, almost as long as Red Deer has been a city. Over that time, the business has managed to survive a lot, including the recession in the early 1980s. Like many Albertans, they were prepared to get down to work and further grow before the Liberal government took office. Those plans have long been scrapped. From the years up to 2019, revenues at the company plunged 40% and they shed 19 jobs. That is the Liberal government's legacy in communities right across this province and throughout Western Canada. Unemployment, business closures, and too many workers and families left without much hope for the future. That brings me to Budget 2021, the Liberal government's first in nearly 2 years. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the Liberal budget is a massive letdown for Canadians who were looking for a plan to create jobs and boost economic growth. Canada's Conservatives and all Canadians wanted to see a plan to return to normal that would secure jobs and the economy. Instead, what we have in Budget 2021 is a dangerous and untested economic experiment where tens of thousands of Canadians remain out of work and many small and medium-sized businesses are still struggling to stay afloat. The Liberal government's reimagined economy is a risky, Ottawa knows best approach that picks winners and losers by deciding which jobs, which sectors, and which regions of our country will be prosperous. This unproven and incompetent economic approach threatens the personal financial security of everyone here in Alberta and all workers across the country. With unemployment running at more than 20% in rural Alberta, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's budget throws billions of dollars towards so-called green energy industries and projects which we know from experience in Ontario will neither create jobs, protect the environment, nor stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, Canada's energy sector has consistently contributed billions of dollars to Canada's GDP and has provided tens of thousands of Canadians with good-paying jobs, jobs which allow families to put food on their table. How does Budget 2021 recognize and promote this fact? It doesn't, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2021 continues the Liberal government's assault on our energy sector, which is also the most environmentally conscientious on the planet. Since 2015, the human consequences of Liberal government attacks on Canadian energy have been devastating. 200,000 jobs lost and $200 billion in cancelled projects. And these jobs depend on the Liberal government reversing courses and policies that have already damaged the Canadian energy sector. The oil and gas industry provides hundreds of thousands of direct and indirect jobs and is the single largest contributor to Canada's GDP and our balance of trade. Its survival is critical to Canada's economic recovery, and the billions in tax revenue it generates pays for the social services Canadians rely on, like our schools and our hospitals. Instead of supporting our energy sector and helping it recover from its worst recession in decades, the Liberal budget invests $17 billion over the next few years in so-called green energy projects, which history tells us will create few jobs and contribute very little to economic growth. In truth, Mr. Speaker, the notion of helping generate economic growth seems to be of very little interest to this Liberal government. It's hardly mentioned in Budget 2021. In fact, the words support, benefit, and gender is riddled throughout the 700-page budget, but the word competitiveness appears just 13 times. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2021 is supposed to be the Liberal government's plan for our economic future, but the words growth and competitiveness are only barely mentioned in passing amidst all of the $104 billion in new partisan spending commitments. Before the budget was tabled, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives called on the government to stand up for Canadians and bring forward measures that ensure the improvements to productivity that a competitive economy requires. We noted that sector-specific support is required, not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that the government's focus should be on the crucial small and medium-sized businesses that have been left behind because of poorly designed support programs. Canada's Conservatives called on the government to dispense with the talking points of reimagining the economy and realize that Canadians simply want to know that things are going to get better. Canadians want their jobs, their small businesses, and their communities back. Canadians are not calling for the government to embark upon a grand social and economic experience. They simply want to return to normalcy. In short, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives called on the Liberal government to deliver a real plan for Canada's economic recovery, one that secures our future by recovering millions of jobs and introducing policies that result in better wages and help struggling small businesses get back on their feet. This Liberal government refuses to listen to sound advice, but rather pursues its own course of massive and unfocused spending, record ballooning deficits, stunted economic growth, and unaffordable national debt that has the potential to cripple our country for generations to come. Let me say this in conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few months, those of us in Red Deer Mountain View and in communities across Canada have been hopeful that we would soon see an end to the COVID-19 pandemic and the beginning of an economic recovery. Our recovery plan focuses on creating financial security and certainty. Our plan will safely secure our future and deliver a Canada where those who have struggled the most through this pandemic can get back to work. One of the central goals of our recovery plan is to ensure that manufacturing at home is bolstered, wages increase, and the dream of affording a better life for current and future generations can be realized by all Canadians. We urge the Liberal government to consider including at least some of those measures we put forward in Canada's recovery plan in this budget. The Liberal government instead has chosen to embark on a reckless and untested course of partisan spending and ballooning debt that does nothing to grow our economy or increase our prosperity. Unemployed Canadians hoping to see a plan to create new jobs and economic opportunities for their families are being let down by Budget 2021. Workers who have had their wages cut and hours slashed that were hoping to see a plan to reopen the economy are also being let down. Families that can't afford more taxes and are struggling to save money for their children's education or to buy a home are being let down. The Liberal budget does nothing to secure long-term prosperity for Canadians. This Liberal government has consistently ignored calls from Canada's Conservatives and from all political parties to bring forward a real economic recovery plan, a plan that would unite Canadians rather than drive wedges between them. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a real economic recovery plan. And my hope is that Canadians will soon see a Conservative government moving forward to do just that. That's what Canada's Conservatives are committed to delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A few moments before concluding his speech, the member talked about the Conservatives' plan and how it was going to increase wages for employees. Can he explain to us how their plan will increase wages?
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Certainly. The first thing that we will be doing is getting rid of C-69, which is stopping all opportunities for natural resource development. If we want to have green economies and green jobs, we have to recognize that we have to use the tools that we have, which is Canada's oil and gas industry. As we do that, we will then be able to move into some of these other areas that are important to those that care so much about the environment. But we can't shut down one part of it in order to try to promote a secondary one. And then from that same position, Mr. Speaker, we know that there's going to be a lot of requirements as far as rare earth minerals are concerned. We're going to have to make sure that we get this government out of the way if we think that that is going to be part of our future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his intervention. We all know that 1 in 5 Canadians don't take the medication that they've been prescribed because they can't afford it. And yet the Conservatives voted to continue protecting the profits of Big Pharma and not go ahead with a pharmacare plan. And we've had a promise from the Liberals for 23 years for this. Can the member explain why the bill that before us ignores the needs for pharmacare, and will his Conservative Party come around to supporting a plan so that all Canadians can have access to pharmacare?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much. And of course, there are a number of people that are having difficulty as far as being able to attain pharmacy services in the country. Many of them, however, do have plans that allow for them to be able to access pharmaceutical products. And from that perspective, then you have to start taking a look at around the world to see what the consequences have been in those places that have just decided that they're going to let government do what governments do in their minds, which is to manage the system. And I think that's really the critical part. If you take a look at some of the things that have taken place in Australia and New Zealand, then you'll understand that there's a lot more required than just a standard blanket statement that says pharmacare for everyone. We do have to look at ways to help those that have been falling through the cracks. And for that, I think we as Canadians, if we don't shut down those things that help us, like our oil and gas industry, that's going to give us an opportunity to be able to help all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the previous Conservative administration, under that administration, real wage rates increased more than the rate of inflation. We heard just recently that the annualized CPI increase is now 3.4%. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on what Bill C-30 and all the spending that's embedded in there will do to the inflation rate and hence the relationship of inflation to real wages.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question. And as a former school teacher, a math teacher, and a business person, one of the things that we always talked about is the effect of interest rates as far as the economy is concerned, and how the general lives of individuals, how that is going to be affecting them. And I think if we take a look at the amount of debt that individuals have at this point in time, and then we look at this incredible amount of debt that the federal government is looking at, I think we realize the issues and the problems that are concerned. If we take a look at what happened in the days of the other Trudeau, when we had the 22% interest rates, that devastated this country. And when the target was 2%, and we now see that it is 3.4%, all you have to do is do a little bit of calculation on your mortgage and see what happens if you double the interest. And that's the problem that all Canadians are going to have to sort out if we don't get this under control.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview. Oh, I think the Honourable Member's microphone is not activated. I'll ask her to maybe just check that and we'll get started.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim this budget is focused on fighting finishing the fight against COVID, about healing the economic wounds left by the COVID recession. And it's about creating more jobs and prosperity for Canadians in the days and decades to come. However, it does not do any of that and does absolutely nothing to secure long-term prosperity for Canadians. The Liberal government mentioned the consequences of COVID has been women leaving the workforce. This is true. COVID forced businesses, small and big, to suddenly shut down. At the Status of Women Committee, we heard from witnesses that women left the workforce for several different reasons. Some left the workforce not by choice, but because they worked in industries such as retail, travel, or hospitality that were hit the hardest. Others left the workforce because of the additional responsibilities of having to become teachers to their kids and take care of family members, while for others, working from home was just not an option. The committee heard from these witnesses as well that while many men have returned to the workforce, women still haven't at the same rate. The government made the conclusion that the reason for this is because of lack of childcare spaces and the need for a universal childcare package. Again, the committee heard evidence from witnesses that this wasn't the case. As a matter of fact, we heard that child centers were closing because of lack of children to fill the spaces. Additionally, a universal childcare plan is a simple answer to a very complex problem. Under the Liberal plan, we end up treating all children exactly the same and make daycare centers identical from coast to coast to coast. But their plan has not taken into consideration parental choice and that parents, not the government, are in the best position to make these decisions for what's best for their kids, not a bureaucrat. The Liberal budget also hasn't taken into account the cultural sensitivities that exist in such a vast and diverse country like Canada. For example, Mr. Speaker, I'm of an ethnic background where we strongly believe in the importance of not just ensuring our children get a good education, but the preservation and teachings of our culture, language, and religion. Canadians don't need a generic program where they drop off their kids and then pick them up at the end of the day. Instead, they need help in supporting their choice of childcare, whether that be a daycare center or grandparents or friends, where the culture, language, and values are taught to their children. For example, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from many how when their children were younger, grandma and grandpa would watch them throughout the day. And that it was there that they learned how to do their fractions and learned that 4 quarter cups equaled 1 cup when spending quality time baking those delicious cookies and breads that they enjoyed when they picked up their kids at the end of the day. This is something that is extremely important to my constituents, and this Liberal budget doesn't achieve that. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's budget also discusses the COVID recovery programs, including the wage subsidy and rent relief programs. These programs were necessary at the beginning of the pandemic. Conservatives fully supported the programs and even made recommendations and changes to the programs to be able to improve the program and to be able to ensure that no Canadians fall through the cracks. While there was always challenges, and we heard from our constituents about how these programs needed to be improved, I know that my constituents were grateful that all parties put their partisanship aside to provide the emergency support. However, Mr. Speaker, these programs have made a reappearance in this budget as they are being extended. While most of the country is grappling with an intense third wave of COVID-19, and provinces are once again instituting some of the harshest lockdown policies we have seen thus far, this is all because of this Prime Minister's failure to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, these programs are only being extended because this Prime Minister failed to take the appropriate actions at the start of the pandemic. such as closing our borders to all international travelers, supplying the provinces with rapid testing, and securing enough vaccine deliveries in large enough quantities to provide a successful vaccine rollout. Instead, because of this government's incompetence, many of our frontline workers, many of whom reside in my riding, have only been given their first shot and been told they have to wait months before they can get their second shot. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to highlight in the budget the focus on gender-based violence in Canada. Since this government has been elected, they have constantly talked about gender-based violence and how it impacts negatively women and girls in Canada. On average, 1 in 3 women and girls in Canada will face some sort of violence in their lifetime. That is 6,373,325 women and girls. Each time the Minister for Women and Gender Equality has appeared before the Status of Women Committee, I've asked her repeatedly, when can Canadian women and girls finally see the government's National Action Plan to address gender-based violence? And you know what the answer is, Mr. Speaker? The minister always replies with acknowledging this is an important issue that the government wants to address. Yet, Mr. Speaker, there comes a point when words no longer mean anything if they aren't followed through with action. Every single one of our allies who signed the international agreement that gender-based violence is a serious issue, a pandemic that needs to be addressed at the same time as Canada did, has already published at least one national action plan. And in some cases, they're already working on versions 2 and 3. And we, Mr. Speaker, can't even get our first version out. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to see in the budget the government's plan to address this very serious issue. However, I was completely disappointed that only now, after years of campaigning and promising from this Prime Minister, that this government has only now decided to appoint a secretariat to develop this plan. Mr. Speaker, 160 women alone were murdered last year solely because they were women. And just last week in Quebec, they had their 11th woman murdered, a victim of femicide, since February of this year. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I've been meeting with stakeholders across this country and working with my Conservative colleagues on how we can effectively and quickly address this ever-growing crime and end violence towards women. Conservatives have put forward solutions to better monitor individuals with a history of domestic violence, to address sexual exploitation of minors, and have advocated for giving women the ability to find out if their partner, their intimate partner, has a history of violence. Canadians can't afford more empty promises and recommendations that fall on deaf ears, not when the lives of our daughters, sisters, mothers, and grandmothers are at stake. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives were very clear that we wanted to see a plan to return to normal that would secure jobs and the economy. However, the Prime Minister's budget is a massive letdown for Canadians who were looking for a plan to create jobs and boost economic growth. Conservatives had put forward a real, viable plan to help get our economy going again. Canada's recovery plan is focused on creating financial security and certainty. This plan will safely secure our future and deliver a Canada where those who have struggled the most through this pandemic can get back to work. This plan will ensure that manufacturing at home is bolstered, where wages go up, and where the dream of affording a better life for their children can be realized by all Canadians. Canada's Conservatives got Canada through the last recession, and with Canada's recovery plan, we will get Canadians through this one too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really concerned about why Conservatives are so set on trying to paint the childcare strategy that is being proposed by this government as some kind of uniform child care drop-off center where every child has the exact same experience. This is not the case of what is being proposed. We like to talk about the model that's going on in Quebec right now so much. And in Quebec, subsidies for child care are for not-for-profit, family-based, and for-profit. And this has been going on for 20 years in Quebec. And in addition to that, also private for-profit childcare does exist, where there are provincial and federal tax credits, which make them very comparable to the subsidized ones. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? I didn't even know any of this 10 minutes ago. I just Googled this while I was listening to this member's speech. Why are Conservatives so insistent on giving misinformation when it comes to what this government is proposing?
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question and comment. I do want to say that over the last year, what we have seen with this Liberal government is that they announce the programs, and the devil is in the details. I'm glad to hear that he's listening, and the Liberal government is listening. That it's important to make sure that our multiculturalism in the country and diversity stay alive. The culture and the language is protected, and parents are not required to drop off their kids at daycares and then pick them up at the end of the day, that the parental choice is the center of the focus of that program, which I have not seen yet. But I'm glad that the government is listening to our
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She spoke a lot about women and about their conditions, which obviously the pandemic has really highlighted the fact that women are often touched by precarity and affected by violence. But the pandemic also underscored seniors, many of whom are women. And now the government has just created 2 classes of seniors, the ones who are 75 and over and the ones who are 65 to 75. This is the first time in our country we've created 2 classes of seniors. What does my colleague think of the sudden creation of the federal government? The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. You're right. Women have been suffering, and the pandemic has highlighted a lot of what we had known previously, but it has highlighted the issues that existed in our community, in our society, in Canada. So it's important to focus on the issues that are important. And what I spoke about today is femicide. 11th woman murdered in Quebec. This is bothering me. It hurts me to my core. Another woman, another mother, sister, or daughter or granddaughter is being murdered at the hands of the intimate partner. So we need to focus on issues that impact women for sure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Highway 11 and Highway 17 represent the Trans-Canada Highway for across Canada. This is where all the economic goods of this nation travel. But if you talk to anyone who travel this highway, they will tell you about the rising number of truck accidents, trucks going off the road, trucks going into oncoming traffic. So my question is the lack of vision and rules that we actually have proper training, that we actually have proper standards for insurance to hold the companies to account so we keep the drivers of the trucks safe, but that we keep the people who are traveling the roads in Northern Ontario safe. And I haven't seen that in this budget.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his statement. And I guess it was more of a statement than a question. So I'm hoping the Liberal government heard that and addressed that issue.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed an honor to rise virtually to participate in the debate on the budget and to provide the perspective of many Canadians especially those of my constituents in northern Saskatchewan who feel left out, forgotten, and in some cases at complete odds with this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, it has now been 19 months since I was selected the member of Parliament for Desnethe, Mississippi Churchill River. During that time, my team and I have done what we can under the current restrictions to meet with as many constituents, local representatives, Indigenous representatives, business owners, and many others across northern Saskatchewan to keep in touch with their priorities. For example, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to reach as many constituents as possible, my office developed an online survey. We targeted it through social media to the people in my riding. The results show just how out of touch this government is with the people in northern Saskatchewan. When given a list of 10 issues and asked to choose their top 3, the most common issues identified by the people in my riding were ending and recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, jobs in the economy, and rural and gang crime. Mr. Speaker, this budget was an opportunity for the government to chart a clear path forward to introduce a growth and jobs budget that would provide hope for Canadians that the fight against COVID-19 is nearly over and that we have a path to recovery. Instead, it is a poorly crafted campaign document that plunges Canada so far into debt that my grandchildren's grandchildren will be paying for the reckless spending of this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch briefly on these top 3 issues that were raised by my constituents for the duration of my time, starting first with ending and recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you have noticed, several weeks ago, the Saskatchewan Premier, Scott Moe, released a reopening Saskatchewan plan. This plan included vaccination targets by age groups and corresponding parts of the economy and social life that would be opened once these targets were met. The response in Saskatchewan has been very positive. This has not only encouraged people to get vaccinated, but has done what I think is most important. It has given people hope. Hope that this will soon be over, hope that there will be a return to normal, hope that we can once again gather with friends and loved ones, and hope for business owners that there is a light at the end of this tunnel. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have received no such plan from this Prime Minister or his government. We've been asking for months for a plan, for targets that once achieved would lead us on a path back to life as we know it. Instead, we see Liberal minister after Liberal minister stand in front of cameras and pat themselves on the back, while at the same time attacking premiers from across the country. Speaking of premiers, Mr. Speaker, premiers across Canada came together and had one ask for this budget. It was an increase in healthcare transfers to deal with the pandemic. And with the hundreds of billions of dollars the Liberals are spending, they couldn't even provide a commitment to the provinces on this matter. That is a shame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, next my constituents rank jobs in the economy. Unemployed Canadians hoping to see a plan to create new jobs and economic opportunities for their families have been let down by this budget. Workers who have had their wages cut and their hours slashed, hoping to see a plan to reopen the economy, have been let down by this budget. And finally, families who have seen their taxes continually increased over the past 6 years under the Liberal government are struggling to save more money for their children's education or to buy a home, have been let down by this budget. The Prime Minister and the government will tell us over and over again, in fact, he did it this week, how the first thing they did was to increase taxes on the top 1% so that they could reduce taxes for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has prepared thousands of tax returns over the last 30 years, the vast majority of them for middle-class Canadians, I can assure you that this is simply not true. And I could provide you example after example of people whose personal income taxes, in fact, have increased substantially since 2015. Mr. Speaker, these are not people who are earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I'm talking people earning $50,000 to $80,000 a year in family income that have seen their taxes increase significantly. But let me move on to jobs, Mr. Speaker. There are 2 very important sectors in northern Saskatchewan that have been devastated by this government's poor handling of the pandemic, as well as their weakness at the bargaining table. These sectors are the outfitting/tourism sector and the forestry sector. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, many members in this House may be surprised to learn that not all of Saskatchewan is flat prairies where you can see rolling wheat fields for miles at a time. My riding in northern Saskatchewan is the home to many businesses and jobs that depend on the forestry, sector and the government's failure to secure a softwood lumber agreement with the United States over the past 6 years has been very difficult for them and honestly embarrassing for Canada. Canada has not had a softwood lumber agreement with the United States since the fall of 2015, and the Liberal government failed to negotiate softwood lumber into the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement recently. My very first question in this House after I was elected was on this exact issue. Nearly 2 years later, Canadians have yet to see any meaningful action on softwood lumber by this government. In fact, we are now seeing a step backwards with the United States Department of Commerce's announcement last week of increased duties on softwood lumber imports from Canada. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the Prime Minister nor his ministers understand the importance of businesses like North Sask Forest Products in my riding. This is a lumber mill. It is owned by 9 First Nations. As I've stated in this House on previous occasions, dividends paid from this entity provide integral funding for critical programs to the ownership First Nations. For this mill and many others who are not owned by First Nation entities in my riding, these duties are doubling with the announcement last week. Mr. Speaker, the stakes are too high for this government to continue to fail on this issue. Let me move on to the outfitting and tourism industries or sectors, Mr. Speaker. The government's total failure when it comes to the border with the United States has continued to leave outfitters and other tourism operators in my riding in the dark. These businesses operate during hunting and fishing seasons. They're seasonal businesses, mostly with customers who travel from the United States to enjoy beautiful northern Saskatchewan. Like I said before, the government's lack of a plan is severely hampering these businesses and the many other northern tourism operators. Mr. Speaker, many will write this off as partisan. However, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has been very clear in his analysis of the budget. Not only will a significant amount of the Liberal spending in this budget not create economic growth or jobs, the Liberals in their budget greatly overestimate their growth prediction. To use a very technical term from my days as an accountant, Mr. Speaker, it seems the Liberals may be fudging the numbers to make themselves look better. I'm sure that isn't the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the Liberal government's stimulus fund was more about spending on Liberal partisan re-election promises than creating jobs or growing the economy. With their uncontrolled spending, the Liberals made it clear they have no plan to return to a balanced budget. And once again, this is just another example where the Liberal Party is completely out of touch with Canadians. In fact, a recent poll by Nanos found that 75% of Canadians were worried about the growing deficit. I realize, Mr. Speaker, I've used most of my time on the first 2 issues, so let me quickly comment on the third priority of my constituents, those in northern Saskatchewan, and that was the rural and gang crime issue. This Liberal government has spent more time and energy going after law-abiding firearm owners like hunters and sport shooters than they have on illegal gun importing and organized crime. Tomorrow and next week, we will have more opportunity to debate the Liberals' disastrous Bill C-21 and C-22 that will decrease penalties for dangerous gun, drug, and gang-related crime while simultaneously criminalizing behavior like hunting that many Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in my riding rely on to provide for their families. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't take much to notice how this government has failed Canadians. One need look no further than the current NHL playoffs. Games south of the border with fan-filled arenas, life returning to normal. While here in Canada, while my beloved Toronto Maple Leafs are handily putting a beatdown on the Montreal Canadiens in front of empty arenas, it's time for this government to admit their failure. Introduce a plan to return to normal, one that focuses on jobs and the economy and does what it takes to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard this member, and if he is worried about anybody accusing his speech of being overly partisan, he should probably just go back and watch it. But I've heard this member and many other members talk about that this budget is nothing more than an election platform. So if that's the case, could he tell us what parts of the budget in particular are election platform items that the Conservatives don't support? Is it childcare for Canadian families? Is it perhaps the extended supports for Canadians during a pandemic? Is it supports for small businesses and medium businesses that are in this budget? Is it the supports for the provinces that are in this budget? I'd just like to hear from him which parts of this election platform, quote unquote, is he not in favor of?
The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from across the way for his intervention. Mr. Speaker, I would simply answer that question with the vast majority of my speech. It was talking about jobs and job creation. For 2 years in my riding in northern Saskatchewan, I have promoted and advocated for the creation of jobs as a solution to many of the challenges faced by the people in my riding. And Mr. Speaker, in this budget, I see a significant lack of anything in there that's going to actually create jobs in my riding in northern Saskatchewan. That's what I would change.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He talked about job creation. He talked about tourist companies. He very quickly addressed the issue of healthcare transfers. I would like to know if he agrees with the Bloc Québécois to support healthcare transfers increasing to 35% from 22%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just waiting for the delay in translation. I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for her question, and I would suggest to her that, you know what, it's not my place in my role at this time to determine the percentage and the amounts of transfers for healthcare. What I would suggest to her through you, Mr. Speaker, is that I would commit from my chair to suggest that as a government in waiting, as somebody who wants to be part of government, we would commit to having a positive relationship with all of the provinces of Canada. We would work with those provinces to find answers and solutions to these issues rather than work against them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The budget showed no line for investment in, for example, CN Rail. Greyhound, we know, is in the tanker. These are critical and vital transportation links for particularly remote communities. Many seniors, for example, use the bus and the rail. I'm wondering if my colleague is supportive of making massive investments in CN Rail, CP Rail, Via Rail, and Greyhound.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has consistently created policies and introduced provisions that divide Canadians, whether it be regionally, whether it be urban versus rural. And even today, there's much discussion about the division in categories of seniors. And as somebody who represents a very northern riding, unlike my colleague asking the question, I very much understand the need for transportation for people in my riding. And what I would suggest is if there was a lack of support for things that are important to my New Democrat colleague, why she chose to support this budget in the first place.
We have time for a short question for the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to my colleague for his speech. And not to give away any secrets, but I suspect he's of a similar vintage as me. And I remember back when our first mortgage, for example, was 13%, I believe. And so I look at this budget and I look at the interest costs that are in it, which are admittedly quite low, but we're also in a very low interest rate time. And of course, those will go up. And so I just like to have the members' comments on what the impacts of higher inflation and higher interest rates would be, and if there's significant risk here to our country with the massive amounts of debts that have been brought on by this Liberal government.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague who is of exact the same vintage as I am, I'm pretty certain. And so we have very similar memories of our journeys in Saskatchewan. But what I would suggest is I remember in the early 80s when interest rates, when my dad was buying farmland and whatever, where we were talking like 17, 18% in a lot of cases. But just to put it in a really simple perspective, as I explain it to constituents, is if we end up with a 1% or a 2% or a 3% increase in interest rates, the impact of that on the ability of government to support many of the programs that we currently do is significantly affected. For example, a 2% increase in interest rates is what we spend on national defense in a year. A 3% increase on interest rates is the amount of health transfers to the provinces every year. When you put it into terms like that, and interest rates rising 1%, 2%, 3% are not unrealistic, and they have huge impacts on our ability to support very important programs in our country.
Yeah, we're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to speak to the budget bill because I have a lot of concerns about the budget. I'm going to start with the amount of debt that this government has added, more debt that this Prime Minister has added to Canada than all the Prime Ministers together since the beginning of Confederation. So we're now at a debt of $1.3 trillion, and the government has asked to raise the ceiling of that to $1.8 trillion. And people may be saying, well, why does that matter to me? Well, the amount of debt that has been added to each Canadian is about $30,000. So think about this. That means for every person that's watching, you're going to have to pay the government $250 a month every month for the next 10 years in order to pay off just what they've spent so far. And as we continue to spend, those numbers are going to go up. Think about if you have a family. That's you, your partner, your children, everybody, $250 a month for 10 years. That's a lot of money. And so there doesn't seem to be a plan. I asked the finance minister last night, and she was unable to articulate one that would resolve this in the longer term. Nobody certainly expects for an immediate adjustment because we're trying to exit the pandemic. But, where is the plan to exit the pandemic and restore the economy? Now, if I look at some of the substance in the budget, we see that they extended many of the programs that were put into place to help people during the pandemic. And I think that's great. The Conservatives always supported that. But a lot of the programs had flaws and people were falling through the cracks. And those things were identified early on, even April and May of last year. And so I don't understand why the government has extended the program without fixing the things. I mean, there were many people that had startup businesses. This was a clear area where, folks that had unfortunately just started up prior to the pandemic or a few months in advance of the pandemic didn't have the revenue to show for the previous year. So if the government really wants to help people, why are these little holes in the programs not fixed? Same situation for a lot of the women entrepreneurs. We've heard how disproportionately affected women were in the pandemic. We've seen the maternity leave issue where women that were going to take maternity leave in the future, but then had to stay home from work because of COVID, then were unable to get their maternity leave, and they have not sorted that out in a whole year. So these are issues that the government knows about that they need to fix, and I don't understand why they weren't fixed for the budget. Now, the member from Kingston and the Islands talked about the accusations that the Liberals were vote buying and electioneering with this budget. And it's hard, not to think that's the case when you see the money for everybody in here. And certainly continue to give money away until you run out of the taxpayers' money. And we are just about there. So I think if we look at some of the promises that were in here, I want to talk about the child care because that was flagged as a huge need. We've certainly heard that at the Status of Women Committee that I chair, but it's contingent on the provinces paying the same half. And so if the provinces don't have the ability to pay that, and with the pandemic and the expenses that they're facing, that may be the case. I asked the finance minister last night, well, what is the plan if they can't afford to pay? What are you going to do? And she wasn't able to articulate a plan. And it is very concerning when the person who's supposed to be in charge of the financial plan can't say what it is. So I think, we need to make sure that there is something to actually address the child care need because women have left the workforce and many of them are not going to return because they're unable to get child care. Now, in terms of some of the other things, this was put forward as being a growth budget. And so, again, last night when we looked at the estimates, I asked the finance minister about the plans for growth in oil and gas sector and if she could point to measures that were going to achieve that. And there were really nothing in this budget for that. Same for natural resources sector. That's about 17% of our GDP. And again, there was really a blank space where there should have been some kind of a plan to grow that sector. That is a sector that could really bring in revenue that would then pay for a lot of the social programs that we're wanting. I asked the same question about agriculture and where in the budget were the plans to spur growth in the agriculture sector. And again, there was no answer. And so this is not a growth budget. The only thing growing in this budget is the debt. And that is not what we need. We really need to start to create jobs and get people back to work, the million jobs that we lost in the pandemic and those that are going to continue to be lost. We need to find help for the sectors that are struggling. I think the tourism sector is well recognized as one of those that is struggling. And so, the government picked their favorite Air Canada and did something there, but nothing for WestJet, nothing for Air Transat, nothing for the other carriers. And at the same time, the $1 billion for, fairs and festivals is woefully inadequate for one of the hardest hit sectors that employs many people in the country. And so the plan needs to be realistic, and we need to appreciate that that could be a 2-year recovery for those people in the sector. At the same time, high-speed internet is known to be a need across the country. In fact, it's essential to do business anymore. And there's $1 billion in this budget for high-speed internet. But I would point out that in the last few years, there's been $1.5 billion spent, and it's a drop in the bucket compared to what's needed. And this is something that the government is saying they want to accelerate. So again, in terms of the priorities of the spending, there are some things I think that we need to stop spending on, and other things that we need to divert and accelerate, like high-speed internet. I was happy to see long-term care being addressed. Certainly that's important. But again, in the area of seniors, the increases to OAS that we've long been calling for are appreciated for those that are over 75. We've seen in this pandemic that the government did 2 carbon tax increases, and the cost of everything, food, groceries, etc., is all going up. And so seniors are on a fixed income in many cases and are very hard pressed. So, while the government is busy spending, why only the 75 plus? What about the people between 65 and 75? I should point out to the Liberals that those people do vote, so that could be a consideration for them. Now, the other thing that I see in here is a top-up for low-wage earners. That looks like a basic guaranteed income to me. That just wasn't called a basic guaranteed income. And then, of course, in the long omnibus budget bill, the omnibus budget bill that the government always promised they would never do, they decided to sneak in something about the Election Act that has nothing whatsoever to do with the budget. What happened was, in the last Parliament, Bill C-76 to change the Election Act tried to introduce measures to make it an offense to say false things about a candidate or a public figure. But the court struck that down as being a violation of people's freedom of speech. And so instead of challenging the court's decision or respecting the court's decision, the government has decided to take the sneaky approach and stick it in a 720-page budget bill and put the provision in there that this would take effect on any election that occurs within 6 months of the coming into force of this budget. Well, that certainly does sound then that the Liberals are intending to have an election in the next 6 months, doesn't it? And so I think that, this is just another evidence that the Liberals are desperate to have an election and that they don't keep their promises because it is an omnibus budget bill. And so at the end of the day, when we look at the measures in the budget, what did we get for it? I have just a few questions that remain. First of all, I don't see the plan to exit the pandemic. We thought maybe the vaccines would be it. And even though it's been badly bungled, now we're saying, well, you know what, even if you get the vaccine, you might still be able to transmit and you might still be able to get it. So you're not going to get your freedoms back there. And so, I really don't have a lot of confidence that the government is going to give back Canadians' freedoms. And if they do, to restore the economy. Because there's no growth plan in this budget and there is not adequate sector supports defined, there may be nothing left to reopen to if the government doesn't address it. They've got to come with a plan to address the unsustainable debt. We cannot continue to operate in this way. And then finally, I would say that the government needs to stop the war on freedom of speech of Canadians in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that this member referenced back to my question that I had previously had. And I found it fascinating that in response to that, in her follow-up response to what my question had been about what this budget had promised, she said, it seems as though there's money for everybody in here. She says that as though it's a bad thing to create a budget that strives to take care of all Canadians and make sure that everybody is reflected in it. So why don't I rephrase the previous question to her in a much simpler way. I'll just say, who would she like to see not being taken care of in this budget?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly the member opposite would know that the Conservatives have supported to assist people to get through the pandemic. But because the government has failed to close the borders adequately from the beginning, when they still allowed planes in from China, Iran, Iraq, and then learned nothing from that, I was the shadow health minister. I read the pandemic plan. Border control is number one. Then the next thing you know, the variants came, but they still allowed people in from the UK and South Africa. And so then the next wave came along with India and Pakistan. And again, the borders were not closed and the bungling of the vaccines. And so with all of these things, that is what's dragging out this pandemic recovery that's needed. People don't want a government handout. What they want is their jobs back and to get back to work. And that's what the government should be focused on.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Repentigny.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you to my colleague for her speech. Like many others, she's concerned about getting back to balance. However, there are some people in our society who don't pay their fair share. These are companies and individuals who send their money to tax havens. In Bill C-30, there's some anti-avoidance measures. The government presents them as a real significant effort to fight tax evasion, but these are very limited and minor changes. What does the member think of the fight against tax havens? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for a good question. It's important for everyone to pay their fair share. I think that the Liberals don't have a good plan to get the funds from people who have a lot of money.
Measures they've taken when they tried to raise taxes on the 1%, they actually got less tax revenue overall. And so that didn't work out. They've done nothing that I can see to follow up on the Paradise Papers and the Panama Papers and all the different lists of people that are definitely sheltering things offshore. So clearly our rules exist, but are not even being enforced. And we're probably needing more stringent rules to prevent other people from hiding their money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. I was delighted to hear her speak about the importance of childcare. I know she's worked very hard on supports for families and for women in particular, plays an important role in that committee. but she did talk about the idea that a universal childcare program is something that we need to make sure that the provinces are on side with. Well, she will know that Premier Kenney in my province has already said he's not on side with it, despite the Royal Bank, despite chambers of commerce, despite all kinds of advocates saying that childcare is in fact probably the best way to get our economy back up and running. So in Alberta, for example, we haven't even spent the money in our budget for childcare. So I'm just wondering what she would think would be the solution to provinces that are not willing to put in childcare for their populations, knowing that it's so important. And I know she knows it's so important.
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a great question that is from my colleague. And so absolutely, it's a big fail for the Liberal government to announce that they're going to have this big childcare thing without even checking with the provinces first when they've made it contingent on the provinces participating. Clearly, this is just an empty promise then. But what we ought to do is make sure that the federal government can do something that doesn't require the provinces necessarily to intervene. I mean, there are a number of different ways that you can make childcare more affordable. A lot of people that are paying for childcare, if they could get all that money back, then not only have you made childcare more affordable for them, but you've also got all the people that are working in the childcare that are paying taxes and all of the the businesses that are associated. And so there is a revenue stream there. And I would argue that getting more women into the workforce and getting them all working is going to generate the revenue to offset having quality childcare and having a variety of solutions that will work.
We're going to just take one short question. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this member has been working tirelessly on Line 5 and the jobs in Sarnia. Did she see anything in this budget that would actually be there for people of Sarnia and those jobs if it was to close?
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, that is a great question, and I thank my colleague who works so hard on the Canada-US Committee. And what I would say is there is nothing in this budget. In fact, not only is there nothing for oil and gas and for natural resources, there's no contingency in this budget in case Line 5 does shut down. That'll certainly drive the cost of everything up, including fuel that the government uses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to rise in this House on behalf of my constituents of Edmonton Millwoods. In the lead up to this budget, which was the longest lead up ever, because as we went over 2 years without a budget, there were dozens of news stories and trial balloons talking about how innovative this budget was going to be. We heard time and time again about how this budget would be a stepping stone for this Liberal government to build back better, whatever that means. Instead, at 739 pages and nearly 250,000 words, the longest budget in the history of our great country, is also the greatest disappointment. There is no plan to deal with inflation. There is no plan to make the dream of home ownership more attainable for Canadians. There's no plan to create new jobs and economic opportunities for families and young people across this country. Instead, we are left with a budget that says so much, proposes so little, and leaves Canadian jobs, productivities, and economic growth behind. Let me start, Mr. Speaker, by looking at the full picture. In my riding of Edmonton Millwoods, and right across Canada, there are countless families and businesses on the brink of losing everything. The jobs numbers that have come out earlier this month reveal that another 207,000 people across Canada had to come home and tell their families, their loved ones, one of the most difficult things to hear, that I have lost my job. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, Alberta's economic problems didn't just start because of this pandemic. The Liberals' bill, C-69, which many people call the No More Pipelines bill, C-48, the tanker ban, and general disregard for the energy sector has driven away billions of dollars of investment, and with it, thousands of Canadian jobs. This government has failed to produce a plan for one of Canada's largest economic sectors, the energy sector. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some things in this budget that we and our Conservative team are in favor of. For so many Canadians who continue to struggle throughout this pandemic, the budget does have the extension of emergency programs that our Conservative team supports. Measures like the wage subsidy and rent subsidy and other recovery benefits. But there are still issues that remain with some of these programs. My office has heard from so many Canadians, repeatedly from small businesses that opened just before the pandemic or during the pandemic, who have been left behind by these wage subsidy and rent subsidy programs. When asked about it, the Liberals continue to repeat what everybody already knows, that small businesses are the backbone of this community, and yet they continue to do nothing to rectify this issue, leaving many small businesses and Canadians employed by them behind. One thing that I know that would bring jobs to Alberta and to Canadians from coast to coast is pipelines. Our natural resource sector accounts for nearly 2 million jobs and nearly 1/5 of Canada's GDP. There are mentions of pipelines in this bill, Mr. Speaker. They talk about a vaccine pipeline, a talent pipeline, an innovation pipeline, and PPE pipelines, but no mention of a pipeline to carry our natural resources. Once again, this Liberal government continues to ignore our energy sector, which will be instrumental in our economic recovery coming out of this pandemic. Instead, we continue to import oil from the likes of Saudi Arabia and Venezuela, where there are much lower environmental standards and a horrific human rights records. Talk about failure, Mr. Speaker. But perhaps the biggest failure, and the focus of my speech today, is the government's failure to take inflation seriously. Canada's inflation rate in April was 0.6%, or roughly 7% on an annualized basis. For the average family in my riding of Edmonton Millwoods, that means the inflation tax is going to take nearly $6,500 out of their pocket this year. This has been seen right across the board, Mr. Speaker, as Canadian consumer prices are climbing at the fastest pace in a decade. The average family will pay nearly $700 more in groceries this year because of inflation. Everything from meat and vegetables to cereals and bread has increased by about 5%. Gas prices are continuing to increase dramatically. As Bloomberg reported last week, they've increased more than 60% on the year. Perhaps the most explicit case that I can make here is on lumber prices, which have increased by 300% over the last year. As Kevin Lee, the CEO of the Canadian Home Builders Association, points out, this drastic rise in lumber costs will add tens of thousands of dollars to the average price of a home. This leads to another area of failure in this budget, a lack of any semblance of a plan to address overwhelming housing affordability issues in Canada, which has pushed the dream of home ownership further out of reach for far too many Canadians. Prices across Canada are skyrocketing, with young families who are saving for their first home at the beginning of this pandemic even further behind than when they started. This has led to feelings of hopelessness. A poll from the Royal Bank of Canada released this month revealed that 36% of non-homeowners under the age of 40 have given up on ever buying a home. And 62% of respondents say they expect the majority of people will be priced out of the market over the next decade. What is this government doing to address this concern about people being left out of the market? The hallmark of this budget's effort on housing affordability is a 1% tax on foreign owners of vacant housing, which will simply be seen as a very minor inconvenience for wealthy foreign investors who have seen their investment appreciate by over 42% this past year. This won't solve the problem at all, Mr. Speaker. Instead, this government should be focused on the root of the problem, the shortage of supply right across Canada. As a recent Scotiabank report points out, Canada has the lowest number of housing units per capita of any G7 country. If Canada set the modest goal of simply catching up to the United States, Canadian builders would have to complete an extra 100,000 homes. To catch up to the UK, it would require an extra 250,000 homes. To put these gaps in perspective, we have an average of 188,000 home completions in the last 10 years. I believe that this serves as the perfect microcosm of this government's philosophy. When they identify a problem, they don't address the root cause, but rather take a small, reactive step, create new government agency or program for it, and dump millions, if not billions, into it. The budget introduces another $101 million in new spending, pushing $101 billion in new spending, pushing our debt to GDP ratio to over 50% over the next few years. What are we getting out of this increased spending and debt? The budget predicts that the growth rate will slow steadily starting in 2022, all the way down to 1.7% growth in 2025. As Robert Estlund, the former Policy and Budget Director to Bill Morneau and Policy Advisor to the Prime Minister, stated in his budget, it is hard to find a coherent plan. Something close to $1 trillion and not moving the needle. Growth will be the worst possible legacy for this budget. While the budget is entitled A Recovery Plan for Growth, Jobs, Growth and Resilience, there seems to be much concern about whether or not they will actually deliver on jobs or growth. The budget has no investments to address the structural problems that have plagued productivity and our ability to compete on this stage. There's no plan to address the unprecedented level of investment that is fleeing Canada. There's no plan for regulatory and tax reform to help us win on the global stage. There's no comprehensive innovation strategy to ensure Canadian tech startups to keep their job creating investments here at home. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not meant for the growth of the economy. I believe Canadians are looking for hope and things will soon get better, that they will still have a bright future to look forward to. They want their jobs and small businesses back. They want their lives and communities back. They want hope of being able to afford a house. Simply put, they want to return to normal and live the Canadian dream. But this budget fails to deliver. There is no growth plan. It is not meant for the people of Edmonton Mill Woods, this budget, or for Alberta, or for our future generations. It's a failure, and that is why we will not be supporting it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Repentigny.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask a question about the environment and natural resources. He talked about oil and gas, but there are other natural resources like solar, wind, geothermal energy. Turning forestry resources into sources of energy represents thousands of jobs. There are over 15,000 premature deaths per year in Canada, which represents 6% of our GDP. When we talk about money, let's talk about the overall picture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question regarding, support for our energy sector and the different types of energy sectors that there is across Canada. But the fact is that we don't have to shut down support or shut down an industry to support another. We can continue to support many the different aspects of our Canadian energy sector. In the oil and gas sector, this sector itself has improved their global footprint, greenhouse growth footprint, significantly. That now that they are running at a much better environmental processes, the new technology of carbon capture and storage. This is something that we believe as Conservatives that we could have invested in to help and improve and create jobs in a much better environmental way. But unfortunately, this Liberal budget did not deliver on that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I find it interesting that Conservative members continue to want to say there is no plan. If you read the document, you will find that there are many different measures within the document that is there to continue to support Canadians going through the pandemic and beyond. As the Prime Minister often references, learning from things that have occurred during the pandemic in order for us to be able to build back better. And there are ample examples of it. And let me cite one specific one. For the prairies, we're talking now about a prairie diversification fund, which will be far greater than the Western Diversification Fund that Stephen Harper had years ago. Does the member not agree that having a prairie investment fund and advocacy for the three prairie provinces is a positive step forward?
Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
The problem is, Mr. Speaker, even just yesterday when our shadow minister had asked the government about their plan, about how many jobs would this create? When will this budget be balanced? This government has no answers to any of those questions. The unfortunate thing is that they can call it a plan, but really they don't have the answers to very basic questions. What we need is a plan to create jobs, and especially in Alberta, the Liberals' policies, C-6948, and their overall disregard for the energy sector has hurt investment, and investment has left. Thousands of jobs has left. We need a plan to bring those jobs back. We need to bring investor confidence back, and this budget does none of that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, the Conservatives, of course, don't talk that the reason that all the hedge fund operators around the world have pulled out of Alberta is because Jason Kenney is refusing to get serious about the environmental plan. But on the other hand, we have the Liberals who promised us 2 billion trees. We're still waiting on them. And they got this great renovation plan. I love it. It's the best plan since 1992. $5,000. 30 years ago, that was the plan. You've got $5,000, you could fix your house and make it energy efficient. What is $5,000 going to get you today? You couldn't build a deck for $5,000. So I didn't know Justin Trudeau was that old, that he lived in the pre-economy of the monies of 1992. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, how much does he think a $5,000 investment is going to actually save the planet?
Just a reminder to the Honourable Member about the use of other Honourable Members given or family names. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is part of the problem with this government, where they make a lot of announcements. They talk about how much billions of dollars they've spent. They've actually thrown a lot of money around. But the problem is actual results. How many jobs have been created? How much has this helped the environment? They just don't have the answers because they haven't actually done the studies or don't have proper follow-through on these answers. If you think about it, Mr. Speaker, any organization that has increased their spending, and this government has considerably increased their spending, you would figure that auditing would increase as well, because you want to know, to make sure that the spending that you've done actually has ticked the boxes to make sure that you're getting the results. But with this government, audits of their spending has actually gone down. So there's less transparency, less results. That's what we need. We need more results, less big announcements from this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today. Before I begin my speech, I'd just like to thank everybody in the riding that lives in Huron and Bruce County for their tremendous work the last year and a half in really combating COVID. The rates in Huron County and Bruce County are some of the lowest in Ontario and maybe some of the lowest in Canada. And it's everybody, it's not just one person, it's everybody's efforts that has made the difference. So thank you, and we're all proud of everyone's efforts. So that is certainly likely the best news of this speech. When I look at this speech, I think of it in many ways, this budget, and I think maybe you could call this budget the lack of vaccine budget. This is a lack of vaccine budget. And here we are, just a few days ago, we had our May long weekend. We're near the end of May. We're in Ottawa today. Spark Street should be full. The market should be full. The patios should be out. The restaurants should be busy. There should be kids here on class trips coming to tour. The hotels should be full, everything. And why isn't it? By and large, the reason, and this is just a microcosm of the entire Canadian economy in the service industry. Why? because we didn't have vaccines quick enough and we didn't have enough. And that is the reality of why we have spent so much more than we ever would have thought that we ever would have needed to spend. And we have, in the process, this government and their lack of action has decimated tens of thousands of people's equity in their business, their savings, and their equity in their home. That's the truth. That's the truth. There isn't any bank manager in the country that will argue that fact. Now, maybe if you sell four-wheelers, that's your business. Maybe if you do other things, maybe you've had the best year of all time. But certainly if you're in the service sector, this has been a humbling experience, to say the least. Where are we at? The Bank of Canada, unprecedented, has purchased over $250 billion worth of bonds. Who would have ever thought that we would be doing this? Who would have ever thought? A high of $6 billion a week, currently around $3 or $4 billion a week, clearly unsustainable. We cannot sustain this at all. Inflation. We all know there's inflation. You can go up and down the streets in our communities and see the homes for sale, 100, 200, 300,000 over list. I talked to a builder the other day, a 2x4 that's 16 feet long. I think he told me it was $28. It was $7.50 last May. So to the member of Timmins, the $5,000 to spruce up your home, it's not going far. It's not going far. And the printing of money, the Bank of Canada buying, is creating inflation. And I saw the other day there was some commentary about, well, compared to the US dollar, it's looking pretty good. Well, they're printing probably more than we are right now. I think last week I saw the Fed bought $92 billion in the United States. So yes, the Canadian dollar is doing well against the American dollar, but if you look at it as a Canadian dollar and what you can buy less. So what the government has tried to do, they've tried to help. I believe they've tried to help people, just maybe in the wrong ways. So what this inflation has cost, the very people they were trying to help the most, the ones they're trying to help the most, the ones that are in the service industry, the ones that are earning an hourly wage, maybe they don't have benefits. In Ontario, the province I'm from, $14, $15 an hour. In the last year and a half, they've made that $15 an hour quite likely under 10. And certainly if you had any hopes of buying a home or a condo, you've almost added about 40 or 50% to what you ever thought you'd reasonably have to pay. So from a country that at 75% ownership, and you look at Europe and it's the 180, it's about 25%, in short order, we've almost taken the opportunity for the middle class to ever own a home. And that is a shame. For the ultra wealthy, for the people that have multiple homes and investments and all sorts of different apparatuses to accumulate wealth, this has been the absolute best times of all times. And you think about the last 2 or 3 years, this should have been the opportunity to help everybody, to raise up everybody. And in fact, what the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister and the party has done, they've diminished the middle class and they've diminished the poor working class. And I can tell you that's an absolute fact. And when you have people now in bidding wars for rent, not to buy a home, to rent, it's not sustainable. And it probably will go down as one of the darkest moments of this government. Now, I live in a rural community, and it's a hard-working, resilient rural community. But I have been mystified for 5 years, 6 years with this government, how they continually get it wrong in rural Canada. Rural infrastructure, it is a pittance compared to what urban centers receive. And in large part, the rural areas, yes, we don't carry the burden of so many people, but we also have the biggest burden of protecting our most precious resources. And in my area, Lake Huron, fresh water. rural infrastructure, water, sewer, culverts, bridges, you name it. There's not enough money. And you don't have to think I'm biased. You can talk to any mayor, any CAO in Huron or Bruce County, and they'll tell you it's not enough. And it's a bidding war to even get it. And by the way it works is backwards. You have to pitch it to the federal government, and then they pick over the bones, and then they tell you it's approved, and they don't even tell you the MPP or the MP for the area. It should be the other way around. It should be the federal government allocates money to the province. The provinces picks the priorities based on what the mayors and the wardens tell them, and they approve the projects. And these are just common sense things. We've been doing this now for 6 years. It doesn't work. Low-income housing, social housing, forget it. You can talk to any community in my riding, Saugeen Shores, South Huron, Goderich. They apply, never approved, never approved. Don't take my word for it because the mayor's called me to complain. Strategic infrastructure. So maybe we're going beyond now my riding and we're just looking at other areas about what a rural area produces. In our area, soybeans, corn, red meat, all those sorts of different things. And we're constantly under the pressure of not enough capacity at the ports and other areas. Broadband, broadband, broadband. The SWIFT project was working. The minister changed it, and what a mess. We had consistent funding for rural projects. They were starting to work. Now it's changed, and what a mess. And labor shortage. We have a chronic labor shortage throughout Ontario, certainly exacerbated in my riding. We need workers. We need to motivate people to get to work. We need to speed up the process to bring in new Canadians to work in our sectors. Just say, for example, meat processing, you name it, we need it. Our trade deals, the trade minister, God bless her, but she's made a mess of trade, in my opinion. The U.S. is running roughshod over us. Everybody thought when Trump was gone, Biden would be Canada's best friend with the Prime Minister there. And boy, oh boy, do we not need friends like Joe Biden, the way he's treated us. Buy America, softwood tariffs. And then in the UK, the United Kingdom, how is it that Canada has a beef trade deficit with the United Kingdom? Good Lord. Like, if you don't think we're getting treated poorly, we're getting treated poorly. We have a pork and beef deficit with the European Union. That's not fair trade. That's not a fair partner. And I haven't had enough time, but I'd love to talk about our border and what a mess they've created at our borders. Port Huron is about an hour and a half from my hometown, and I can tell you there are a lot of business people are awfully disappointed with how they've been treated at the border in an arbitrary way. And it's not the officials, it's not the hardworking men and women that work there. It's the mixed messages they receive from the health minister and from the public safety minister. It's not a good situation. If they can't fix it, we'll do it. We'll do the heavy lifting. I'm telling you, we're prepared to do it. Line 5, to let it go to this state, where in Huron-Bruce and many other ridings, we need that. We need it to dry our crops and to heat our homes. And it's willy-nilly with this government. I know they send out the resource minister and he has some things to say, but behind the scenes, there's no way the message is getting drilled home to the United States about how you want to shut us down, you're going to shut us down. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where to begin. There's so many different items listed there that are just factually incorrect. So I guess I'll just go to the one that perhaps I know the best from my time as a municipal politician in Ontario and from working at the federal level. His description of how money is allocated for infrastructure is just wrong. It doesn't work like that at all. The feds set up different funds of money that can be applied for but the projects have to be prioritized by the province. The province has to sign off on it first. I know that with infrastructure projects in my own riding alone. First, the provinces sign off for it. The provinces give their blessing, and then the federal government will review the project to make sure it meets the criteria. That's just how it works.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, just the definition right there just shows he doesn't know. Because if he walked down the aisle and talked to the infrastructure minister, the provinces have to go on their hands and knees to her. And then she maybe or maybe doesn't approve it based on their priority. How could you go through that many steps and then have her say it doesn't meet the criteria? I mean, it's taken months at that point. If it doesn't meet the criteria, you shouldn't be allowed to apply for it. If you want to, as a former mayor, come on down to Huron-Bruce if you want, and I'll let you talk to all the mayors. All the mayors. We'll bring them all. Come on down and bring your Miller genuine draft, and we'll come down and have a chat with all the mayors, and they'll tell you you're wrong.
I just remind the honourable member to direct his speech to the chair. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for alerting us to inflation and the risks there too. And I wonder if he has any comments about interest rates rising to combat inflation, what that will do to debt servicing costs for the federal government.
Well, it's going to be
for Huron-Bruce.
It's going to be out of this world, and it'll be more than anything else they spend the money on. But you want to know what else costs a lot of money? Raising a family these days. And the proposal they have for daycare, it's ridiculous. If you are pregnant today, you will never receive the big $10 a day daycare. Your kids will be in SK. If you have a kid today, if you have a 1-year-old child today, this big promise of $10 a day daycare, your kid's going to be in grade 1. Big deal. If you really wanted to do something, help the poor families today. I talked to my neighbor, $2,000 a month for daycare and $2,300 a month for rent. How are you getting ahead on that? And they want to help somebody, help him out. Help him and his wife out and put it to 10. Give him a chance.
Comments? Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for such an excellent speech. I really don't know where to start. He's really pointed out the incompetence of the Liberal government, and there's so much to talk about here. But I'd like him to focus on one thing he brought up about the quantitative easing, the printing of the money. And I wonder if he could comment on the government, the Liberal inflation tax, which we're all starting to see. I'm getting complaints about groceries, the cost of living. It's happening a lot quicker than any of us would have thought. Could he please talk about the secret inflation tax that the Liberals are putting in that Canadians are unaware of?
Well, I remember for Huron-Bruce. Before my speech, I had a cup of coffee, so I am pumped up now. But inflation. You want to talk about something? How about OAS to seniors? 75. How about 65? Who's been hit the hardest? Seniors on a fixed income. And they're offering $500 if you're over 75. My parents, they're 73 and 75. They laugh. How could my mom not get it and my dad does? I've had more calls on this 75 business than anything. And inflation, seniors are hit on gas, groceries, rent, heating. They're getting hit literally every which way. Only the guys across the aisle would be oblivious to this. They would only be the only ones. If you talk to any real Canadians out there, they'll tell you they are getting hit hard.
Yep, I agree with that.
The honourable member for Peace of the Islands.
The member can tell us what a real Canadian is.
I think we're in the debate category there. We're trying to extend questions and comments, I think, is what we're really doing. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? Yes?
Oui. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, proposed that Bill C-30 enact to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19, 2021, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Et comme d'habitude,
And as usual, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would ask them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Député de Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask recorded division, please.
Alors, conformément à...
Therefore, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until later today at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. And now we will go to statements by members.
To statements by members, and we'll start with the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, for many, changing the way we treat our climate and animals are tasks so daunting that they don't know where to stop. Not so for 10-year-old Cody Kelso, who, inspired by Terry Fox before him, walked 115 kilometers from Gibsons to Powell River with his mother Megan to raise money to make change. After 4 days of walking in the rain and through blisters, ups and downs, Cody and Megan reached the finish line an entire day early. Cody succeeded in raising a total of $33,500 for the BC Society for the protection of cruelty to animals to enable them to install solar panels needed for their local branch to reach net zero emissions, as well as to bring BC Sustainable Energies Association's Cool It Climate Leadership Training Program to the Sunshine Coast. Cody's journey not only made a meaningful difference in his community, it also inspires others that they can accomplish anything they set their mind to. While the walk was certainly challenging, Cody and his mom have a motto that kept them going on their journey that we can all use to keep ourselves motivated to make a difference in our communities. Believe, do, achieve.
Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, our nation has a legacy of being the prime destination for immigrants and refugees. It's because we enjoy many liberties and freedoms here that many don't have the luxury of around the world. Things like freedom of expression, religion, choice, and free enterprise make us a beacon of hope and prosperity for many. However, that is under attack with this Liberal government's Bill C-10. The government flaunts supporting diversity in media and representation, but this bill could affect many ethnic and marginalized media outlets that have small budgets. This bill muzzles freedom of speech and expression. This is similar to what dictatorships do to its citizens. The Heritage Minister's agenda to silence ethnic and marginalized groups is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today for freedom, for diversity in media, and against Bill C-10. Thank you.
Mr. Yapper.
The honourable member for Alfred Pelin. The member has provided a translation. The interpreter will now read this translation. Mr. Speaker, during World War II, over 600 Italian Canadians were interned and thousands of others were declared subjects of an enemy country for the simple reason that they were of Italian origin. The whole Italian community at the time experienced this injustice and had to endure suffering, hardship, and discrimination. As the son of Italian immigrants, I am deeply moved to witness today the official apology presented to the Italian community by the Government of Canada. With the redress of this injustice, a whole healing process begins for this painful part of our history. As a Canadian, I am proud to be part of this federal government who finally recognizes this injustice conflictual with our Canadian values. It is our duty as legislators and citizens to ensure that such injustice does not happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1921, the Irish people celebrated the end of the War of Independence. That same year, major names in Quebec like Maurice Richard and Jeannie Souto were born closer to us. A proud Montarvillois, perhaps less well known, but with us just as an exceptional life, was also born in 1921. His name is Guy Paquette, and he celebrated his 100th birthday on May 20th. I had the immense privilege of meeting this very lovely man. He's full of vitality, and I was able to talk to him about all the things that he saw over the course of his life, the development of aviation, cinema, television, space discovery, among other things. I envy his family and friends who are able to see him on a daily basis and who have the opportunity to hear the many stories he has to tell. He is a real treasure for everything that he's experienced. And it's quite remarkable that he has all this history. Once again, you have helped make Quebec what it is today, Mr. Paquette. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, this is Tourism Week in rural Canada. Fairs and exhibitions play an essential role in attracting tourists in Glengarry. Prescott Russell, I'm thinking of the fairs in Vankleek Hill, Maxville, Riceville, Russell, and
important role in promoting and supporting our local fairs across Canada. More than 17,000 events are hosted by fairs and contribute to more than $2.9 billion to Canada's economy. Bien que cette année risque.
Although this year will no doubt be different for some fairs, I want to thank the volunteers who are reinventing the organization of the fairs so that we can take part in these fairs safely. As a child, I almost never missed the Vankleek Hill Fair. If you didn't eat a pogo and a donut, you're missing something. And you can follow it up with a turn on a teacup. Our fairs and exhibits contribute to tourism in our regions. Let's take part safely. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know full well that the Prime Minister's political agenda is to call an election as soon as possible. That is why the Conservatives are now offering to Canadians a recovery plan for Canada. We need healthcare transfers. We need to put our country first and pass stronger laws on accountability and transparency. We want to protect jobs and give our entrepreneurs the means to rebuild their companies. A number of sectors have been hard hit. We need our entrepreneurs because they are the ones that build our wealth. This wealth, it needs to be protected, and we need to reduce our dependency on foreign countries such as China to deal with future threats. It is essential for Canadians to have confidence in their government, Mr. Speaker. That is why I am proud of our Canada Recovery Plan that we will put in place through the next Conservative government.
Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pay my respects on passing of former president of the BC Muslim Association, Brother Hashmat Ali. He worked since 1960s, was pioneering as he was instrumental in establishing the first BC Muslim school, the construction of masjids across the province, and served in all facets in the operation, governance, and development of the BC Muslim Association. Brother Hashmat Ali will always be remembered for his leadership and selfless service. Mr. Speaker, I also want to send my condolences to the friends and family of Jitinder Singh Randhawa. Jitinder was a passionate advocate for traditional Punjabi arts. Through his love of Bhangra, he spread joy to everyone he met. He was a pillar of our community that inspired countless youth to help keep Punjabi culture and heritage alive.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, nooses were found on an Elliston construction site at Michael Garron Hospital. Community members came together to show their support for Black construction workers and the need to take action against anti-Black racism on construction sites. Out of this community response, a group was formed, Community Solidarity Against Racism in Construction, CSARC. They are taking on the larger issue of racism on construction sites across our country because the nooses in our community were not an isolated event. They started a petition calling for the creation of a national task force on racial violence and to require recipients of any federal construction contract to conduct anti-racism training and to have an anti-racism strategy. Their activism is having an impact. Our most recent Ontario Transit funding announcement included a condition requiring that contractors have in place an anti-racism strategy. Thank you, CSARC.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Global Week of Prayer for China, initiated by Cardinal Bo and marked by Catholics and other Christians throughout the world who wish to see the advance of justice, human rights, and in particular religious freedom in China. And this week falls within Asian Heritage Month, when we here in Canada celebrate the immense contributions of Canadians of Asian ancestry. During this week and this month, we must stand with Chinese Canadians and people all over the world of Chinese origin in opposing all forms of racism and opposing all actions by governments which deny fundamental human rights. We must recognize in this context the racist policies of the Xi Jinping regime, attacking ethnic minorities at home and threatening Chinese diaspora communities abroad. People of Chinese ancestry, like all people, are individuals with their own beliefs, preferences, and hopes. They are not extensions of a state, as the Chinese government claims. Essentializing any group of people in this way, ascribing attributes, connections, opinions, or obligations which deny their individuality is a form of racism. And therefore, to be truly anti-racist, one must, by necessity, be highly critical of the Chinese government, while also always standing with its victims.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, in July 1993, the creation of a new French language college in Northern Ontario was announced, and 2 years later, Boreal College opened its door, the youngest of 24 colleges in Ontario. It is a formidable force that anchors the French-speaking communities wherever it is present. This college prepares students for the labor market that eagerly awaits them every year. For the 19th time in 20 years, Boreal had the highest graduation rate in Ontario. At the same time, it had a 100% employer satisfaction rate, which is also the highest rate in the province. Its motto is nurturing knowledge, invigorating culture. It's the cornerstone of everything it does. Not only does it provide exceptional post-secondary programs, but it has excellently expanded to offer settlement services, applied research, and customized training. We are celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. My choice is Boreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, Greater Vancouver, Toronto, and Hamilton have the dubious honor of being some of the least affordable housing markets in North America. It's cheaper to buy a house in Los Angeles or New York City. Yet the Liberals continue to fail to take real action and address the overwhelming housing affordability crisis in Canada. The Finance Minister admits Canada's lack of housing supply is a serious problem, right after releasing a budget that does nothing to address it. Their recent increase to the mortgage stress test proves they're choosing to push the dream of home ownership further out of reach of regular Canadians. Their national housing strategy is behind schedule. Last night, the finance minister couldn't even tell me how many units it has built. Their first-time homebuyer program is a complete failure, reaching less than 10% of the people promised. Canadians can't afford more inaction. Only Canada's Conservatives are focused on securing Canada's housing future.
Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister suggested that asking questions about the threats from China's government, its anti-Asian racism. I'm an Asian Canadian, and I'm deeply offended by this. How dare the wearer of blackface, brownface use the painful experience of racism to shield his government's callous dereliction to protect Canada from hostile foreign regimes. Pointing that out, it's not racism. Suggesting otherwise plays into the propaganda effort of our opponents, something of great concern in my home of Richmond. To see our national leadership downplay these concerns, it's simply shameful. Many critics of CCPs are Asian descent themselves, either born as an equal partner in Canada or having joined the equal partnership as an immigrant. Expressing dissent is not hatred. Iranians disapprove of the Ayatollah, Russians of the state kleptocracy, Hong Kongers of the Tsar government. Even today, I'm expressing the disapproval of my government. This is not out of hate for, but rather my deep love of Canada.
The member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. As I speak, thousands of people who want to live in Canada are experiencing distress because of unacceptable delays by the Department of Immigration. There are 3 constituents in my riding who want their stories to be shared so they are no longer invisible for the Liberal government. Othniel Bernardin, Haitian refugee who cannot wait the 39 months to be reunited with his children who are alone in Haiti. Bryce Bienpendu has been waiting since 2017 to be reunited with his family. 4 years. He lives in a precarious economic situation and must pay $5,000 again for health examinations because the first ones he did expired. Céline Magontier has been working in Quebec for 13 years. She is fully integrated into our society. She might have to go back to France because she doesn't have a letter of acknowledgement of receipt. These are concrete examples. We need a committed minister who is brave enough to put the concrete plan into operation.
Monsieur le Président, au nom du Bloc québécois, permettez-moi d'offrir mes condoléances.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to offer my condolences on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to the family and loved ones of Mr. John Gumry, who died last week at the age of 88. He came from Montreal. He lived in Havelock in my riding for a number of years. He was characterized by simplicity, his humanity, and sincerity, and history will above all remember him for his chairing the Commission of Inquiry on the sponsorships. This commission had exposed the turpitude of the Liberal Party, which misappropriated public funds for friends of the party on the condition that they contribute to the cause and that they undermine Quebec's sovereignty. Since I had the opportunity to meet him on a number of occasions, I will remember him beyond his aversion for corruption and but above all, for whom he was as a person. He was fundamentally honest. He had a long career as a judge dedicated to noble causes. That made him a symbol of a committed citizen who wanted to live in a society that honored the principles of justice. Rest in peace, Mr. Gumry.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Yesterday, Conservatives asked the Prime Minister about the infiltration of scientists from the Chinese Communist regime's military in high-security Canadian labs. This breach in security is serious and deserves a serious response. But to my shock, the Prime Minister conflated our legitimate concerns about national security with racism against Asian Canadians. He spun an inflammatory narrative that implies Conservatives are stoking intolerance. By using this false narrative, he has cheapened and undermined the ongoing efforts to combat the rise of anti-Asian racism. Mr. Speaker, all members should call out racism wherever it exists, but no member, especially the Prime Minister, should ever use this kind of hatred as a tool to distract from his own incompetence. As an Asian Canadian MP who has combated racism my whole life, I am appalled by the Prime Minister's audacity to belittle the seriousness and sensitivity of anti-Asian racism. I call on the Prime Minister to make a public apology and retract these unacceptable statements.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I have had the honour of being a member of Parliament in this House for over 20 years, even though it seems like yesterday. But today is a very special day and something that I have worked towards for some time. To hear an official apology given by the Prime Minister of Canada in the House of Commons is a historical event. A black mark on the government has finally been removed through an apology to the families of the Italian internees of World War II. May 27th will be surely a day that all Italian Canadians, especially those watching from my riding of Humber River Black Creek, are going to always remember, as I will. I know that we cannot undo what has been done, but this apology will bring closure for the families that I have heard from for many, many years. I am proud of this Prime Minister and our government, and on behalf of myself, my wonderful husband Sam Scrow, all of those from Humber River Black Creek, and all those impacted, I'd like to say thank you, grazie mille grazie. Grazie, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. Before we begin, I just want to remind everyone who's joining us virtually to maybe just check their microphones so that they're not popping, and we want to make sure that our interpreters keep their ears in top shape, so we don't want to get that any problems for our interpreters. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 15 months into a pandemic, and Canada still doesn't have a national rapid testing regime, even for areas of federal jurisdiction. In Taiwan, rapid testing has been in place for over a year. In the UK, teenagers administer rapid tests themselves. But this government's contract with Switch Health has been a complete failure. After 15 months, why has this government failed on national rapid testing?
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot mixed into that question. On rapid testing, as the member opposite knows, we have sent millions and millions of tests to provinces and territories so that they can deploy them quickly, and we encourage the provinces and territories to do so. We've also been working, Mr. Speaker, with many corporate partners to make sure that rapid tests are available to corporations, to small and medium-sized businesses. I have to thank the Minister of International Trade for her work in this department and the Minister of Small Business. So there is a lot of work going on, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that rapid tests are deployed across this country. I would encourage the member opposite to check in with his Premier colleagues to understand how these tests could be further deployed.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd encourage the Minister to check in with her top corporate partner, Switch Health. 1 in 6 of their tests have failed to deliver a test result within the 14-day quarantine period. Since you need a test to get out of quarantine, that failure rate is unacceptable. Switch Health has also had almost 5,000 tests that were unable to be processed, and they couldn't have the people back to be retested. This minister's corporate partner she just talked about, their top one, their exclusive one, Switch Health, is failing. What is she going to do about it?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we have been working with Switch Health and other partners, including adding partners to testing at the border. I'll remind the member opposite, however, that those tests are indeed PCR tests, and they do take longer than a rapid test that is turned around in 15 minutes or so. Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows, there are many different testing technologies in play in Canada, and that's because of the federal government providing millions upon millions of resources to provinces, territories, businesses, corporate partners. Yes, this is a Team Canada approach, Mr. Speaker. Testing is important, so is vaccination. We'll get the job done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's talked about her top corporate partner, Switch Health. Well, they have a 17% failure rate, and that means thousands of Canadians have been stuck in quarantine longer than the 14 days. These tests were conducted on the 10th day after a return to Canada. They didn't need 15 minutes. They had many days, Mr. Speaker, it couldn't make it. It was clear that Switch Health messed up the process, so the Liberals actually changed the law to accommodate them. Why did the federal government change their own program rather than change the company?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, those allegations are incorrect. And as the member opposite knows, every step of the way, we've been guided by science and evidence in regards to protection at the border. Switch Health has been improving their services. We've been working with them. We've added additional providers at the border to ensure that Canadians can get prompt results on day 8 testing. And Mr. Speaker, we'll stop at nothing to make sure that we do full due diligence to ensure that travel is safe and that Canadians are protected.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's good to see after 15 months, Mr. Speaker, they're starting to improve. 15 mois après le début de cette pandémie.
15 months after the beginning of this pandemic, Canada still does not have a national testing strategy in Taiwan. Rapid testing's been in place for over a year. In the UK, teens can administer tests themselves. The contract with Switch Health has been a failure. After 15 months, why can this government not get good rapid testing? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yet again, I see the member opposite conflating two different kinds of testing. One, a PCR test that's deployed at the border through, yes, partners like Switch Health and Dynalab. And secondly, rapid testing that can be deployed by trained volunteers. And in fact, we've seen, for example, in Halifax, Nova Scotia, exactly that use by volunteers testing residents before they go into bars and pubs and restaurants by volunteers. We urge all provinces and territories to use the millions upon millions of rapid tests that we've shipped to them. We've provided guidance. We've provided best practices. We'll continue to work to make sure all forms of testing are deployed to protect Canadians.
Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we've found out that French is not respected at our borders. Switch Health, a company hired by Ottawa, admits that waits and quarantines are being extended because of the lack of access to services in French. That's unacceptable. What is the government waiting for to ensure that bilingualism is respected at our borders? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that it is essential that services are available in either of our official languages. And Switch Health has doubled its French language capacities. Yesterday, a second provider was selected to provide dedicated testing support for temporary foreign workers arriving by air in Quebec. This will help meet the increased demand for testing over the coming months. And Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that testing is available in both official languages.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, we had a historic opportunity to unanimously recognize the nation of Quebec and its common language, French. Unfortunately, it was a missed opportunity. All the motion did was confirm that Section 45 of the Constitution exists and acknowledge the fact that Quebec has chosen to use it to affirm that it is a French-speaking nation. Will the government confirm that it agrees that the Constitution allows Quebec to define itself under Section 45 and acknowledge Quebec's choice to use that section to do so? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to reassure my colleague. For me, protecting the French fact in Quebec and throughout the country is important. In this House, in 2006, under the former Conservative government, the House recognized that Quebecers formed a nation within a united Canada. So, of course, we respect the will of the government of Quebec. And we're going to act on our own jurisdiction to protect not only French in Quebec and throughout the country, but linguistic minorities, including the Anglophone community in Quebec. Thank you.
De Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is being very careful and evasive. However, there's no trap here. We're looking for a consensus. I'm simply asking if she sees that the Canadian Constitution exists, and if so, that there is a Section 45 that allows Quebec and the provinces to amend their respective constitution. I would then ask her if she sees that Quebec has chosen to use it to enshrine the existence of the Quebec nation with its common and official language, French. Does the minister also agree with these two observations? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always pleased to see my colleague for the Bloc Québécois recognize that the Canadian Constitution exists, and so thank you for that affirmation in this House. We will make sure to work together to protect the French fact in Quebec. It is the common language of Quebec and the official language of Quebec. Also, Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada. That is also a fact, and it has been recognized as such in 2006. Of course, we will work with the government of Quebec on those issues while ensuring that we protect linguistic minorities in Quebec. I've had a conversation with my counterpart, Mr. Simon Jolin Barrette. Thank you.
Député de Burnaby Sud.
Plus grandes banques du Canada ont fait des profits.
Canadian banks have made enormous profits during the pandemic. They've doubled, even quadrupled their profits. While people are having trouble making ends meet, banks are making enormous profits. I will interrupt for a moment. Someone has forgotten their microphone. I will ask the member for Burnaby South to restart his question, please.
Merci. Les plus grandes banques du Canada ont fait des...
Canada's biggest banks have made enormous profits. They've either doubled or even quadrupled their profits during this pandemic. While people are having trouble making ends meet, the biggest banks have made huge profits, and now they're increasing bank fees during the pandemic. Even worse, the Liberal government has the power to stop them, but won't. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to stop banks from taking advantage of people? The Honourable Minister.
Pour la question, Monsieur le Président, et je veux souligner.
Thank you for the question. I wish to say that our government agrees that during the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, all Canadians have to do their part. Our budget is increasing taxes on luxury vehicles, and is increasing taxes for digital services. And we are going to fight tax evasion. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Talking about banks, banks in Canada that have either doubled or quadrupled their profits in a pandemic, and in this pandemic are increasing bank fees. They are gouging Canadians. And what's worse is this Liberal government has the power to stop them. So my question very specifically is, why is the Prime Minister allowing banks to gouge Canadians in a pandemic?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. And let me just underscore that our government absolutely believes that particularly now, during the pandemic and the economic pain caused by it, everyone in Canada needs to pay their fair share. And that is why we are introducing in this budget a luxury tax. We are introducing a tax on digital service providers, and we are taking unprecedented steps to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, the government is still refusing to release documents pertaining to procurement contracts requested by the Health Committee. They've provided less than 1% of documents requested. In these documents, there's deeply troubling information: favoritism, hiding shortages, bad overall management of resources during one of the most critical moments of the pandemic. Why is the government continuing to hide information requested by the committee? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. The reality is that we are working very hard to comply with the motion and with the parliamentary process. We have disclosed millions of dollars worth of contracts on our website, and we will continue to provide documentation as required. We have indeed turned over thousands of pages of documentation to the House of Commons in this regard, and we will continue to work hard to comply with our parliamentary obligations while bringing vaccines to Canada for all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un jeu dangereux.
Mr. Speaker, this is a dangerous game the Liberals are playing. They even tried to hide the risks of their bad practices by asking agencies to focus only on promoting the government's successes. According to the Auditor General's report, many suppliers received advances for funds, but the Liberal government didn't evaluate the financial situation of half of those suppliers. Why did the government gamble with citizens' money? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I take issue with those comments. I'm wondering if the honourable member read the report of the Office of the Attorney General, as did I, because in actuality, what the Office of the Attorney General stated in its report was that PSPC managed risks in entering into its contracts in a very competitive global environment. And by managing those risks, we were able to secure 2.7 billion items of PPE for our frontline healthcare workers. We won't stop standing up for Canadians, and we will continue to work hard for them.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, on connaît déjà...
Mr. Speaker, we already know about some of the disasters resulting from this government's mistakes. First of all, they spent $80 million on defective masks. The cabinet knew full well that they were sending expired PPE to the provinces, and hundreds of millions of dollars went to what seemed to be friends of the Liberals. Did the Liberal government use the urgency caused by the pandemic to favor their friends at the risk of Canadians' health? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that categorization of our contracting process is absolutely false. The officials at PSPC undertook checks relating to all suppliers before entering into contracts with them. And in regards to the one contract which resulted in defective product, We have filed a statement of claim. We will be seeking recompense for the defective product that was provided because we will stand up for Canadian taxpayers and Canadian taxpayers' money every single step of the way while bringing in PPE and vaccines for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Switch Health, the company the Liberals contracted to do post-arrival PCR testing for international travel, reported that a whopping 1 in 6 tests took longer than the 14-day quarantine to complete. Initially, these tests were conducted on the 10th day after a traveler returned to Canada, but after it was clear Switch Health couldn't turn around these PCR test results in 4 days, the Liberals changed the law so that the test would happen on day 8. Why did the minister unilaterally change the testing day instead of the company who couldn't do the job?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, the measures at the border have been guided through the lens of public health, science, and evidence. And we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. It is our commitment to Canadians to reduce importations, to test travelers, to make sure that travelers are protected and that the communities they're returning to are protected as well. We'll continue to rely on science and evidence, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the member opposite, we understand that it evolves. This is a new virus. There are new understandings about the virus and how best to protect Canadians against the virus every single day. And Mr. Speaker, I'm on top of it. I work with my officials. I'll continue to provide that guidance to Canadians.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
What science did the minister use to change the testing date from day 8 to day 10?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the member opposite is aware that we have a very fine team of scientists and researchers that are advising the Government of Canada, both from the Public Health Agency of Canada and through a number of independent panels. And I will tell the member opposite that we will continue to rely on the science and evidence as it evolves to inform our stance, not just on the border, but on how we can best protect Canadians from COVID-19. This is the way forward, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect us to do this work for them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thousands of doses of vaccines in Detroit are set to expire next week. Shamefully content to let these doses go in the garbage, the Minister of Health, Stephen Lucas, and Ian Stewart have blocked every effort of the Mayor of Windsor to bring these vaccines into Canada. The Mayor is now preparing to close the Windsor-Detroit tunnel to allow his residents to walk to the borderline and receive a vaccine from an American vaccinator standing on the U.S. side of the border. Will the Liberals finally help border communities, or are they content to allow Pfizer vaccines to be thrown in the garbage?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just talk for a moment about the number of vaccines that we've managed to procure for Canada. In fact, over 26.1 million shipped to Canada. In Ontario, over 10 million delivered, 8.5 administered, Mr. Speaker. There are enough vaccines in Canada for Canadians. I will also point out that the United States has deemed that vaccination is not an essential reason to cross the border. We're working very closely with our American counterparts to manage travel at the border. And indeed, we encourage the Mayor to refocus his efforts to the Premier of Ontario for the doses that he requires.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly asks that we pass C-10. Quebec's cultural community is calling for C-10 to be passed. The Bloc has told the government that we'll do everything we can to ensure that C-10 is passed, a fine spirit of cooperation, but now it seems that the government is not in a hurry. We don't sense any serious will, and we're really worried. What is the government doing specifically to ensure that the Broadcasting Act is modernized? Specifically, the Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie mon honorable collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. We have worked tirelessly for months to ensure that C-10 is passed. We've defended it on every possible platform. The Conservative Party led a campaign of fear on false premises about this issue. We've communicated with the cultural sector. There was a petition that was signed by thousands of artists to support C-10. We will continue to do everything we can to get it passed as quickly as possible. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's easy to blame it on the Conservatives, but they're not the ones who let the bill sit for months before calling it. The Conservatives aren't the ones who dragged their feet getting ministers to come to committee. The Minister of Heritage himself said that the cultural sector was losing millions every month because C10 hadn't been passed. This is urgent. Specifically, what is this government doing to ensure that C10 gets passed quickly? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Bill C10 is an absolute priority for our government and for the cultural sector. We called it more than once, debated it in the House, did everything possible to get it passed quickly at committee. But the Conservatives are dragging their heels. There's a consensus in the cultural sector and in Quebec as well. They need C10. I hope that my colleagues are willing to work on this, and I ask the Conservatives to stop blocking it. The Honourable Member for Drummond. We'll keep that in mind. Not so long ago, the Minister of Heritage seemed to be ready to accept the hand extended by the leader of the Bloc Québécois to pass the bill, but since then, nothing. The Liberals refused to discuss with Conservatives, and turning a deaf ear to this debate is costing the cultural sector a great deal. The committee is asking for a new charter statement, and yet some people are insisting that that's not necessary. Is the government serious when it says to the cultural sector that it believes that C10 is a priority? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am quite disappointed with the tone of my colleague's question. I didn't see the Bloc Québécois talk on various platforms throughout the country against the Conservatives to defend Bill C10. The Liberal Party has been on every platform available. Over 4,000 artists all over the country have showed their support. They say that they want C10. We've done everything we can. The bill is in the hands of the committee. Working with a party that doesn't want to work on it, who has already said that they don't want this bill to pass, there's a certain naivete. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in response to questions about China's threats to Canada and the government's Winnipeg lab, the Prime Minister suggested that simply by asking these questions, we were fomenting anti-Asian racism. Does the Prime Minister realize that when he conflates criticism of China with anti-Asian racism, he plays to Beijing's propaganda? For example, China accused Canada and its allies of white supremacy simply for calling for the release of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spaver 2 years ago. When will the Prime Minister quit playing into Beijing's hand and answer questions about the government's Winnipeg lab?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has very clearly said, the employees in question at the Winnipeg lab are no longer there, and we are not at liberty to provide any more details at this point. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Vous êtes en sourdine.
You're on mute.
Monsieur le Président, si le Premier ministre...
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister calls you racist when you ask him a legitimate question on a serious issue about national security, it's because he's trying to dodge the question. His government was negligent by allowing scientists with links to the Chinese People's Liberation Army to work in a Canadian lab with the intention of sending secret research information to the Chinese Army. If the Public Health Agency of Canada sounded the alarm and asked the RCMP to inquire, will the Prime Minister describe this agency as racist as well? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, comme je viens de le...
Mr. Speaker, as I've just said in English, the scientists who worked at the lab in Winnipeg are no longer employed. And as I said, we are not at liberty to provide more details on this matter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says he can't provide the information, but his own parliamentary secretary is on the record disagreeing with him. His own parliamentary secretary voted to disclose these documents and said that the Public Health Agency and the Justice Department has got it wrong here. Now, the Globe and Mail has reported that scientists from China's Academy of Military Medical Sciences were working openly in the lab. Academy of Military Medical Sciences should have set off alarm bells. We shouldn't be cooperating on research with a foreign military that is committing genocide. So when will the the minister listen to his parliamentary secretary, listen to the Liberals on the committee, and support the disclosure of this document so we can get to the bottom of this grotesque failure by the government to protect national security.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I will be saying for the third time, and I hope my colleague is listening, the employees in question at the Winnipeg Lab are no longer employed there, and we are not at liberty to provide any further details on this question. Thank you.
Well, member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yesterday, the Auditor General reported this government's mismanagement of Canada's emergency stockpile resulted in serious shortages of protective equipment for essential workers. She found the Public Health Agency failed to keep a proper inventory of PPE and ignored a decade of warnings. She questioned PHAC's governance and oversight, saying, "You don't wait for a rainy day to rush out and buy an umbrella." This is an inexcusable failure of emergency preparedness. How does the minister explain her record of negligence that failed to keep Canadians safe at the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we thank the Auditor General for her report, and we are pleased to say that many of her recommendations are already underway. Indeed, there was a scramble for personal protective equipment at the beginning of the pandemic. We worked with provinces and territories to understand their inventory, and when it became clear that we would need volumes and volumes of PPE that were not in stock at any level of government, we went out and ordered that equipment. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that Canadian healthcare workers and others were protected throughout this pandemic, and it's because of the collaboration across all levels of government.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
The Prime Minister likes to make symbolic gestures when it comes to fixing systemic racism in Canada. Last year, he took a knee at a Black Lives Matter protest, but failed to follow it up with any real action. Yesterday, Radio-Canada reported that a Black federal public servant was paid thousands of dollars in exchange for withdrawing her racial discrimination complaint. The Liberals love to paint the picture that they are allies for racialized people, all the while erasing the stories that don't fit their narrative. When will they actually show up for Black Canadians and take concrete action to end systemic racism?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We cannot ignore that biases, barriers, and discrimination are an everyday reality for Black Canadians, racialized Canadians, and Indigenous peoples. The work of eradicating biases, barriers, and discrimination, which have taken root over generations, demands an ongoing and relentless effort. And we are committed to this effort and will continue to take deliberate steps to remove all discrimination from our institutions.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Today, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Natural Resources announced the launch of the Canada Greener Homes Grant to enable Canadians to retrofit their homes for a low-carbon future. From the beginning, our Liberal government has said that economic growth and the fight against climate change must go hand in hand. And this announcement brings this policy into the homes of every Canadian. Can the Minister of Natural Resources inform the House how this program will benefit both our economy and the environment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my honourable colleague from Surrey Centre for his question. Canadians want to save money, and we are giving Canadians up to $5,000 to make their homes more energy efficient. It lowers their energy bills. It also lowers greenhouse gas emissions. So climate action can start at home. Retrofitting homes also creates jobs for energy advisors, for local trades workers, for manufacturers of energy efficient windows and doors and solar panels and heat pumps. The Canada Greener Homes Grant is good for Canadians' wallets, good for our economy, good for our planet. Canadians will lead the way by taking part in net zero solutions right from the comfort of their own homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for International Trade met with the U.S. Trade Representative last week and noted she, quote, reiterated that it is in the best interest of both countries to reach an agreement on softwood lumber. Instead of coming out of that meeting with a win, like making progress on an agreement, on Friday, we learned that U.S. tariffs are set to double on our softwood exports. On trade, every single file we have with the U.S. is getting worse. Why is the minister failing so spectacularly to manage the trading relationship with the new U.S. administration?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are disappointed
by last week's announcement, but I want to reiterate that the duties imposed are unjustified. They hurt workers and businesses on both sides of the border. I have raised this issue at every opportunity, including with the president and, of course, with my U.S. counterpart in the U.S. Trade Representative. Our government continues to press for a negotiated settlement, and it is in the best interest of both of our countries, and we will vigorously defend our softwood lumber industry and our workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Small Business and International Trade has repeatedly assured our forest sector that negotiating a softwood lumber agreement with the United States is a priority. However, U.S. Trade Rep. Katherine Tai was recently quoted as saying, "In order to have an agreement and in order to have a negotiation, you need to have a partner, and thus far Canadians have not expressed interest in engaging." Now the U.S. Department of Commerce has announced that it will double tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber imports. Why is this government refusing to come to the table to negotiate a new agreement?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's forestry sector supports hundreds of thousands of good middle-class jobs for Canadians and communities all across the country. We will vigorously defend their interests. I have had the opportunity to speak to the U.S. Trade Representative and have reiterated Canada is ready and interested in getting to a negotiated agreement. That is in the best interest of workers and businesses on both sides of the border, and I look forward to working with the United States on this very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This morning, Mark Carney appeared before the Industry Committee and told the committee members that he's been advising ministers on climate policy, saying, quote, "I have talked to some ministers about climate finance," end quote. Well, we've seen that it's standard practice for the Liberal elite in this country to have unfettered access to ministers and even the Prime Minister. Will the government tell Canadians how many times Mr. Carney has lobbied and for what?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, this government believes in consulting widely and listening to the perspectives and the thoughts of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mark Carney is obviously an eminent Canadian who has deep experience with respect to issues around climate finance, and in fact, he is advising presently the Conservative government of the United Kingdom with respect to climate policy and climate finance. We certainly look to him, but to many others in many sectors across this country to ensure that we are addressing the issue in a thoughtful and a substantive way.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it looks like the Liberals are taking their marching orders from Mark Carney before he's even crowned, but based on his access to cabinet and top Liberals, it seems like a foregone conclusion here. The problem is, and the problem with the minister's answer is that Mr. Carney represents one of the largest renewable energy companies in the world, and surprise, surprise, he isn't registered to lobby. So how many times and which ministers have been lobbied to date by Mr. Carney? Not in the United Kingdom, not in other countries, but here in this country where the Lobbying Act applies.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I would tell you that I have conversations with Canadians in all walks of life, many corporate people, people in the labor movement, people in the environmental community about their ideas and suggestions with respect to how we should think about climate policy going forward. That is fundamentally what Canadians would expect their government to do, to be open to the ideas and the aspirations of Canadians across this country. That's exactly what I do and my colleagues do each and every day.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House of Commons passed the Bloc's bill to extend employment insurance special sickness benefits to 50 weeks for people who are ill. This legislation is named Amélie Sans Façon, a young mother who was abandoned by EI while battling cancer. Amélie has since left us, but the government has the power to ensure that her nightmare never happens to anyone else. We'll give the royal recommendation to Amélie Sans Façon's Act to extend EI special sickness benefits to 50 weeks. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve to have an EI system that is fair and meets their needs. EI is important support for Canadians who have to leave work because they are sick, and workers who receive important treatment or who need more time to recover from a sickness or an injury will receive the support, and that is why the 2021 budget will allow us to extend EI benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, what the government is proposing is barely half of what sick people need, some of them, to heal in peace and dignity. It can sometimes take up to 50 weeks of employment insurance for people with diseases that are serious, like cancer. No one should have to worry about their financial situation when they're fighting for their health or for their life. Yesterday, all parties called on the government to increase special sickness benefits to 50 weeks by passing the Bloc's bill. But it takes the government's royal recommendation. Will it give it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've just said, EI sickness benefits is very important support for Canadians. Workers who receive treatment need financial support, and that is why we will extend EI benefits from 15 to 26 weeks for sickness. Also, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work to modernize EI at every stage. Thank you.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, Matthew Jelly is the president of Maritime Fun Group, which has popular tourism attractions like Shining Waters Family Fun Park in PEI and Magic Mountain in New Brunswick. When Budget 2021 was announced, he did some math and quickly realized he would be worse off under the proposed Canadian Recovery Hiring Program compared to the existing Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. While the pandemic continues, why are the Liberals threatening to end essential support programs like CEWS to tourism businesses who have been the hardest hit?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Grazie mille. When it comes to the tourism industry, our government absolutely understands how essential it is to the Canadian economy and how particularly hard hit it has been by COVID. That's why the budget includes $1 billion specifically to support tourism. And when it comes to the hiring credit, it has been designed such that it will provide particular support to seasonal businesses like tourist businesses.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, a one-dose summer means a locked-down summer for the tourism industry. Canada's closed borders mean that tourism businesses continue to suffer. This industry was the first impacted and will be the last to recover. Yet there's been radio silence from this federal government. What is the benchmark to restart travel? 70% fully vaccinated? 80%? Cases under a certain number? It has to be something. And tourism businesses need time to be able to be ready to safely reopen for visitors. So when are the Liberals going to table a plan with benchmarks for a safe reopening?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question and his ongoing advocacy for the tourism sector. Obviously, as a government, we've been there since the beginning of the pandemic and the economic crisis to help the tourism sector, tourism operators, hotel owners, restaurant owners, to make sure that they can get through this crisis, that they can have access to the different support we're offering them, and that they eventually can get out of this pandemic stronger. And so that's why also we're investing $1 billion in the budget to make sure that they can have access to new forms of support. And I look forward to make good announcement to make sure that they can have access to that support very soon. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, last week, another woman in Quebec was attacked and murdered by her partner, making it the 11th such attack since February. Unlike our allies, Canada has lagged, resulting in women across this country continuing to be victims of violence. The Minister for Women and Gender Equality has had years to produce a national action plan, and yet we have nothing. How many more women need to be murdered before this minister gets serious about addressing violence against women and produce a national action plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the governments of Canada, let me offer my condolences to every family grieving loved ones lost to an entirely preventable crime. My colleague's compassion is commendable, but her facts are wrong. Our government has done more to support women in crisis, those living in violent homes, more to address and prevent gender-based violence than any other government before. Our response to COVID has been recognized as having the best feminist intersectional lens. And about 1 million Canadians have received supports in their hour of needs through gender-based violence organizations.
The Honourable Member for St. Leonard Saint Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that climate change is real. Canadians also understand that investments in clean technologies will not only create thousands of good-paying jobs, but will also build a more sustainable future. Could the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry please update the House on how the government is supporting Canadian innovators and helping Canada meet our 2030 climate commitments and reach net zero by 2050? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to first thank the member for her question and her work on this issue. Canadian clean tech innovation is at the very heart of our green recovery, and that is why earlier today, Mr. Speaker, I announced a $44 million funding for innovative Canadian companies. Through our investments in innovative companies like Groupe Optel in Quebec or Pyrogenesis in Montreal, we're strengthening our support for Canadian innovators while contributing to our climate goals. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted against Motion M61, an initiative to promote our energy industry. For example, Newfoundland's oil and gas sector represented 35% of its GDP and was the second largest employer in the province in 2018. Newfoundland and Labrador's energy workers, like all Canadian energy workers, are disappointed at the Minister of Natural Resources for failing to support this crucial industry. How can the Minister vote against Motion M61? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would never shy away from defending the record of this government on Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore, but I think it is an important opportunity to also speak to the member's province in Alberta. Since 2010, Alberta has doubled its wind capacity. They're on track to double it again by 2023. Just last week, Blue Earth Renewables in Calgary announced the Hand Hills Wind Farm project. It's part of 4 solar and wind projects backed by $500 million of investment in Alberta. Oil and gas workers built this country. I agree with the honourable member on this. They are the same people who will help build renewables and lower emissions. We support them, and we are building that future with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks back, I sent a letter to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans asking for details on the possible Indigenous fishery beginning June 1st and how she and her department would respond. The minister's statement about regulations and seasons in March was what coastal communities have been waiting for since tensions blew up back in September. Nobody wants a repeat of that. Will the minister allow tensions to blow up once again, or has there been meaningful negotiations with all sides to avoid another fisheries crisis in St. Mary's Bay?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the ongoing situation with regards to moderate livelihood, we are continuing to have negotiations with First Nations, as well as making sure that industry is well communicated with. We have put a plan in place for this year where fishers are able to get out on the water with the moderate livelihood fishery. It's a flexible plan. It's a plan that allows them to develop their own fisheries plans. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to finding a path forward, and I look forward to working with the honourable member opposite to make sure that we do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, a new mom to be in my riding was temporarily laid off in December after working throughout the pandemic as an essential worker. She is pregnant with a June due date. Under the Liberals served EI transition, this young lady was forced to claim EI against the hours she banked for maternity benefits. As a result, she will not be eligible to receive a full year of maternity leave. According to the minister, this was by design. Why did the Liberals approve a benefits program that discriminates against new mothers?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A really important question. We know that individuals want to work, and we've been there through a variety of emergency and recovery benefits to help those who aren't able. We've tried to align our EI system with our recovery benefits in order to make the transition seamless back and forth. I'm aware of the issue that the member is obviously speaking about. We're trying to figure a way forward for women, particularly new moms, who are in the difficult position of not having work at this time.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, after a difficult pandemic, almost 70% of adults in Peel have received their first dose. However, these vaccines are not made in Canada, and Canadians want a reliable domestic supply of vaccine, so we are not dependent on foreign manufacturing. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry tell this House how our government is working to strengthen domestic vaccine manufacturing in order to improve our security and make us more resilient and independent for any future pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Brampton South for a question and all our leadership on this very important file. Last week, you'll be interested to learn that I was pleased to announce an historic $200 million investment in Mississauga's Resilience Biotechnologies to help increase manufacturing capacity for a range of vaccines, including those that use the mRNA technologies. This, Mr. Speaker, is yet another important step to support Canadian leadership in this vital sector and will help grow our life sciences ecosystem as an engine of our economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, this past week, the City of Timmins and the community of Moosonee declared states of emergency because of the spike in COVID cases. We had 77 cases in the Porcupine Health Unit in a single day. That's in communities like Timmins, Cochrane, and Matheson. We have over 70 cases now in the Cree communities of James Bay, which represents a potential medical catastrophe. We need to get the rapid surge capacity funding approved now. So to the Minister of Health, what commitment will she make to the people of Timmins, James Bay to get us through this crisis and safely to the other side?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. And to the member, my heart is with this community. I know in my own riding and region of Thunder Bay Superior North, we experienced a very similar alarming surge, and we know that smaller rural communities have less healthcare resources. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I've urged the Public Health Agency of Canada to work closely with the member opposite's Medical Officer of Health to ensure that we can get those rapid response programs, including isolation housing, in place as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD, is causing tensions between Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Egypt and Sudan depend solely on the Nile for their commercial and residential uses. Having met with the ambassadors of both Egypt and Ethiopia, it appears that they need a facilitated solution to avoid a conflict. All three countries considered Canada as an honest broker. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs advise if he has engaged with the three countries for a peaceful resolution? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Don Valley East for a question. Canada recognizes the importance that countries in the Horn of Africa place on the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam as a means to foster economic prosperity and development. Canada also believes that the best solution to this issue is a peaceful, fair, and negotiated agreement between all parties. Canada will continue to monitor the situation closely and remains hopeful that the parties involved in the ongoing negotiations will remain committed to a constructive dialogue and peaceful cooperation.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons maintenant. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, a point of order. The Thursday statement. The honourable opposition House Leader has a question. The weekly question. Yes, as is traditional on a Thursday, I would ask my government counterpart, the honourable member for Mercier, to give us some relevant information for our parliamentary business that's upcoming. The honourable government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my very kind colleague for his important question. This afternoon, we will start debate at report stage and third reading on Bill S3, which, as we know, is on offshore health and safety. Tomorrow, we will resume debate at second reading of Bill C21, the firearms legislation. On Monday, we will continue debate at third reading stage on Bill C6 on conversion therapy. In the evening, there will be a committee of the whole study of the main estimates for the Department of Foreign Affairs, of Global Affairs, Trade and Development. On Wednesday, we will study Bill C22 on reforms to the criminal justice system at second reading. And next week, Tuesday and Thursday, will be supply days. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question.
Oui, nous avons un rappel au règlement.
We have a point of order. Unfortunately, I can't see who it is. Could you please turn your camera on? Oh, I see, the Minister of Heritage. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 53.3 and Section 111.1, Standing Order 111.1, I have the honor to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed reappointment of Danielle Therrien to the position of Privacy Commissioner for a term of 1 year. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Or Port Moody Coquitlam is rising on a point of order.
I rise on a point of order regarding remarks made by the Prime Minister yesterday in this House over unparliamentary and inappropriately exploit an issue impacting the Asian community in Canada and the members representing them. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition have been questioning the Prime Minister on the topic of security at Canada's top microbiology lab and the partnership with scientists with ties to the Chinese military. Instead of addressing this important issue, the Prime Minister makes accusations of racism against those members asking these vital questions of national interest. Page 619 of Basque and Gagnon states, remarks which question a member's integrity, honesty, or character are not in order. A member will be requested to withdraw offensive remarks, allegations, or accusations if impropriety directed towards another member. Page 623 describes some general principles. The proceedings of the House are based on a long-standing tradition of respect for the integrity of all members. Thus, the use of offensive, provocative, or threatening language in the House is strictly forbidden. Personal attacks, insults, and obscenities are not in order. In dealing with unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most important, whether or not the remarks created disorder in the chamber. In addition to the Prime Minister casting aspersions upon members of this House who are only trying to do their job, I find it offensive that the Prime Minister is diminishing the significance of the anti-Asian crisis in Canada by using it to deflect attention away from an unrelated political issue of national security. Canadians of Asian descent do not appreciate being used in this way, since they too are concerned about the national security of their country and want answers. They're not political shields. They're Canadians who expect their Prime Minister to address their questions separately, respectfully, and with sincerity. The Prime Minister's remarks are provocative, divisive, and disruptive to this House, and I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister apologize.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I will take it under advisement and return to the House should I see necessary. But I want to take this opportunity to remind all the members in the House and who are joining us virtually in the House that when using words, please be very conscious and judicious of the words you use. They affect people differently, and try to put yourself in the person receiving the words, how they would feel. Please take that into consideration so that we can make this House a House that all Canadians can be proud of. Comme il est 15h12,
it being 3:12 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-30. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Madame Fortier.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Fortier, moved that Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19th, 2021, and other measures, be now read a second time, and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Thérien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Monsef.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef. Yay.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 119, 119.
I declare the motion carried. En allez-y.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence,
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by another 12 minutes for a total of 53 minutes. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. Next reading of Bill S3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question at report stage.
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that Bill S3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request that this carry on division.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that Bill S3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to you today from Newfoundland, the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq and the Bigfoot.
3 proud oil-producing provinces. Before getting into my remarks on this piece of legislation before us today, let me start with this. We just came out of a vote and question period. And when we debate in this place, they are debates of great importance. They are issues that matter to us who have the privilege to sit in this hollow chamber and to Canadians across the country. There's a lot of passion around these issues, particularly around issues of energy, oil and gas, climate change, the economy. We are at a particular moment in time, a defining moment, one where globally we are charting pathways now to net zero. Over the past couple of weeks, there have been several significant developments. The International Energy Agency issued a report on pathways to net zero, the first analysis that is compliant with limiting a rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Canada called on the IEA to conduct the report because the world needs to know what it will take to get to net zero. In my province, in Newfoundland and Labrador, Dame Moya Green issued a report on our future. It is an unflinching look at a dire situation. No sense beating around the bush there. A lot of hard work ahead of us here, a lot of tough decisions. Just yesterday, there was a landmark decision by a court in the Netherlands ordering Royal Dutch Shell to cut emissions by 45% by 2030. Shareholders of another major oil producer, Chevron, backed a proposal to cut emissions generated by the use of the company's products. And ExxonMobil shareholders voted just yesterday to install 2 new independent directors in a rebuke of the company's efforts to address climate change to date. Some have called May 26th Big Oil's Day of Reckoning. What all of these events demonstrate is that the world is calling for increased climate ambition. The market is demanding it. Investors, we learned yesterday, are demanding it. Governments are taking action. Companies are taking action. Suncor has committed now to net zero in a clear sign of Canadian leadership. There is a clear direction in which the world is heading. We know where the puck is heading. It's heading towards net zero. And we will have many important debates and conversations on Canada's pathway to net zero emissions by 2050, how that will change our energy mix of the future, the economic opportunities that it presents, particularly for oil and gas workers who will lead the effort to lower emissions. They're already doing it. And there will be tough conversations, difficult and passionate debates. But the debate before us today on this piece of legislation is one that we can all agree is of the utmost importance and cannot be derailed by the broader conversations about our energy future. This is about the people at the heart of this country, about our workers, protecting them. And that fact is what needs to guide our debate here today. This issue is important to me. It is personal. It is about an industry that has brought so many benefits to my province. It impacts the workers here, my neighbors, my friends who work in the offshore. I remember vividly the industry's nascent days. I was a young fellow working for Brian Tobin when he was premier some 20-odd years ago, when the first platform, Hibernia, was under construction. Hopes were sky high after so much despair over the cod fishery collapse. It was a bleak time. Families were split because so many young people had to go west to make a living. Today, it is a proud and mature industry. It is one that has accounted over the years for 30% of our economy and 1 out of every 10 jobs, 10% employment over the years. It's provided the provincial government here with more than $20 billion in royalties between 1997 and 2019, funding key public services from health and education to highways and hockey rinks. The offshore industry in the Atlantic has also created jobs and wealth for Nova Scotians prior to and during the recent decommissioning of its 2 gas projects. $8.5 billion in capital spending over 20 years, producing $1.9 billion in royalty payments between 2000 and 2017. It was a long road to get to that point, to realize the economic benefits of this industry, and there were many doubters along the way. For starters, low world oil prices made the whole notion seem like a fantasy prior to the energy crises of the 1970s. But we also had to deal with monumental challenges posed by safely extracting oil in the treacherous and unforgiving North Atlantic. We owe it to these workers to protect them, and to do so with the best occupational health and safety regime in the world. We must protect these workers. How best to do that? By adopting a world-class safety regime. I believe that, and I support that. Bill S3 will help. Let's be frank about what we're debating today. This is a 3-clause bill, 3 clause. It extends health and safety regulations for workers in the offshore, for workers who work in a high-risk environment. I know my colleague across the way, the member for St. John's East, understands the risks that these workers face very well. In fact, I remember the CEO of ExxonMobil Canada telling me that the Newfoundland offshore is the harshest environment his company operates in the world. Bill S3 would give Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nova Scotia an additional year to December 31st, 2021 to finalize the numerous health and safety regulations that stem from the 2014 legislation. Regulations to make our workers safer. Should S3 become law, the transitional regulations from 2014 will apply retroactively to January 1st, 2021. As I said, it's a 3-clause bill. We all agree that no worker in any workplace should go unprotected. Therefore, I would hope that this bill would pass easily. It should pass quickly, and today. It should be the last day that it's debated in this House. And in fact, my office has reached out to my opposition critics and colleagues across the way so that we could do just that, every step of the way. To the member for Calgary Centre, the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the member for Jonquière, and the member for St. John's East. I am happy to report that these were constructive conversations and that we have a constructive relationship between us on this. I urge them to work with the government in the spirit of protecting Canada's workers, to send the bill to the Standing Committee, and urged the Standing Committee to study it at its earliest opportunity. And I appeared before the Standing Committee alongside departmental officials. And before S3 was introduced in this House, it went through a similar process in the other place. And I appeared in front of our honorable colleagues from the other place who held committee hearings on this bill to explain why we are where we are today. The extent to which this 3-clause bill continues to be debated isn't because of the substance of the bill. As I mentioned, I think there would be unanimity across all parties in this House to support the passage of the legislation. And if you read the answer to the second reading debate on this bill, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the debate was circular. Nearly every speech by every member of every party in this House agreed on the importance of the bill and the importance of passing it quickly. Nearly every speech by every member of every party in this House referenced the 1982 Ocean Ranger tragedy that left 84 dead, and the Royal Commission of Inquiry that led to many safety improvements. Nearly every speech by every member of every party in this House referenced the fatal crash of Cougar Flight 491 in 2009, and the ensuing Commission of Inquiry that Mr. Justice Robert Wells conducted that led to the sweeping reforms contained in the Offshore Health and Safety Act passed in 2014. Nearly every speech by every member of every party in this House, Mr. Speaker. There's no daylight between us in terms of protecting our workers, and there shouldn't be. So why are we still debating this? Why does a 3-clause bill merit hours of additional debate when there is unanimity on the importance of protecting workers here? While Canadians expect their parliament to get on with the business of building back better and recovering from COVID-19. Well, simply put, there's a load of politics afoot. Let me tell you that, Mr. Speaker. There is a concerted desire to delay debate on anything and everything, regardless of the issue. And in this case, ironically, further delay the very thing that the opposition are lambasting this government for delaying. Many speeches referenced that it has taken far too long to put in place permanent regulations, that a further delay of 24 months would be far too long, and we listened. We agreed. We accepted the amendments from the other place to drop it to 12 months. We heard that the delay in having a permanent occupational health and safety regime for protecting offshore workers is unconscionable. And to the members across the way today, I say, look, fair game. I agree. I say, yes, it has taken too long. It has taken far too long. It's frustrating. I'm frustrated. I said it during the committee hearings in the other place. I said it before the Standing Committee. I will repeat it today. This has taken far too long. Now, I could list the reasons why the complex work of drafting regulations in partnership with 2 provincial governments and 2 offshore boards, respecting our joint management frameworks and the jurisdiction of provinces, and all that takes time. I could speak about the 15,000 pages of documents that you have to go through to align with and incorporate by reference the over 173 domestic and international health and safety standards. I could speak to the time that we lost by needing to fix the initial interim regulations because the industry told us it didn't work for them, that it burdened them. So I could speak about how that fix set us back. I could also speak to how this very pandemic that we're in has set us back, how the sudden abrupt shutdown of workplaces forced us to adapt to working from home, how adapting took time. I mean, Mr. Speaker, just think of how long it took this House to adapt and put in place measures to safely continue with our work. Those are all very legitimate and contributing factors as to why we are where we are today. But those reasons don't make workers safer. They don't support workers, and they don't advance this legislation. We need to pass this bill. We need to get on with the business of finalizing these permanent regulations. With the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, and with the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board, and with industry. Mr. Speaker, despite these challenges, our officials and their counterparts in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Nova Scotia have passed many milestones. We are close, and I instructed my officials to get this work done by the new proposed deadline. I am confident we will. I know we will. Mais nous devons faire passer ce projet de loi.
We must adopt this bill today without further delay. If the opposition members really want to protect workers, they now have the opportunity to do so. Please adopt this bill. Put partisan politics aside and do what's right.
As a son of Newfoundland and Labrador, I am proud of what we have achieved in this industry since it began to take root in the 1960s. The offshore industry has made life better for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. It's kept families from separating in order to find work on the mainland. It also gave some of them the expertise so they could find good work on the mainland. I am also proud of the reality that not since the time of Brian Mulroney and John Crosbie has there been a federal government that has done more for the offshore. It was this government that gave $2.5 billion to Newfoundland and Labrador as part of the renewed Atlantic Accord in 2019. It was this government who supported workers in the offshore during a pandemic with close to $400 million to maintain jobs and lower emissions. It was this government that reduced the time for exploratory drilling assessments from over 900 days to 90 without losing an ounce of environmental integrity. I recently announced 16 projects funded through the offshore component of the Emissions Reduction Fund with an eye to the future. Projects that use carbon capture, that use wind and other renewable sources of energy to power the industry's operations. Projects that will lower emissions. Real projects that are creating real jobs for the workers who are building our low emissions energy future right now. As I conclude my remarks, let me plainly state the only thing that matters during debate on this bill, and that's the people involved, the workers, protecting them, supporting them, believing in them. The workers on those platforms in the North Atlantic and the workers who service them, the workers who are at the heart of this industry that made our province what it is, and the workers who are building our prosperous and cleaner future. We need to protect them. We need to protect them with a safety regime that is world-class, that deserves absolutely nothing less. They deserve absolutely nothing less. S3 will help us get there. Let's do our jobs. Let us pass S3. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was quite shocked by the Minister's remarks. You know, this bill came through the Senate. It was passed in a single sitting at second reading. I sit on the Natural Resources Committee. We passed it in a single meeting, and now today it's going to have less than a couple of hours of debate, and it's going to pass in this House. So how can, does the Minister think that, you know, the 5 years of inaction from his government is acceptable? And why does the Minister think that democracy is inconvenient? We have fast-tracked this bill. We have worked together to get this bill through. How can the Minister say that there has been delays? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I mean, these regulations are very complex. I mean, they're totaling nearly 300 pages. We didn't want to take shortcuts, as I've told the honourable member in committee. We owe it to our workers we owe them that. We owe them to keep them safe. So you got to consider 173 domestic and international standards, amounts to over 15,000 pages in total. They're developed consistent with the joint management framework that characterizes the Atlantic offshore. Regulations must be vetted and agreed upon by Canada, by the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. It's 3 governments. It's not something that happens with a snap of your fingers. It is complex. It takes time. And that is precisely why the original bill in 2014 included a 5-year period to get it done. There's been extensive engagement of stakeholders, particularly through 2016 to 2018. In fact, there was an amendment of the transitional regulations in 2017 to address a number of administrative irritants. That fix set us back some time. Then there's COVID. No one can ignore the impacts of that we're confronting. It's forced us to change everything that we do. For institutional processes like regulation drafting, adapting to virtual working was challenging. It took time, but I am confident that the work that remains can be completed with the time that this bill would provide if passed. And I am grateful for the thorough going over that it has received in committee, and I thank the honourable member for his work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am very surprised by the minister talking about the delay of passage of this legislation. First of all, is he suggesting that the fact that this bill is now or almost into June and the regulations expired in December, that nothing has been done in the last 4 or 5 months? Has everything stopped? The only thing that stopped, Mr. Speaker, was this government actually ensuring that there was no gap and there was no gap in the regulations. Offshore workers have been waiting since 1992, when offshore health and safety was passed over to the CNLOPB for permanent enforceable regulations in the offshore. And this minister and his government's been responsible for 6 years of that, and he's blaming it on a failure to pass this. This will pass today, as the previous speaker pointed out. Is he saying that the delay is the fault of this House?
Well, Minister of Natural Resources.
And I thank the honourable member for his question. Indeed, as I had stated before, not only in my opening comments now, but as I also stated in committee, that I have been frustrated with the delays that are involved, and I accepted the Senate the amendment as suggested by the other place, accepted that it should be 12 months and not 24 more months. There can't be any shortcuts. When it comes to the health and safety of workers in our offshore, we can take no shortcuts when it comes to keeping them safe. And while the bill only may have 3 clauses, the regulations that they address, I think, we can all agree, are far more substantial. We have a detailed implementation schedule in place with the Department of Justice and with our provincial partners in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador. And as I've noted, there are a number of statutory requirements as well as stakeholder engagement and provincial coordination that has to happen. Particularly in the current pandemic environment, this is not something that we can take shortcuts on. We need to get these regulations right. That is what the workers in our offshore deserve, nothing less.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the minister for his comments, and I agree with them. I want to make sure we get this right, and I think this Parliament wants to make sure it goes through the process in an appropriate fashion, and it will be passed today. But we're seeing over and over and over again from this government this ramming through of bills and creating a crisis and not reacting until it is a crisis. Example, CUSMA. We rammed that through before COVID. The Canada-UK trade agreement, we rammed that through in the last minutes. Again, time was never given to Parliament to properly do the appropriate job. Now, we do want to get this right, and this will get passed, but they know the deadlines. And why can't this government say, okay, the deadline's X, I need to start 2 years before, 5 years before? Why do they wait till the last minute, dump it on the Parliament, and then force us to react and scrounge and give up our liberties here in Parliament to properly vet something on a piece of legislation? Why can't they be more proactive and less reactive in an event of a crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And, I would say I would not want to misjudge or mischaracterize, to be honest, the amount of work that has gone on outside of this chamber. I think all parties and both chambers of Parliament have worked expeditiously on this bill, doing their due diligence. And in a minority Parliament, there has been cooperation, there's been collaboration, there has been regular communication. I'm grateful for that. When it became clear in the fall of 2020 that the final regs wouldn't be completed by December 31st, the governments of Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, each of them took legislative steps to extend the transition period so that workers would be protected under the existing occupational health and safety framework that existed. For the federal government to signal our intent, this bill was introduced in the Senate on December 1st. The bill was amended. It was passed by the Senate in mid-February when it was then introduced in the House in a similar time frame. It is now it's now passed through committee. This is something that we understand to be very serious. And once again, I am grateful for the amount of work on all sides of this House behind the scenes to make sure that we are in the place where we are today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Minister, first of all, on his work on this particular issue. I want to ask him certainly about all the work that has been done vis-a-vis the institution known as the CNLOPB. This is a unique situation that we have within the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as Nova Scotia and their board as well. And I would like for the minister to illustrate all the work that has been done by them in light of the dual jurisdiction that they have, and just to explain about what the CNLOPB and their important input into this process. And again, I thank him for his time.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for the question. As he knows very well, the CNLOPB and the CNSOPB, although I'm extremely familiar with the former, are true examples, I think, of shared jurisdiction and cooperation between provinces and the federal government. And what we have managed to do is create one of the finest regulatory regimes for offshore oil, I would argue, in the world, in an area of shared jurisdiction. Now, it does mean, of course, that you have to be, very careful in making sure that major changes like this are done in concert and done together. This government has always respected the jurisdiction of the CNLOPB, and it is seen in Newfoundland and Labrador as a significant accomplishment. We have not only respected the CNLOPB, but we have strengthened it. And in terms of what we have done in the offshore, I don't make this statement loosely. I make it sincerely and truthfully. There has been no federal government, not since the time of Brian Mulroney and John Crosby, that has done more for the offshore here in Newfoundland. $2.5 billion through the renewal of the Atlantic Accord back in 2019. Another $320 million to the province to support workers and to increase environmental performance of the offshore. And then we put on top of that $75 million for the emissions reduction fund dedicated.
We're going to try and leave enough time to get one more question in here. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. The people at the center of this, the people that have been really affected by this, are the workers, the offshore workers. They're represented by unions, most of them by Unifor, and yet they haven't been consulted properly on this, and they should be allowed to choose their own representative on the Health and Safety Council. And I just wonder if the minister would be open to making that change. It wouldn't require legislative change, but change to the mandate so that there's greater transparency and more access for the workers to have a say in their own safety.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his suggestion. I mean, certainly we have worked hand in glove with unions and we have consulted with them vigorously. And it's important that I make that point, that we have consulted with them. And I know on committee that they have spoken about such consultations. And it's important also to remember that they do remain protected. The North Atlantic is a harsh environment to operate in. It is not the Wild West out there. The legal framework continues to be in place, and it has been since 2014. And workers in the offshore are protected under the best health and safety regulatory regimes in the world. As I mentioned about the CNLOPB, we need to continue to improve it. That is why it's the best, because we are continually working at it to make sure that it works for our workers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and in the interest of getting this important legislation passed, so we can get it to the next stage and provide these protections for workers. I could give a 20-minute speech, but I'll be giving a significantly shorter speech on this. But one other personal note that I wanted to add, I was texted this morning after I'd completed my speech that my first niece was born today. So her name's Maeve Elizabeth Danielle Penner, and so her mom's doing great, and we're all very happy and very blessed to have this new beautiful baby girl in our family. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to Bill S3, It's an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act. And I say I'm pleased to speak on this bill because it's about time that this important legislation to protect the safety of workers made its way through the House of Commons. Now, the Liberal government failed to get this legislation passed in a timely manner, and it has put the safety of offshore workers at risk. Now, we debate a lot of important issues in this House, but out of the many pieces of legislation that I have seen this government put forward over the past 2 years, few bills could be more important than ensuring the safety of workers. And in this case, we're talking about offshore energy workers. How did we get to this point, where we are now in a situation where important safeguards have been allowed to lapse? Safeguards last put in place by a previous Conservative government over 5 years ago, but not acted upon by this Liberal government until it was too late. Now, thankfully, no one appears to have been harmed by the lack of action on this file, but it remains inexcusable that we have come to this point in the first place. At the end of last year, the Liberals allowed the existing temporary safety regulations for our offshore oil and gas workers to expire, in effect stripping key health and safety protections for these Canadian workers who risk their lives every day to ensure that we have the resources we need to heat our homes, to drive our vehicles to work. Now, these workers, in this case primarily from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, are a pillar supporting the economy of the province and this country. Now, this province has elected a lot of Liberal MPs, and the Minister of Natural Resources himself comes from the province, and yet it appears that so little attention has been paid to this important issue. Now, most people wouldn't know it, but I had the privilege of working in our onshore energy sector. I donned my personal protective equipment, my H2S monitor, and went to work in Canada's energy industrial heartland in Edmonton, Alberta. I spent 2 summers in university working the shutdowns at the Imperial Oil Refinery in Strathcona. And on site, we had plenty of heavy equipment moving around. We did the jobs that needed to be done to ensure the facility could run smoothly and create jobs and support our economy. I remember working the night shifts, 12 hours a day, day in, day out for weeks. I picked up extra hours at the end of each shift, put on a high-vis vest to do traffic control, and ensure that the tired workers wouldn't get accidentally run over as they went home from their shifts. I stood watch as skilled workers went deep into systems to ensure that first aid would be readily available for them in case of danger. Now, this was on the land, Mr. Speaker. I can only imagine the dangers of those on the East Coast who get on a helicopter and head out to platforms far at sea, sometimes in bad weather. Now, tragedies from our past demonstrate just how critical it is for these safety regulations to be in place. Back in 1982, Canadians were devastated by the news of the Ocean Ranger rig, where 84 workers lost their lives when it capsized during a storm. Or as we saw with Cougar Helicopter Flight 491, when it crashed into the North Atlantic, resulting in the tragic death of 17 offshore oil workers. In fact, it was this tragedy that led to the Cougar Inquiry, the results of which were taken by governments to pass this important legislation. And after each of these disasters, there were investigations into the cause and recommendations on how to avert these dangers again. And I'm sure there were politicians who spoke to the devastated families, promising that never again would this be allowed to happen. And yet here we are today, debating legislation that should have been passed months, if not years ago. You know, it was the previous Conservative government that recognized the very real need for these protections. That's why in 2014, the government passed safety regulations through the Offshore Health and Safety Act. And that is exactly the kind of leadership that we need in this country, a government that is proactive and not reactive, that takes prompt action to protect the safety of our workers. Now, these temporary regulations were set to expire in 2019, gave the Liberal government years to implement a permanent offshore energy safety regulations. Well, the Liberals had to extend that deadline for another year. They extended those temporary regulations to December 31st of 2020. The Liberals had the time, Mr. Speaker, to get the job done. For many of those years, they had a majority. And the fact is, even now in this minority government, they have the political support to get the job done. But they didn't, until now, and that's inexcusable. It was not days, it was not the month of the deadline in December that the Liberal government finally introduced Bill S3 in the Senate, in the other place. Where was their sense of urgency? It really feels like an afterthought, as if the safety of these workers was not of great importance to this government. Why did the Prime Minister, the Minister of Natural Resources, and this Liberal government wait until the last minute to do their jobs? An important deadline has been missed. Key protections are missing. The Liberal government dithers. Now, perhaps if the government had not chosen to prorogue the Parliament and waste many additional days of productive debate, we could have had this passed before the deadline. We will never know. But what we do know for sure is that the Liberal government did not care to make this a priority. Now, I'm also disappointed that this legislation was not introduced until last year for another reason. It would have been a fitting tribute to Judge Wells from Newfoundland and Labrador, who did so much to advocate for the safety of offshore workers. Sadly, in October of 2020, Judge Wells, who headed the Cougar inquiry, passed away at the age of 87. Judge Wells was a former progressive Conservative cabinet minister, provincially, a Rhodes Scholar, and as commissioner, his key contributions to the inquiry were the recommendations that helicopters have 30 minutes or more of dry run capability, and he also recommended founding a full search and rescue base in St. John's. Now, I wish the government had their act together and had passed this legislation in advance of the deadline, so that Judge Wells could have seen his legacy put permanently into action. But all the same, I want to commend him for his service to our country and to his province, and he will be remembered for his commitment to the welfare of offshore energy workers and their families. Now, the delayed passage of Bill S3 is just another example of how this Liberal government has failed to prioritize the needs of the men and women who work in our oil and gas sector. In fact, I noted with some surprise that the minister said one of three oil-producing Canadian provinces, seemingly unaware that there are more than 3 provinces in this country that produce oil. Now, if it wasn't bad enough that this government was failing to get key safety legislation passed by the deadline, they also seem intent on phasing out the livelihoods of these oil and gas workers. When we know that Newfoundland and Labrador relies on the energy sector more than every other province, including Alberta, we know that the future of Newfoundland and Labrador requires a strong offshore oil and gas sector. In fact, it is so important to that province that the word oil is mentioned nearly 150 times in the recent Green Report outlining the economic future of Newfoundland and Labrador. Yet this Liberal government continues their attack on the oil sector with bills like C-69 and C-48 in the previous Parliament, and by not acting on key legislation like S3 that we are debating today. You know, something close to 147 days have passed since the Liberal delays allowed for the existing legislation to expire. That's 147 days that hard-working offshore oil and gas workers have been left in limbo without protections. Now, I want to recognize the hard work done by those in the other place in passing Bill S3 as expediently as possible, recognizing the urgency of this bill. It is unacceptable that after passing the Senate so quickly, that this bill waited in the lineup to get through the House of Commons agenda. Certainly, we knew that members in this House were intent to get this legislation through quickly, at second reading, passed immediately. I sit on the Natural Resources Committee, and we moved with unprecedented speed to get this bill through. It was one meeting. And it is my sincere hope that we can push forward with this debate today and get this bill passed and secure these key protections for our offshore oil and gas workers. As members of this House, protecting Canadian workers must be a key priority. And that's why Conservatives have been cooperative in working to get this bill passed as quickly as possible. The failure to protect offshore energy workers is unconscionable and must end. It's time that we finally get the job done, secure these protections, so that these workers can continue going about their jobs safely, and so that we can ensure the prosperity and future of not only Newfoundland and Labrador, but of our nation, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will recall that in June 2020, Canada's Prime Minister exempted all exploratory offshore drilling off Newfoundland. Environmental assessment processes were halted. I have a simple question. What does my colleague think of this?
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know in the context of June 2020 that we had an unprecedented drop in the value of oil. And I don't understand quite fully what the context of the government's decisions to, in this case, as the member said, drop certain protections. But I can assure the member that, speaking for myself and for the Conservative Party, we understand that strong environmental and regulatory protections are absolutely vital, not only to protect our environment, but to protect the safety of the workers who are risking their lives every day when they get on these platforms. So I thank the member for his question.
Comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent speech on the importance of the industry to Newfoundland and Labrador and to Canada. I do want to, and I join him in his praise of Justice Wells, who I knew well, and was an excellent jurist and a fine man to boot, who recommended in his report on the Cougar helicopter crash safety inquiry in the offshore that there be an independent board to deal with safety in the offshore, just as exists in Norway, Australia, and the UK. He said it was his most important recommendation. And my question is, why did the government, the Conservative government in 2014, refuse to follow that recommendation and left us with a board that's responsible not only for safety, but also for environment, also for production goals and promoting the offshore? Can you tell us that?
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, that's a great question, Mr. Speaker. And I can say that I was elected as a Member of Parliament in 2017, and I was not privy to the discussions and the back and forth between the province and the industry and the federal government back under the previous Conservative government when this legislation came forward. And I'm not in a position today to make any commitments on this issue. I think it's important that we continue to consult with industry and the province and the workers, as the previous member from South Okanagan suggested, to ensure that we not only have a viable, sustainable industry that can provide economic benefits for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, but we also have an industry that is responsible, an industry that promotes the highest levels of safety and the highest levels of environmental protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly echo the comments of the Honourable Member for St. John's East in lamenting that we don't have an independent board for worker safety. But I also point out to the Honourable colleague that both the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board and the Canada-Newfoundland-Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board have embedded within the legislation a conflict of interest in that the regulator for environment and for worker safety is also mandated to expand oil and gas production. This inherent conflict of interest made it very inappropriate that both the Harper Conservatives and the current Liberal government have embedded in environmental assessment that the offshore petroleum boards can also run the environmental assessment hearings, as well as promoting the expansion of oil and gas. I think it's unlikely my honourable friend from Sturgeon River and Parkland will agree with me, but I find the record of this government entirely on the side of expanding oil and gas in the offshore of both Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador, and failing to provide the kind of independent regulators that were put in place in the United States after the Gulf of Mexico disaster, the Horizon disaster, and in the case of the Cougar helicopter crash, failing to protect the workers. I wonder if my honourable colleague has considered it from the point of view of this embedded conflict of interest.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for her intervention, and I have great respect for the member, and she is right that we won't be agreeing on this issue necessarily. Being a member of Parliament from Alberta, I'm a strong champion of our oil and gas sector and the workers that work in it, and the member opposite has her own constituency that she's thinking of. But we can't have a country. I respect the work that these boards, these resource boards do. I know they want to uphold the highest levels of environmental protections, and I think it's critical that we support an industry in a responsible manner, protecting the safety of workers, protecting the highest levels of environmental safety, because this is such a key component of the economic prosperity of our country. And as we saw with the Green Report in Newfoundland and Labrador, it's simply not a question that the future of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador will rely upon the sustainability and future of the offshore oil and gas sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During his debate, the member continually promoted a falsehood that side of the House has promoted time and time again. He kept saying that if we hadn't prorogued in the summer, we could have dealt with this issue then. Well, does the member not realize that the special rules of the House that were put in place between March and September was that anything that was discussed had to be specifically with respect to COVID? So what he's saying is actually false. And perhaps he wants to stand up and correct the record and apologize for misleading Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the member is certainly entitled to his histrionics in this place, but we have a case where we saw that the government did waste a number of productive days of debate when they prorogued the House. And we see how, maybe necessarily this bill wouldn't have been talked about. I know it wouldn't have been talked about because the government didn't have its act together and didn't get it introduced until December. But we do know is that we have a full legislative calendar in this place, Mr. Speaker, and having to restart the agenda on all of the legislation after the prorogation certainly backed up the legislative agenda of this country, of this country and this Parliament, and made it that much harder for us to get this legislation passed in an expedited manner. So I will not apologize to that member, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to this debate here this afternoon, and I'm very concerned. We're ramming through something that's very important to workers who work in this industry. And one of the questions I have for the member is, in that committee, did they do any pre-studies? Did they have any pre-warning? Was there some work done a year ago or 2 years before to set the stage that we could actually feel confident that we've done the proper due diligence as parliamentarians to actually move this bill through, which we were being told has to be done today? So I'm just kind of curious what the committee did beforehand and what the Liberal members of the committee suggested they do to allow the committee to do the full function it's there to do.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I did join the Natural Resources Committee, earlier this year. But I don't believe that we knew that the legislation was coming in December. However, we didn't have an idea of exactly when it would come, and I'm not aware of any pre-studies that were included. I know the minister stated that there's a lot of work being done in the back room on this. However, given the importance of this legislation, I'll reiterate from my speech, it's very disappointing that it took the government so long to bring this important legislation to the House and really didn't give the opportunity for members of Parliament to deeply study this issue, and has forced us to really work hard to expedite this legislation so that we could get it passed, so we could bring forward these key protections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague why, when we look at this bill, it's a Senate bill. It's not a government bill. It didn't come through the order paper through the government. I'm just wondering what does he think about this, how this speaks to the priorities of the government and why it had to come through the other place first, and that it wasn't one of the first items on the government's agenda, knowing that there was a deadline, that we had to get this done.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, and I'm very pleased to serve with that member on the Natural Resources Committee, where we both worked hard to ensure that this legislation would pass in an expedited manner. You know, I can't speak to the negotiations that the government had or the reasons that they had for trying to move this through the Senate, but I will say I will commend the work of our senators, particularly one of our conservative senators from the other place who you know, called for a common sense amendment to lower the timeline from 24 months down to 12 months. And I think that was, it shows that there is a lot of positive things that the other place can do. And I know in this House that us Conservatives, we're going to work as hard as we can to ensure that this legislation gets through today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say I'm happy to be able to speak today on the Bill S3 at third reading, which extends the transitional offshore occupational health and safety regulations for one more year to allow the finalization of the permanent regulations. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is to say, I'm happy to speak to it because I hope it will pass today. We certainly want to see it pass today because we've been waiting a very long time to see the government, both federal and provincial, come up with permanent occupational health and safety regulations in the Newfoundland and Labrador offshore, which we've been waiting for since the early 90s, in fact. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's a long and sad history of an attitude towards offshore health and safety which does not in any way compare to the kind of health and safety regulations that have been available to onshore workers in this country for many, many years. Now, you know, we've heard all sorts of excuses about delay. We have to pass this legislation. Happy to pass this legislation. I would have been very happy if we didn't need this legislation. In fact, we would not have needed this legislation if the government had been more diligent in pursuing the object of the legislation that was passed in 2014, which itself, of course, was very late. Now, the minister talks about the delay and all the complications and the consultations that have to take place, and he lamented on several occasions that there were 300 pages of regulations. Well, I wonder what page they're on, Mr. Speaker. I really do, seriously. I mean, this is since 2014, they've been working on 300 pages of regulations. Is that 6 years? Is 50 pages a year? What page are they on now? I mean, I don't mean to be flippant about it, but I think to use that excuse seems to be missing the point entirely, that there doesn't seem to have been a serious enough effort to actually put in place permanent regulations that are very necessary, and there's a reason for it. I'm afraid that the reason for it is because I think, as he pointed out at one time, the companies thought the regulations were too burdensome. Well, that debate's been going on since the early 1990s, when occupational health and safety was taken away from the federal labor department and the provincial labor departments and given to the CNLOPB. It's already been pointed out that they have divided obligations to ensure they're looking after offshore health and safety, they're looking after environmental protection, and they're also looking after the production schedules and the promotion of the industry and the development of the industry. These are, as has been pointed out by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and others, that there's a inherent conflict there, and at the very least, a lack of focus on the important things at one time. And there's good examples of why that's a problem. I'll come to a specific one which illustrates that problem and also the problem of the lapse in the regulation that has been allowed to happen by the failure of this government not to bring in this legislation before the regulations expired, which they did on December 31st of last year. So we have no enforceable regulations now in the offshore, except that they've been given instructions to follow them, and the companies have agreed to follow them, etc. But it's very clear that they're not enforceable, and no one can be charged or convicted of an offense under regulations that are not enforced. So what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that starting way back in 1992, they worked on they had draft regulations, and the draft regulations were used as a guideline. It was believed at the time that the companies convinced the governments that they knew best about how to manage safety in the offshore. We understand this industry, we understand how it works, and we will use these as guidelines. But there was no right to refuse unsafe work. There were no enforceable obligations for occupational health and safety tests. There were no ability of inspectors to lay charges in case something went wrong. The excuse was always, well, we can just take away the permits. We can stop them from operating. But that never happened, Mr. Speaker. That didn't happen in the offshore because that was too big a step to take. So there were no inspectors regularly inspecting offshore, looking for infractions or dealing with them, or even performing investigations after incidents had taken place. It was basically left up to the companies. And we've had experience, and we've seen the great disasters that the minister mentioned, and everyone in Newfoundland and Labrador who was around at the time can remember vividly the sinking of the Ocean Ranger in 1982 with a loss of 84 lives, a great and horrendous tragedy in Newfoundland and Labrador, which, as was pointed out, led to an inquiry which found the causes of the disaster. It was always a multiplicity of causes that led to it, most of which involved a lack of proper safety and lack of proper planning for a safety event occurring. The same thing happened with the Cougar helicopter crash, Flight 491 in 2009, where 17 individuals lost their lives as a result of failures to adequately ensure that the helicopter was operating properly, even though there had been a crash in a similar helicopter a couple of years ago before that in Australia, and the cause of it was known. And that's something that we see happening in the offshore. We see, unfortunately, very, very serious incidents, and luckily, not many more disasters that have taken place. So the offshore, they have placed an emphasis on safety. I won't take that away from the companies. Continuously talk about that, but they also want to be in charge of that, and they don't really want anyone else telling them how they should behave and making sure that they do things right. When it came to the helicopter inquiry by Justice Wells, who I mentioned in my question, Justice Wells did a very fine jurist, a very fine man who made a series of recommendations with respect to the offshore, the most important one of which he said was that there ought to be an independent regulator, that an independent regulator that had responsibility only for looking after offshore health and safety, and that was able to focus on that and not be subject to what he called the well-known term of regulatory capture, where the companies have control over the process by this process of ongoing consultation and ensuring that their voices are loudest and heard by all of those who have a say, and delaying things if necessary to see if they can have a better opportunity to get the regime that they want. And this is very much, in my belief, a part of the delay that's leading us to where we are here today, and where we are in the case of the government. I think is a shameful just a lack of diligence in ensuring that there was not going to be a gap in a lapse in the regulations where they cease to be enforceable, which has happened. Yes, they're revived retroactively, but that doesn't do anything to, in fact, provide an enforcement that would be able to take place if something had happened in the interim. In fact, the legislation that's before us today that will pass has a very specific reference to that issue in the clause, I believe it's clause 1, or not clause 1, it's a clause in the bill that says specifically, no person shall be convicted of an offense under a provision of a regulation revived under subsection 1 if the offense was committed during the period beginning on January the 1st, 2021 and ending on the day before the day on which this section comes into force. Now, Mr. Speaker, that means that this section doesn't come into force until it's passed by the Governor General, and therefore we have a lapse there, and they've specifically made it impossible to charge anyone for something that may have happened in the interim. That's maybe a technicality for sure, but nevertheless, that is the reality of leaving that gap in place. And I just want to illustrate this point by an incident that was actually made known to the public on May the 17th of this year by the Hibernia Management and Development Company, HMDC, the operator of the Hibernia platform. They reported that on May the 13th, 2021, 2 workers were engaged in a lift of a container, and on a crane rig, an assembly was dropped, and there were no injuries, but there was a drop falling 10 meters drop, and could have been fatal. The incident had the potential for fatality based on the Dropped Objects Prevention Scheme calculator, which is an industry standard. This resulted, of course, in a ceasing of operations and an investigation to be carried out. I want to read from you the last 2 paragraphs of this report from the HMDC, the Hibernia Management and Development Company. And that says HMDC ceased all crane operations and has initiated an investigation into the root cause of the incident. Rightly so. The next line says the CNLOPB is monitoring HMDC's investigation of the incident. Now, isn't that interesting, Mr. Speaker? What we have here is an investigation into a safety incident that was a potential fatality being investigated by the company. The role of the body responsible for health and safety in the offshore is not to conduct an investigation, not to determine what the cause was and find out from an independent, objective body responsible for investigations of, say, health and safety, responsible for ensuring that any systems in place are adequate, and that if there was a violation of a regulation to potentially lay a charge. No, it's being conducted by the company itself. And that's existing now under the current regulations that were put in place in 2014, the ones that they're being discussed as to whether they should be made permanent or what their permanent regulations should be. To me, it is illustrative of the whole history of the ongoing regime of offshore health and safety in the offshore in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia as well. And this has been complained about in legislatures. When I was in the legislature in Newfoundland and Labrador as a member of that House of Assembly, I complained many times about the inadequacy of offshore health and safety regulations. The same thing was happening in Nova Scotia. They were under the same regime. And it was only as a result of the Wells inquiry and the offshore safety that it was decided that there ought to be enforceable regulations, and these regulations were brought in, the ones that are there now, the transitional regulations. But it was decided that there would be a consultation to make permanent regulations. Well, we still don't have permanent regulations 6 years after that legislation was passed. And as has been pointed out, not only did the delay take place, and we can list all the reasons why, and I'm not going to rehearse them. The minister did a great job in listing all the reasons why 300 pages of regulations couldn't be dealt with in 6 years. But that being said, there's the delay that took place to the point that it wasn't until the first week in December, with the regulations about to expire on December 31st, did the government act to extend these regulations for another year to allow them to complete the process. Well, that's obviously a failure of diligence, a failure of priorities, a failure of taking seriously the need for the kind of thing that we've been calling for more than 25 years. To keep in place so that the workers would be protected by an effective, enforceable offshore health and safety regime. And that's just not good enough, Mr. Speaker. And it shows a terrific disrespect for the importance of the health and safety of Newfoundland and Labrador workers and workers from all over the country, indeed, who work in our offshore and making sure that the proper regulations in place. So I say that, and I say that with some regret, that we have not seen the proper respect for the recommendations that have been made by Mr. Justice Wells. We haven't seen a proper respect for need for employer and employee involvement. We have advisory boards that were part of the legislation in 2014. This is 2021. We don't have an offshore health and safety advisory board in place in Newfoundland and Labrador offshore because the governments have failed to appoint them. Only recently did the federal government appoint anyone on their side. Only recently. The province hasn't done so yet. What is going on, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that the workers in the offshore of Newfoundland and Labrador don't get the respect that they deserve from government by being treated the same as workers would be on land? Health and safety advisory committees are standard fare, Mr. Speaker. They're standard fare. There's supposed to be consultation. The Newfoundland and Labrador Federation of Labor, the union representing two of the rigs in the offshore, they've told me that they haven't been consulted on who the appointment should be representing workers. It's written into the legislation, but they haven't been consulted. So what is going on, Mr. Speaker? There's a serious case of neglect of the importance of this issue, a serious case of undervaluing the need for a regime that's been recommended by Justice Wells, as I pointed out, a very thorough, considerate, judicial personage who with a tremendous amount of experience and respect and made these recommendations that they ought to be in place, they ought to be enforceable, they ought to be done by an independent board to ensure that there's not the opportunity for regulatory capture, to ensure that there's a focus specifically in this case on the health and safety workers, and following the example, after they tried everything else, following the example of Norway and Australia and the United Kingdom, when they suffered in some cases from very serious disasters in their offshore, understanding that it was necessary to have an independent body such as they now have. So I have a few minutes left, but I don't intend to use all the time. We are agreeing, of course, to pass this legislation speedily today. We've been consulted on this for quite some time and indicated in our intention to support this speedy passage, but we did want to take the time and do want to ensure that people know that this is in fact a very black mark on the government of Canada, this one and the previous ones, in failing to do this, to take the proper recommendations and to follow through, and indeed the government of Newfoundland and Labrador for not, in their case, appointing people to the Offshore Health and Safety Advisory Board, and insisting that the government play a role as well. There are partners in this process, and they all have their obligations to fulfill. But in the case of the government of Canada, they're the lead. They're the lead on this. They're the ones with the experts and expertise, and they've been putting their shoulder to the wheel. But they haven't been putting the shoulder to the wheel very quickly, Mr. Speaker. And the delays are unconscionable. I would like to see this passed today, but let me assure you that whatever happened between December and today, and the passage of the bill, I would hope that the people who are working on this 300 pages have gotten through a few more pages. I don't think they were, I would certainly hope that they weren't waiting till we pass this legislation to get down to brass tacks and finish the job. We're prepared to finish the job today, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the legislation, but I wanted to point out the failings by the government in not getting the job done earlier, and and leaving the gap in place, which in the case of the incident that I referred to, if there was, and I'm not suggesting that there was at all, but if there was a reason for a violation of the regulations that existed, no charges could be laid, because this act that we're passing today says specifically that they can't be. And that just points out and illustrates the difficult problems and the failures of the government in not properly bringing this legislation before this House in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd really like to thank my colleague from St. John's East for his speech here today. You know, it's so fortunate that we have someone with such a depth of knowledge on this issue. He's really been involved with this issue for the last 30 years, ever since, you know, the offshore sector started in Newfoundland. He's been working with the workers to make sure that they have these rights. And I can only imagine how frustrating it is for him to be here today talking about this. You know, one of the unions involved, Unifor, their representative, called this whole process an epic failure. And, you know, he brought up, I could ask a bunch of questions, but I'm going to just ask him to maybe zero in back on the issue around the Joint Offshore Health and Safety Advisory Council, where apparently the federal government has appointed their members. Newfoundland and Labrador has not. And there seems to be no process for the unions, the workers, to select their representatives. And I'm just wondering if he could go back to that and maybe explain some of the timelines and really why is this happening? Why can't we have that independence with workers representing their rights for a safe workplace on that council?
Well, member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his question. And yes, I've been involved for many years, and I know some of the players involved, and I knew people who were victims of the Ocean Ranger tragedy, and a classmate of mine from grammar school. And in the case of the Cougar helicopter crash, a cousin of mine was one of the victims. And most people in Newfoundland and Labrador have a connection with someone who died in one of those incidents or members of their extended family. And it is a well-known, excruciating reality that this is important to our province. And yet we've seen a failure from 2014 to even appoint a board. In Nova Scotia, they were delayed, but they were appointed in 2019. They've been meeting twice a year since. Why there's a failure in Newfoundland, I can't explain. It's up to the Newfoundland and Labrador government to do so. And the failure to consult with the workers shows a disrespect for the process. We have it doesn't say that they shall be appointed by them, but they have to be consulted. I don't think they were even consulted in this place.
Some comments. Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it was good to hear the member from Newfoundland and Labrador and to listen closely to his speech. Certainly, one of the concerns that I have with the general history of the current Liberal government is they seem quick to talk the game when it comes to things like federal and provincial negotiations. But this seems to be another example where although the press conferences and meetings say the right things, when it comes to actually accomplishing the objectives that are needed for the best interests of Canadians, the results look very, very different than what's noted in a press release, question period, whatever the case may be. I'm wondering if the member has further comments on that.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not used to being, when we're in the House, we're used to being recognized before we speak. In this world, we have to get our microphones on so we can talk. So we seem to go one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Yes, I think there is a serious disconnect between what we say and what we do when it comes to the Liberal government. This is essentially the kind of work we're talking about here is the work of government to make sure that we're doing the work in the background to make sure things are happening that are supposed to be happening, that are important, in this case, to the workers in Newfoundland and Labrador, and keeping your eye on the obligations that you have to ensure that we don't have a lapse in these regulations, as we've seen here, starting on January the 1st. And I'm just shocked to see that this is, as you say, I think the member put it well, that you see lots of pretty talk about what we stand for and what we believe in as a government, but then when it comes to follow through, often you don't see it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to provide a couple of comments with a question. It is a priority for the government, the legislation that we have before us. We care deeply about the workers' health and safety. We have a very strong advocacy group within the Atlantic Caucus that wouldn't take anything but a government that would deal with the issue. My question to the member is, would he not recognize that for us trying to get it done before the summer, and it appears as if we have the political support to do that, but also in the last year, there's been a great demand for other types of legislation and legislative agenda dealing with the pandemic, that the government does have a balancing that needs to be required. And it does not mean that the government is being insensitive to the workers. After all, we do want this legislation passed, and we appreciate the support and the cooperation that's coming from the opposition.
Versus Johns East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that there's a lot of legislation that needs to be passed. My concern here, and you talk about the forceful Atlantic Caucus, how did this end up falling through the cracks? That this couldn't be put in place in the fall, and the cooperation that you're getting now would readily have been available in the fall, because no one would want to see these regulations lapse. There was no real need for this kind of debate, frankly, accusing the government of falling asleep at the switch, accusing the government of failure to take seriously the rights of offshore workers, to allow legislation to lapse that was enforcing offshore regulations. That seems to be the problem, Mr. Speaker, that I'm concerned about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe in respect to public safety. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable in regards to rail transportation. And the Honourable Member for Vancouver East in respect to health. Now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill S3 that is before Parliament today. As a member of Parliament in Newfoundland and Labrador, this issue is obviously one of importance, not only to myself as a parliamentarian, but to many across Newfoundland and Labrador. Let me just start by saying that there are many tragic events, unfortunately, that shape the history, the culture, and the strength of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Most of those, unfortunately, happen in the offshore industry or somehow linked to the ocean as an ocean province of Canada. First of all, one of those have definitely been the Ocean Ranger disaster. That itself was the catalyst for safety in the offshore oil and gas industry. In February 15th in 1982, the drilling and exploration of the industry off the Grand Banks of Newfoundland and Labrador resulted in a tragedy like none other that we had seen in our history. Just 267 kilometers from home in St. John's, 84 crew members tragically lost their lives, and there were no survivors. In March 13th in 1985, we saw the Universal helicopter crash in Placentia Bay in Newfoundland and Labrador, which killed 6 people at that time. Another tragic, sad, and unfortunate event in our history. And it brought us to March 12th, 2009, just 12 years ago, with Kruger Flight 491 crash, killing 17 people en route from St. John's, Newfoundland to the oil fields off our coastline. Another sad, historic, and tragic event that has shaped the province that we are proud of and call our home. Those of us who live in Newfoundland and Labrador and work in occupations, whether it's in the offshore oil industry, the offshore fishery, or many other industry sectors, we know that we work in a climate that is rugged. We work in an environment that is often harsh. And we also know, Mr. Speaker, in our history, that there has been tragic loss, and we would like to think in some cases we can do more to prevent tragic loss in the future. In 2009, when the accident with Kruger helicopters happened, I was the leader of the opposition for the Liberal Party in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I remember this day very well. And I remember the days that followed, in which the regulatory body was appointed to look at safety in the offshore industry. I watched as many families crumbled in the midst of that tragedy, as they mourned their loss and the province mourned that loss. And it was difficult days. It was difficult days in looking to what needed to be done to create more safety, more protection for workers in that industry. And it's been a long and difficult road. And I know it's easy. I was an opposition leader at the time, and I served as much of my career politically in opposition as I've served in government. And it's always easy to point the finger and say, why wasn't this done, or why couldn't that have been avoided? Realistically, we live in a world where we have come, unfortunately, to learn from tragedy and to do better. And that's what we're trying to do today in this country. We're trying to do better. We're trying to ensure that the safety, the welfare, and the protection of people in the offshore oil and gas industry, whether it's in Newfoundland and Labrador or anywhere in this country, is protected, and that the regulations of safety are upheld. One of my colleagues who I share with in the Natural Resources Committee earlier spoke about the work of Chief Justice Wells, and so did my colleague from St. John's East, who was in the Newfoundland and Labrador legislature with me at that time. And as well, if you check Hansard, I think between the two of us, there wasn't a day we didn't miss in raising the issues around health and safety in the offshore industry. But what I will say is this: Chief Justice Wells was appointed to do a job which, in my opinion, he did well. He had a team of individuals that really worked hard to ensure that the recommendations and the regulations around this industry would be sufficient, would be at least a starting point to where we needed to go. Those regulations, of course, came in to force to a certain degree. And as one of my colleagues, the member for St. John's East, outlined, some of them we still work towards. And just recently, the federal government did make the first appointments to the Health and Safety Board. And I'm assured the province is following in line, and we will see this board active in short order. There's several things I want to highlight today. This bill actually came to the Natural Resources Committee, of which I sit as a member. We had an opportunity to question the minister, to evaluate the bill, and to study it on its merit. Absolutely. It got dealt with in short order, and it was supported by the entire committee, which is made up of all parties. And I want to extend thank you to my colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee for doing just that. They understood the importance of this, and they also understood the importance of the task that was at hand for us. And therefore, we moved ahead. For those of you who aren't sure what this debate is about today, Bill S3 is to extend the application of 6 transitional occupational health and safety regulations under the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act. The transitional regulations was implemented in 2014 under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and along with a 5-year automatic repeal date to allow for the development of permanent regulations, which is where we are today. The repeal date was subsequently extended by 1 year via the Second Budget Implementation Act of 2018. What I want to assure members today is that we are very committed to ensuring that the highest priority of health and safety and environmental protection in all aspects of our natural resources industries, and most definitely in this sector as we're debating today, is held up, and that it is given the type of priority and the type of interest that it so deserves. And I've heard different people on this debate, and they have talked about, why hasn't this moved forward quicker? Why didn't you do it a year ago? And, there is some legitimacy in the question, and I accept that. But I will tell you now that this particular bill is one that cannot be taken lightly. It is the transitional occupational health and safety regulations under that act, as you know, was extended, as I said. We also know that these regulations are very complex, and they are to be looked at in tremendous detail and implemented in a course of action that reaches, protects, and secures those that work in the industry to the greatest extent of our ability. There are many pieces of legislation that we launch in the House of Commons that we wish that we could do in record time. There are lots of times we set deadlines that those deadlines can't always be met, but never doubt our commitment to the safety, to the welfare, and to the health of the offshore workers in every industry sector in Canada, in this case, the offshore workers in Newfoundland and Labrador. We know that occupational health and safety regulations are important to all employees in all industries, and that workplace settings in Canada, including those in the offshore, and we need to do what we have a responsibility to do as a government to ensure that they're enacted and that they're followed. In 2014, when the government amended the Accords Act to clarify the legal framework for offshore occupational health and safety and to establish the transitional regulations, that was a highlight for us at that particular time. Since that time, we have worked diligently with the government and the industry in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Nova Scotia to develop permanent regulations that are tailored to the offshore, one of the most remote and one of the most dangerous places to work in this country today. So am I going to be offended by those who feel that we should do it much more quickly than we have? I won't be, because these permanent regulations are there to protect lives. It is not a political game, and no one is playing games here. This is very serious business, and protecting the lives of those that work in a dangerous industry like we have in offshore oil and gas in Newfoundland and Labrador is one that needs to be done cautiously and to the greatest extent possible to ensure that lives are protected in all aspects. Do you know, I'm very proud of our record as a government when it comes to responding to the oil and gas industry in Newfoundland and Labrador. First of all, I was around in the days when the CNLOPB was created, the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board. It's a world-class regime. It is something that we have grown to be proud of in Newfoundland and Labrador because we built it. It is ours, and it is working for people in our industry, and it is working for our industry as a whole. Does it need improvement, or can we improve up on it? Of course we can. There's always room to improve. When you look at the oil industry in this province, we have some of the lowest emissions per barrel in the world. Sweet light crude. Oil that will be a part of the mix for a very long time. When you look at future dependency on oil, on the oil industry itself, you're looking to sweet light crude. You're looking to places like Newfoundland and Labrador where we can produce low emission oil, where we can contribute to a world that is carbon conscious. And that's so important for us in this industry, in this province. The other thing I want to say for the record, the Atlantic Accord. We've renewed the Atlantic Accord, and we all know that the Atlantic Accord has been one of the most positive negotiations to have occurred between Ottawa and Newfoundland and Labrador since our Confederation. And I will always compliment those who had a hand in doing so. Just like I am proud of our government for renewing the Atlantic Accord for Newfoundland and Labrador at $2.5 billion over the renewal of the accord. $400 million we invested for workers and in lowering emissions in the oil and gas industry. When we were going through a pandemic in this country, we didn't walk away from workers in the oil and gas industry. We held in for them. And it wasn't always easy days or easy negotiations. But through a lot of support and tremendous leadership of groups like the CNLOPB, like the Newfoundland Offshore Oil Industry Association, and many others, we were able to work with them to do the Industry Recovery Assistance Fund and to make other investments in offshore oil industry for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. So yes, we did invest $400 million for workers in this province and to help lower the emissions in the industry. We helped move the environmental assessment for exploratory wells from 900 days as it currently was to 90 days. That in itself was a tremendous shift for the industry, allowing them to monopolize time and to invest money in different ways and to protect workers in this province. These are things that we are proud of. As you all know, this past year, since March of 2020, we have been living in a different environment, a different climate. Whether it's in governance, whether it's investment, whether it's in oil development, whether it's in environmental protection, we have all been living through a different time in this country. So yeah, maybe we would have liked to move things a lot sooner around the regulations, but we are moving them and we're moving them in the right direction. And believe me, when you live in a province like I do that have had to succumb to so much tragedy and challenge in industry sectors, you will understand too how very important it is to ensure that the health and safety of workers in the offshore industry, the oil industry in Newfoundland and Labrador are protected. When you work in an industry that is built in the way that this industry is built, it is built on pride, but we also know it is an industry that can suffer tremendous loss. And that's the unfortunate thing about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I have more time left, but I'm sure there are questions as well. But before I finish, I just want to say just a few more short points. First of all, I want to commend the minister and the member for St. John South for the work that he has done in leading this industry for us in Newfoundland and Labrador, but also in Canada, for the contributions that he has made, both in investment, in changing environmental legislation, and in this case, in providing for the regulations for the protection of workers in the offshore industry. I appreciate the work my colleague has done and his leadership on this issue. I appreciate the work of all the MPs in Newfoundland and Labrador for their support on this and for raising their voices over many years to ensure the protection of safety for workers in the industry. And I also want to commend the private sector. And I speak directly to Cougar Helicopters, who I know in the aftermath of what happened in 2009 have did a tremendous amount of work and investment to ensure that the health and safety of all their workers that travel with them, are affiliated with them, their company, and the offshore industry. I have met with them many times, and I am confident when I say that they have some of the best search and rescue capabilities today within that company that can exist anywhere in this country and probably anywhere in this world. They have not only emerged themselves as a company that is protecting the rights and the health and well-being and safety of workers here at home in Canada, but they have brought those lessons, those precedents for good, safe operations to many other jurisdictions around the world. And I want to recognize them for what they continue to do day in and day out in this province. Lastly, I want to recognize the work of NOIA and Charlene Johnson, who I've dealt with on a number of occasions in dealing with the oil industry and listening to the messages of workers and industry stakeholders within the province. And we certainly respect their voices, and we respect a tremendous amount of knowledge, the depth of experience that their organization brings to issues like this. And of course, to the government of Newfoundland and Labrador for always being aware that we work in an industry that is tragic. We work in an industry in this province that is unrelentless on most days. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians have a history from the early days of going to the ice in the seal hunt to today going to the offshore in the oil rigs. We have had a history of working in difficult and challenging environments. We have had a history of working in some of the most weather-beaten areas of the world. And when you walk the shores of Newfoundland and Labrador, you recognize that. You only have to look at the geology that encompasses this land that we call home to see the ancient rock, to see the wear and tear of our shorelines over many years, to see how rugged the ocean can be and how difficult and harsh the environment is that we often work in as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. So I thank my colleagues, I thank the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, the government of Canada, the Senate, everyone who's had a role to play in this, including the Natural Resources Committee. And I hope that we can see the passage of these amendments today and this bill so that we can move on with doing the important work that needs to be done in protecting the health and safety of offshore workers in Newfoundland and Labrador's oil industry. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. We'll first go to the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I want to, first of all, express my gratitude for the member's speech. I listened quite attentively and recognize in some of these more remote parts of Canada, there are specific needs that need to be addressed, and I appreciate her outlining that. I'm just wondering if the member could explain to the House why the union, representing 700 of the 1,200 workers on the offshore, was not consulted on the Labour representative for the Occupational Health and Safety Advisory Council. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question and also for the support that the NDP has given us towards this bill. Obviously, the committee is now being appointed to look at health and safety within the offshore board. We also know that the CNLOP board is made up of representatives from across the province with different backgrounds and different skill sets that are able to represent the industry and the interests of workers as well. So I really believe that there's always room to make improvement, but I also believe that the people who make up these boards and those that are being proposed for appointment are people that have tremendous knowledge, skills, and are able to make valuable contributions towards the interests and the protection of safety of workers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend and parliamentary secretary. Certainly, totally agree this legislation needs to be passed, but in the context of the debate today, I've heard something of a fairy tale about a wonderful agency that works well and regulates to protect workers and protects the environment. The fairy tale says that that's the Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board. Unfortunately, we know from the Wells report that they should have been much more vigilant, and 17 people died in the Cougar crash. But I want to focus also on the negligence of the agency in protecting the environment. As I said earlier, they have a built-in conflict of interest that their job is to promote offshore oil and gas. And many scientists, and I'm sure the honourable member knows of Professor Ian Jones at Memorial University, a number of scientists within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, who have lamented that the Canada, Newfoundland, Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board seems to have a fictitious approach to protection for marine mammals from seismic testing. Seismic testing that causes noise levels of as much as 260 decibels, 24/7 in the offshore. And I wonder if the honourable member wouldn't agree that it would be better to have separate agencies protect workers and protect the environment.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Cove Islands for her question and always for her insightful comments into debate. Obviously, in the oil and gas industry in Newfoundland and Labrador, when we look at the CNLOPB, we look at it as something that was built in Newfoundland and Labrador. Very seldom in our history have we had autonomy or control over any resource development sector within our backyard. The CNLOPB was the world-class regime that was created to do that. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. And can it be improved? We all recognize it can be improved, even going back to the recommendations of the regulatory review that was done. We're looking to try and make those transitions and to look at those improvements. When it comes to the protection, environmental protections, we did complete overhauls with regard to environmental regulations and legislation as it relates to Canada's resource development sector. And that is governed by legislation. And that process, while many may feel that it is too lenient, there are others that feel it isn't lenient enough. So there's always a crossover in terms of whether there's a happy medium here or not. I think the only thing that really makes concrete sense is ensuring that we have environmental regulations that is very well thought out, that looks to the protection of the marine environment and the natural environment itself, and ensures that there is cohesion between resource development and the environment. Anytime when those targets are not being met, I think there's always room for a reevaluation and for further discussion. We need to ensure that parties are always open to that, and that it's not and that these things are not done to the detriment of other interest.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech with great interest, and certainly will be curious to go back to listen to some of her comments regarding resource development and provincial jurisdiction. I'm not quite sure the context in which those comments were made, but certainly will be interesting. There's been a number of individuals who have highlighted the fact that this seems to have been delayed quite significantly. This is simply another extension on top of a number of other extensions. So I'm curious to ask the member specifically. Is this something that we're going to see come before the House again before the end of the year, looking for another extension? on top of this, or does it appear that the negotiations are going along at the rate which can see that this transition actually is in fact a transition and not simply another step that will require a further transitional agreement? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And of course, what we're doing today is basically an amendment around a time process to establish the transitional regulations as was introduced previous. But I guess what I would say to the member is that we've been working very diligently as a government with Newfoundland and Labrador and with Nova Scotia to develop permanent regulations and regulations that are tailored directly to the offshore industry in those particular regions. So as I've said in my speech, we're dealing with some of the most remote and dangerous places in the country to work, and the workers there deserve to have the amount of time, interest, and knowledge invested into ensuring that these regulations are not only tailored to the dangerous and remote working conditions that they find themselves in, but they're also there to ensure that they are safe. So we know these are complex regulations. It is our hope that it will be completed in the timetable that have been outlined. And we're not foreseeing at this stage that there could be further delays.
Questions and comments? Yes, commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. But I've been hearing since this debate on many times about the government. There's their most valuable priority in this bill, as they've said on many other bills. And I've also heard that many times that they have the backs of the workers. But the problem is they let this bill lapse, or they let this legislation lapse. Now, where there is the workers' protection? They go to work, they're going to make an income, they come home to their family, they want to be nice and safe. But what they're doing now is they're risking their lives because they have no legislation to back them up. So my question is, why should the workers believe you now that you have their back, and this is a priority, when you failed them since December 20th, or December 2020?
Just remind the honourable members to direct their speech to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out once again to the member that these are complex regulations, and as I said, they're being tailored to a very unique industry in the offshore in Newfoundland and Labrador. But it also, the Accord acts also to establish a joint management framework where both Canada and Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia are equal partners. So all three governments must have the opportunity to vet the regulations through their approval processes, not just the Government of Canada. And there's been unanticipated events. I think, the global pandemic have had an impact on the delay here. Let's not kid ourselves. It's had an impact on everything we've been doing as citizens in this country and around the world. And so there is always going to be sometimes unanticipated events like this pandemic. But, the timing of the bill reflects the recent delays that we've seen as a part of COVID. And I think he knows that and he understands that. But these amendments provide continuity in the regulatory framework for the transitional regulations that were automatically repealed on December 31st, 2020. As you will see, Clause 3 of the bill ensures that the regulations will be revived and retroactive to January 1st, 2021.
The time for the honourable member has expired. Actually, we let a little go over there, but we have come to the end of the time allocated, and now we'll go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is good to be able to enter into debate on this important subject, certainly when it deals with one of the most important industries in this country, and specifically with S3 dealing with the safety of workers within Canada's oil and gas sector, specifically the offshore oil and gas sector. And I will get into some of the specifics around this bill and highlight some of the realities faced by an industry that I'm quite familiar with when it comes to the onshore side of oil and gas, less familiar with the offshore, but certainly am proud of the contribution that it makes to the Canadian economy. I do, however, Mr. Speaker, want to start by addressing a number of things that the minister stated in his remarks when we opened the debate on S3 a little bit earlier this afternoon. I do find it quite tragic, actually, that even the minister's own department talks about all of the provinces in this country that produce oil and gas. And he seems to reference quite often that there's 3 oil and gas producing provinces in this country, when in fact there are more than 7, with some further legacy production associated with it, and that the impact of oil and gas, Mr. Speaker, is truly national, whether it be on the revenue side of the government's balance sheet through royalties, or the fact that the economic impacts are truly significant. It's when you have an industry like the oil and gas sector, and you go to any community of the dozens and dozens and dozens of communities that I represent, every single community, small businesses are impacted by oil and gas, and in many cases you see a truly national impact through that economy. So I wanted to specifically address that and a couple of other things that I'll get to before, but it is troubling that there are those, whether intentionally or not. Either way, it's troubling that the impact of the oil and gas sector is seemingly diminished in both our current national economy, but also the importance place that I believe that it has in the coming years and decades, and even as the members opposite like to often talk about this transition. Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that oil and gas still plays a key role, and I will get into some of the specifics around that. And further, the minister did talk about, and we're seeing this a little bit more often, especially when the Liberal hypocrisy on Line 5 and KXL is being called out. They've seemed to up their rhetoric when it comes to the transition side. It seems to be the trend of left-leaning parties to bolster and talk about the impending energy transition, and they'll talk about the tough decisions that have to be made, and yet they refuse to acknowledge, I think, the reality that exists within an industry that isn't going away anytime soon, yet can lead the world when it comes to an industry that will see demand. Even the most conservative estimates have oil and gas demand increasing for about 2 decades. We saw a significant demand decrease during the COVID-19 pandemic, but that is estimated to exceed pre-pandemic levels in the coming months, maybe sooner, depending on the rate of economic recovery. So Mr. Speaker, I find it troubling, again, that there's a lot of talk around how tough decisions have to be made, how we have to somehow punish the workers, the proud workers within these sectors, whether it be in the offshore side of the industry off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, whether it be the workers in a factory that has contracts with oil sands company, whether it be the constituents that I represent, whether they travel to work in camps up north, or they check wells locally, some even part-time. In fact, speaking to a retiree here recently who still checks a few wells on a part-time basis that helps supplement supplement their income. It is troubling that there's such a narrow focus to a refusal to acknowledge the reality that exists in Canada's energy sector. And then finally, the politics that are being played with the talk around delay. Now, Mr. Speaker, it couldn't be further from the truth that the Liberals are quick to blame the opposition for all the ills of the world. But that simply is not true. The reality is that the government has mismanaged their legislative agenda. In fact, not just this Parliament, and I think Canadians would have a lot of understanding. The fact that we've faced a global pandemic and there's significant challenges associated with a number of bills that certainly nobody would have anticipated. Canadians and certainly the opposition acknowledges that. But here's the reality. The government, time and time again, has demonstrated that they don't negotiate in good faith, that they are willing to play political games, and they are more reactive than anything when it comes to the issues they face. And I'll point back to prior to when I was elected, with when seeing is about halfway through the last Parliament that it seems like they got busy on the legislative side of things. And I remember reading a column about halfway through the last Parliament that the headline, and I'm paraphrasing from memory, but the headline was something along the lines of, "This is the least effective legislative majority government in recent history," and even pointed back to some previous minority parliaments saying that they were more effective at getting legislation passed. And then all of a sudden, in the final couple of years of the last Parliament, it's almost like the Liberals forgot that Parliament even exists, and there'd be a lot of examples that I could get into about showing that they truly show contempt for Canada's national democratic institutions. But I will try to hold back on that front today, Mr. Speaker, as we're working diligently to get this legislation passed. But it's troubling that trend seems to be continued. Yet that minister will simply play politics. Parliamentary secretaries and members will stand up and simply blame opposition members because they want to speak to important issues like S3. They'll simply say that if you even want to debate it, somehow you're holding up important legislative issues, that you're delaying the process. And on and on and on. Those sorts of excuses are made. And Mr. Speaker, it is very, very troubling. And it was only after, and this was prior to the pandemic, but I saw this firsthand shortly after being elected, seeing the way that the government and the previous minister responsible dealt with the new CUSMA, the renegotiated NAFTA agreement. It was astounding to listen to how the government tried to blame the opposition for their failures on a trade agreement that had true and significant impacts. Yet instead of taking responsibility, that's one thing. Instead of taking responsibility, they blamed their political opponents, tried to pivot away, explain that away, and simply blame. Instead of answering questions, they simply blame, delay, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, saw that poor outcomes resulted. So it was before the pandemic that I started to see this trend as an elected parliamentarian, and it's unfortunate that we saw time and time again throughout the pandemic. And the members opposite like to say how prorogation only lost a day and a half of Parliament, and they'll make these sorts of declarations and look at the legislative calendar and point when they know full well the reality is very, very different. And I could go into that, but I do want to get into the specifics of this debate. The Bill S3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act. When I first saw that this bill was introduced, it certainly, and specifically because it had to do with the energy industry, it's a personal interest of mine. I looked into it, and I was surprised to see that this was an extension of transitional regulations that had been extended a number of times before. And so certainly there is the need for certainty for workers, as has been pointed out quite a number of times throughout the course of the debate this afternoon that workers deserve certainty around the environment that they are asked to work in, and a few of the changes that took place, as was pointed out earlier, from a 24-month extension to a 12-month extension, and I hope that the government is actively working, proactively working. I should say not just reactive, in the sense that I hope we don't have to debate another bill like this come next fall, because the government wasn't able to get some of these agreements done on what is admittedly a very, very complex set of regulations that deal with provincial and federal jurisdiction and the health and safety in a very, very challenging work environment. And not to say this bill speaks to the importance of time to ensure that there is respect for the stakeholders in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia to ensure that there is that fulsome and proper agreement. And I would note how the bill seems to anticipate that there would be delays, and we're debating it. It's now close to the end of May, and I anticipate that it will likely pass today. But it anticipated the fact that this probably wouldn't get done, so it makes these transitional regulations retroactive to the end of last year, where they expired previously. And it is, I would note, and a number of others have made some good points about this, but it is so important to respect our democratic institutions. And certainly, I don't think there's any question that all members of Parliament here want to ensure that workers have a safe workplace. But I do find it troubling that the government would take for granted the legislative process to the point where that would be forced to be written into legislation. As I truly believe that had they been more proactive, had they been more willing to work through the processes involved, we could have come to a much better agreement that would not have left that uncertainty that exists when it comes to the retroactivity to ensuring there is no lapse, because workers certainly deserve that. Mr. Speaker, certainly we see, as is often the case, when workplace measures are brought into to force, we see that it is in the context of tragedy. And I do want to acknowledge, and not being as familiar with the offshore industry as I am with the onshore in Alberta and Saskatchewan, I do believe, however, it is important to note a couple of the disasters that I've read about and learned more about since this debate came forward, and that's the 1982 Ocean Ranger disaster, where more than 80 people passed away, the tragedy associated with that. The 2009 Cougar helicopter flight 491 crash, and a number of other incidents where tragically Canadians have lost their lives. And closer to home, to translate some of these losses, I'm aware of individuals who have lost their lives working in what is a challenging environment, the oil and gas sector. And I'll get into some of my experience about that in a moment. But certainly, the demands to keep the lights on require risks, and it is important to ensure that as parliamentarians we create the frameworks required for the certainty of those workers, and that corporations and all those involved with the extraction of these resources, to ensure that there's accountability and certainty and clarity as to how that works. So Mr. Speaker, that brings me to the conclusion of some of the specifics on why I think S3 is so important, and why I look forward to being able to support it, and I hope and certainly as the previous speaker and parliamentary secretary mentioned, they're hopeful that they can complete these negotiations and have an agreement so that these transitional regulations are able to be replaced with the permanent ones within the next year, and I do hope that is the case. There is part of me that's very pessimistic when you look at the history of this government. But I do, Mr. Speaker, want to take advantage of a few final minutes of my time to talk about a number of things that are, I think, incredibly important for the context around this discussion. And Mr. Speaker, I would start by simply saying this. I was made aware recently that a state employee pension fund had decided to divest itself of oil and gas, Canadian oil and gas shares. And I had my staff look into that, because certainly I'm always curious when and it's that pension fund is entitled to do that. Obviously, their job is to ensure security for the pensioners. But I had my staff look into the reasoning, and Mr. Speaker, here's what I found. That this pension fund, under the guise of environmental protection, ethical or environmental social governance, they were divesting of Canadian energy. Now, here's what's very, very troubling. That same pension fund, and let me simply add this, they talked about it in the context of net zero by 2050. That they wanted to ensure their fund was acting in a way that would encourage net zero by 2050. But here's the thing. The hypocrisy that existed when looking a little bit more into some of the other holdings that fund has. It has significant investments in oil and gas production in other parts of the world, other companies, of which do not have nearly the same environmental record as Canadians, and specifically some of the companies that this pension fund had divested from. To the point where a number of the companies had even committed and laid out specific frameworks saying this is how they will be net zero going forward. Yet this pension fund sold off investments in the environmentally responsible. I would suggest largely because of a type of environmental activism that is more focused on image than the reality that exists on the ground. And then on the other side, you have them still invested in other corporations that are extracting oil and gas from other jurisdictions with no plan to net zero by 2050. When we look at Canada's oil and gas sector, it's about 10% of Canada's GDP. It's contributed directly to government coffers about $500 billion. There's about 500,000 Canadians that have direct and indirect jobs, and a lot of Canadians don't even realize how absolutely significant those indirect jobs are, because the vehicles that are produced at a factory in Ontario, some of those are being sold because of oil and gas. The buses at a factory in Quebec are being used in large contracts being given to oil sands producers. There's a lot of specific technology when it comes to the energy industry, including offshore, that is aiding in research and development, and including the fact that energy can and should be a part of what our green future is. Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the most troubling realities that exists is the hypocrisy in the conversation around oil and gas and Canada's role. Canada can be the supplier of choice, and I hope that we remain. And Mr. Speaker, I do, and I would simply wrap up my speech with this, that there is, sorry, Madam Speaker, I couldn't see you there, so I'm not sure exactly when you switched, so I apologize about that. But some facts about Atlantic Canada's offshore oil and gas industry. More than 5,000 people employed directly. 600 supply and service companies. Cumulative expenditures of almost $70 billion in the last 2 decades. More than $20 billion in the last 2 decades in cumulative royalties. Madam Speaker, these are industries worth supporting. These are industries worth fighting for. That includes ensuring that the workers have the protections that they need, which is what S3 is about. But overall, I would urge all parliamentarians to take seriously the reality and the place that this sector and its workers have in Canada's present and Canada's future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech, the member for Battle River Crowfoot, and I have two quick questions. Number one, has there anything happened since December 31st of last year when the regulations offshore lapsed to today that would give even 1 hour of delay in the government carrying on to produce the permanent regulations in the offshore that they talk about being important to pass this legislation for? And secondly, I know the member is a new member of Parliament. Did he ever think that he would see a government allow regulations that provide for occupational health and safety, that provide for enforceable regulations for inspections and charges if necessary, that a government would allow that to lapse and no longer be in effect?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a good couple of questions, and I certainly appreciate serving on the Public Safety Committee with that member. I think that he brings up a good point, and that's the fact that I've been astounded since being elected. It seems like the lack of management of whether it's the legislative timetable, just simply the reactive nature that this government takes to everything that they do. They seem to be more worried about the present polling than they do about ensuring that Canadians have good governance. And that's troubling because that does not result in the best interests for Canadians and Canadian, in this case, Canadian workers being respected. And with respect to some of the regulations, over the last five or 6 months, there's been thousands of oil and gas workers in Atlantic Canada that have been going to work. And with the uncertainty surrounding the regulations that are required in order for them to be protected on their workplaces. And that's troubling. And it speaks to some of the challenges. And although I've never worked in the oil and gas sector off of on the offshore sense, I spent close to 10 years. That's how I paid for my college and university. I spent close to 10 years driving a pressure truck in East Central Alberta's oil patch. And the reality of sour oil and gas and the specifics around that, and having to deal with changes in regulations because of tragedy and whatnot. And there's no question that it is a dangerous, both in terms of the immediate dangerous activities that one has to do on a daily basis, but also the longer term effects that we're learning more about when it comes to chemical and whatnot. And that personally, I had a workplace, thankfully a small workplace accident that resulted in some changes to the company that I worked for in terms of practice to ensure that sort of thing didn't happen again. So I thank the member for his questions and the advocacy and the opportunity to highlight some of the challenges that are faced because of the present circumstances that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Just 1 second there. Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleague for the speech, and thank you, Madam Chair. I put my hand up last minute there. I figured I'd get one more question here from my colleague to just kind of elaborate a little bit further about just how vital, health and safety regulations are, and just how serious that the industry at large takes it. Obviously, he has experience working, in the prairie regions here in the oil and gas sector, not so much on the offshore. But if he just wants to elaborate just a little bit further on that, because I think it's extremely important to show this how serious it is, and just why it's appalling that the government would take so long to actually move on something like this and wait until the last possible minute, and even after the deal had expired, as a previous member who asked a question alluded to on this topic.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend and colleague. Just across the border, and certainly we've lived through some of the realities of the economic benefits and impacts of the current government's management of the energy sector, specifically in the cancellation of the KXL pipeline, which exclusively went through Cypress Hills Grasslands, that constituency, and Battle River Crowfoot to where it was to cross the border into the United States. And I think he makes a really good point. The energy industry takes these things very seriously, and government needs to ensure that there is strong regulations, that workers are protected. And I've seen firsthand, whether it be the 10 years that I specifically worked in the energy industry, seeing some of the more lax regulations in the beginning. And then in some cases, because of tragedy, in fact, there was, I believe, a oil and gas worker from his constituency that had passed away tragically because of exposure to sour gas that led to some pretty radical changes to the point of needing to carry around SCBAs and additional testing equipment to ensure that other workers in similar situations would not be exposed to the same threat that led to a tragedy before. And I can go back further to my late grandfather who helped build one of the first in the region that I now have the honor of representing, helped build one of the first gas facilities that at Gooseberry Lake. My late grandfather Felix Couric was he helped physically build it, and then was hired to help run it, and spent his entire working career in the energy sector. And hearing some of the stories from the early days where if a float on a tailings pond was stuck, they'd simply dive in the tailings and go float it. Now that was back in the 60s or so. So things have obviously changed, Madam Speaker, to the point where now world-class environmental regulations, world-class safety regulations that have shown what can be accomplished when industry and government and workers, when there's that mutual respect and they work together to accomplish something. And I would simply conclude with this, Madam Speaker. I think that speaks to why the energy industry is so important in this country. We lead the world. We can be, people care about where their food comes from, whether it's organic or not, or they care about their coffee, if it's fair trade. They care about diamonds in their wedding bands. You know what, Madam Speaker, we need to be the supplier of choice. We can be the supplier of choice when it comes to energy, and to ensure that there is a strong mutual respect for workers, for industry, and the governments involved to encourage that development. Madam Speaker, that can be done. We've seen it done in the past in this country, and I lament the fact that we're even having some of these conversations today that would question that can in fact be our future.
For a brief question. Brief question. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prendre?
Is the House ready for the question?
Oui, oui. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Minister Qualtrough, moves that Bill C-30, Bill S-3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act, to be now ready a second time and do pass.
Request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, the honourable member for St. John's East.
I believe you said second reading, Madam Speaker.
J'ai pas vu qu'il y avait un second reading. Oh, je pense. Yeah, I did say a troisième. I said it in French, so it is a third reading and not second. Maybe there was an issue in interpretation, or maybe it was me with my interpretation, but it is third reading. So here we are. So I would invite anyone to rise and indicate to the chair if they wish to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Madam Speaker, I believe I would ask that the bill be carried unanimously.
Do I have unanimous consent to see the bill? C'est ça? So the honourable member asked that the bill be carried unanimously, and seeing no objections, I therefore declare the motion carried. Carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Okay, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:23.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:23? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, is that? It being 6:23, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, Alderman.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-268, Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moves that Bill C-268, an act to amend the Criminal Code, intimidation of healthcare professionals, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise today to begin the debate on my private member's bill, C-268, the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that this bill is built on the hard work and determination of former members of Parliament. The first iteration that sought to address this issue was introduced by the late Mark Warwa in 2016, but it did not progress when the government introduced Bill C-14. I do consider it a tremendous honour that my bill is the same number, C-268, as his was. After C-14 was passed into law, my former colleague David Anderson introduced his private member's bill, C-418, which died on the order paper when the election was called in 2019. I would like to thank all those who have been championing this issue for many years and for their willingness to work with me. Experts throughout Canada provided information and advice, while thousands of Canadians have voiced their support for protecting our fundamental freedoms. While there are numerous dictionaries that define conscience, they are consistent in defining it as an individual's inner sense of knowing the difference between what is right and wrong, and that guides their behavior. An article by Cardis called The Imperative of Conscience Rights references the following, and I quote, "Conscience traces to the Latin conscientia and is related to the Greek synderesis. While conscientia refers to the application of our moral knowledge to particular situations, synderesis refers to the moral awareness built into each person and that urges us to do good and avoid evil." Bill C-268 is straightforward, as it seeks to enshrine in law a minimum national standard of conscience protections for medical professionals while respecting the jurisdiction of my provincial colleagues to expand on it. It is a response to calls from disability rights groups, First Nations, and the Ontario Medical Association, and many hundreds of medical and mental health professionals to protect conscience rights. It ensures that medical professionals who choose to not take part in or refer a patient for assisted suicide or medical assistance in dying will never be forced by violence, threats, coercion, or loss of employment to violate their freedoms protected in Section 2A of the Charter. This bill also serves to protect the rights of patients to receive a second opinion, and by doing so, protects our healthcare system. In my consultations, I spoke with disability rights advocate Heidi Jantz. She told me about being born in the Soviet Union. Doctors told her parents that Heidi would never walk, talk, or think, that she would be dependent on others for the rest of her short life. They told her parents to put her into an institution and forget they ever had her. You see, Heidi Jantz has severe cerebral palsy. But her parents didn't listen to the dominant narrative of their day. They loved their daughter and believed that her life had value. Eventually, they found the support they needed. Today, Dr. Heidi Jantz holds a PhD and is an adjunct professor of ethics at the University of Alberta. In her spare time, she is a playwright and author. And somehow, despite how busy her life is, she also serves as the chair of the Ending of Life Committee for the Council of Canadians with Disabilities. Dr. Jantz is a remarkable woman. While some might pity her, she will have none of it. These are her words. Everyone talks about how bad it must be to have a disability, but I choose daily to live in opposition to this narrative. Disabled people can be so much more than their diagnosis. I'm proof of that fact." End quote. If it had been up to the dominant view of her day, she would never have had the chance to disprove that narrative. If her parents did not have the option to find the help they wanted to get that crucial second opinion, none of my colleagues in this place would be hearing about this marvelous woman. This is not just a theoretical story. In a similar vein, earlier this year, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, who is a doctor herself, wrote to her constituents about her experience of ageism in our healthcare system as it related to her 93-year-old father. While I won't repeat the whole story, I will just quote her last two sentences. "My dad got better without needing the ICU, but I remember thinking that as an MD, I had been able to firmly take a stand. I worried that other families wouldn't have been able to question the clear ageism in the choices put in front of them." End quote. The minister's father, along with all Canadians, have the right to find a doctor who will offer them hope, offer them another choice, offer them a second opinion. All Canadians deserve that same right. Now, this is anything but a guarantee in Canada. We have passed laws that have the unintended consequence of forcing doctors and medical professionals to provide patients death, regardless of whether they believe it is in their patient's best interest. Bills C-14 and C-7 create a federal standard for medical assistance in dying and assisted suicide, but not for conscience protections. And despite the claims of some, it is patently absurd to argue that a conscience rights bill would somehow interfere with the role of the provinces, while the legalization of medical assistance in dying does not. We are speaking of the very first fundamental freedom laid out in the Charter. Ensuring that conscience rights are protected is the responsibility of Parliament and of the Government of Canada, which is why I introduced this bill and why it should be passed. And above all, it is the right thing to do for patients and medical professionals. Some have tried to frame conscience rights as the rights of the patient versus the rights of the doctor. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, conscience rights are critical to how our healthcare system works. Patients have the right to a second opinion. But there can be no second opinion if every medical professional is forced to provide the exact same list of options. Healthcare is fundamentally about the doctor-patient relationship. Take the case of a psychiatrist who supports MAID in certain circumstances, but who has spent 15 years counseling a patient who suffers from bouts of depression and suicidality. For 15 years, they have built up understanding and trust. What would happen if that patient, suffering from a bout of suicidality, should demand assisted suicide? Under the current law, that psychiatrist would be forced to refer their patient to someone else so that they can die. They must do this, despite knowing that the suicidal thoughts are temporary, that otherwise the patient is joyful and loves their life, and that ending their life is wrong. But the psychiatrist's hands are tied. Is that what passes for medical care? Some might claim that there are safeguards in place to prevent such tragedies. But I ask you, are you completely sure? With the passage of C-7, many of them have been removed. We are talking about ending a human life. There is no room for maybe when a life hangs in the balance. And shouldn't the first line of safeguards be the expertise of the medical professional who knows best? If they do not believe death is the answer, shouldn't we at least consider if they are right? This is, after all, a matter of life and death. Medical assistance in dying and assisted suicide are readily available throughout all of Canada. There are information phone lines, hospitals staffed with willing medical professionals, even email addresses to help set up appointments. In a word, MAID is becoming a status quo. To claim that protecting the conscience rights of medical professionals will somehow block access to those who truly want it is both misleading and nothing but baseless fear-mongering. The Canadian Medical Association stated clearly that conscience protections would not affect access because there were more than enough physicians willing to offer MAID. This is further reinforced by a McGill study that showed that 71% of recent medical school graduates would be willing to offer MAID. Every court case on the subject, as well as common sense, has stated clearly that the charter rights of medical professionals are breached when they are forced to either offer or refer assisted suicide or medical assistance in dying. Surely we are clever enough to both ensure access to MAID while still protecting the fundamental charter right to freedom of conscience. I believe it is no accident that former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau placed conscience rights as the first of the enumerated rights in our charter. It is an acknowledgement that the state cannot and should not attempt to force any one of us to do what we believe is immoral. Dozens of First Nations leaders wrote to every MP and senator, and I quote, "Given our history with the negative consequences of colonialism and the involuntary imposition of cultural values and ideas, we believe that people should not be compelled to provide or facilitate in the provision of MAID," end quote. We claim to be a pluralistic, free society. If that is true, it demands of us a tolerance of the moral views of others. Some have argued that protections already exist in C-14. While I applaud the former Minister of Justice, the Honourable Member for Vancouver-Granville, for ensuring that conscience rights were acknowledged in that legislation, acknowledgement is no longer enough. There are examples of medical professionals being forced or bullied into participation in assisted suicide against their conscience. Dr. Ellen Warner, an oncologist who has served her patients for 30 years, told me about her experiences, and I quote, "I think it will shock Canadians to hear of healthcare professionals being coerced into participating in MAID, yet such coercion has been happening frequently. A brilliant colleague of mine was bullied into becoming the physician legally responsible for MAID on his hospital ward. It was a great loss to us when he left for a different position. 2 other co-workers told me that, despite strong moral objections, they would carry out MAID if asked to do so for fear of losing their jobs. At one of our staff meetings, a psychiatrist stood up and announced that any physician who does not actively support MAID should not be working at our hospital," end quote. Finally, Madam Speaker, some have suggested that medical professionals should leave their morality at the door. However, no one truly believes or wants that. As an example, no one would want a doctor to forget their morality if they were offered a bribe to move someone up on a waiting list. If we hold our medical professionals to a higher standard, we cannot then tell them to ignore their personal moral standards. As Dr. Ellen Warner stated, "In the absence of conscience protection, the group with the most to lose are the patients, the ones we are trying to help." Madam Speaker, this bill protects the doctor-patient relationship by ensuring that doctors and other medical professionals are always able to recommend and provide the care they believe is best for their patient. Canadians need this bill to pass. Canada's medical professionals need this bill to pass. Additionally, they will need individual provincial governments to protect their rights through provincial regulations and legislation. So I encourage all of the members in this place to do our part and pass the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In light of the extensive protections for conscience rights in the Charter, in the statute originally passed C-14, which the member opposite mentioned, and in the Carter decision, I am personally aware of not a single instance of a prosecution having been levied against an institution for compelling a doctor or nurse to provide MAID. I'm wondering if the member opposite can provide to this House a single example of such a prosecution or a human rights complaint at the provincial level or a wrongful dismissal suit, because I'm struggling to understand the problem she is trying to identify and address with this private member's bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, I introduced this bill as it addresses the very real challenges that doctors and other medical professionals are facing regarding their conscience rights as defined in the Charter, and as a result of the legalization of medical assistance in dying MAID in 2015 and the recent expansion of it through Bill C-7. Doctors have come forward and are telling us that they are being forced to offer death as a treatment option regardless of a patient's medical history. In my discussions with stakeholders, I heard that without conscience rights, some medical professionals may choose to leave their field or the profession altogether. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, we have heard that there are doctors who aren't necessarily opposed to MAID in theory, but who are deeply concerned as to where the law has gone. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Quebec medical assistance in dying legislation states that a doctor who does not wish to practice medical assistance in dying must transfer the file to a doctor that does. Now, this bill here would criminalize that method. Without hearing from her on the substance, I'd like to know at least whether she agrees with me that this is not only an area of interference in Quebec jurisdiction, but that additionally, the bill targets the goal of doing indirectly what she can't do directly.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would completely disagree with that member when it comes to the bill trying to do indirectly what it can't do directly. I would say that that is exactly what compelling a doctor to refer someone to do would actually be doing. It's important to understand that a referral is a medical procedure and is essentially an endorsement by the referring doctor of the treatment in question. It's the same as saying, I think this treatment is right for you. In every court case regarding rights in MAID, the courts have clearly stated that forcing doctors to refer patients is a violation of their charter rights. If we don't protect conscience in referrals, we end up with the same ethical issues we started with, which is what we are hearing from physicians. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I respect that the member has introduced this bill out of a clarity of conscience of her own. But it always distresses me when we distort the law on medical assistance in dying by calling it assisted suicide, since certainly someone must have a terminal condition before they can even be considered eligible. And when the member refers to people being required to refer, what she's referring to are the professional standards set by the College of Physicians and Surgeons in most provinces. So is she saying that we should take away the ability of doctors and nurses to regulate their own professions and substitute her judgment in her bill for that of the professional associations?
Answer from the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. What I'm saying is that freedom of conscience is entrenched in our charter. It must be protected. Support for legislated conscience rights protection varies obviously between associations and colleges, as well as from province to province, and that should come as no surprise. But what is becoming more clear every day is that medical professionals are calling for conscience protections as a result of the legislation that has been introduced over the last 6 years. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madame la Présidente, je prends la parole aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak today about Private Members Bill C-268, the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act.
Two new offenses, Madam Speaker, to protect freedom of conscience of healthcare professionals in the context of medical assistance in dying, or MAID. The first offense would prohibit using violence or threats of violence, coercion, or any other form of intimidation to compel a healthcare professional to take part in MAID. The second offense proposed would criminalize persons who refuse to employ or who dismiss from employment a healthcare professional because they refuse to take part in MAID. Madam Speaker, protecting the conscience, freedom of conscience of our healthcare professionals is obviously a laudable goal. We've all recently debated Bill C-7, which amended the Criminal Code's MAID regime to remove the reasonably foreseeable death criterion. Some Canadians are very much in favor of MAID for anyone with decision-making capacity. Others are profoundly opposed to it in any circumstance, and many have opinions that fall somewhere in between those two positions. The position of many of my constituents in Parkdale High Park, for example, is largely in favor of MAID, in favor of providing autonomy to Canadians, to empowering them with the tools to reduce suffering, with important safeguards being put in place to protect those who are vulnerable. Our government, Madam Speaker, understands that medical assistance in dying is deeply complex and personal. We were proud to have passed Bill C-7 in March of this year, which responded to the Superior Court in Quebec's September 2019 Truchon ruling and to the emerging societal consensus on specific issues relating to MAID. We remain committed as a government to protecting vulnerable individuals and the equality rights of all Canadians, while supporting the autonomy of eligible persons to seek medical assistance in dying. We are working with the provinces and territories to implement the changes in C-7 and ensure adequate access to healthcare, support services, and medical assistance in dying to all Canadians who wish to seek it. This range of views also exists amongst healthcare professionals who are the ones directly involved in MAID, whether it be providing MAID, assessing a person's eligibility, dispensing substances, being consulted, or supporting the patient. Clearly, there are practitioners who do not want to be involved in MAID at all, and there are others who find meaning in responding to the wishes of their patients who are suffering by providing MAID. But Madam Speaker, let's get to the heart of what is being moved by the member opposite. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedom of conscience and religion from government interference. That is Section 2A of Canada's Charter. That freedom is subject to reasonable limits prescribed by law that can be justified in a free and democratic society. It's important to keep in mind that the Charter and not the Criminal Code is the source of that constitutional protection for freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. I also think it's critical to underscore that the Criminal Code does not in any way compel anyone's participation in MAID. And let me be crystal clear on this point because it was raised by the member opposite. Concerns about conscience protection also arose in 2016 when she and I were both members of this House, when we enacted Canada's first MAID regime. And in order to be abundantly clear, while the preamble already articulated this, our government supported an amendment to C-14 which added to the Criminal Code, and I'm going to read it out for the purposes of clarity. This amendment was to subsection 9 of 241 sub 2, and it says, quote, "For greater certainty, nothing in this section compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying." So now we've got the Charter, we've got the preamble, and now we've got Clause 9. This provision exists to protect the conscience rights of medical practitioners. But I won't stop there, Madam Speaker. The entire MAID regime was prompted by the Supreme Court's decision in Carter. And in Carter, and I'm going to read from paragraph 132 of the decision of the court said, and I'm quoting, "In our view, nothing in the declaration of invalidity which we propose to issue would compel physicians to provide assistance in dying." So the court itself has been crystal clear on this issue. And when I put to the member just recently in the context of the debate this evening whether there's any evidence of criminal prosecutions against institutions who are compelling physicians or nurses to provide MAID, or instances of a wrongful dismissal suit or a human rights complaint, the member was not able to provide a single instance of such a situation arising, which begs the question as to whether there is actually an acute problem that the member is trying to address, or whether, apropos of the question posed by my Bloc colleague, this legislation is simply an attempt to address a broader concern about MAID generally that perhaps is held by the member opposite and members of her caucus. While there may be requirements for practitioners to participate in MAID in some form, it is at the level of regulation of these practitioners as professionals. That was raised by the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. For example, in Ontario, the College of Physicians and Surgeons has an effective referral policy for MAID, and it requires that practitioners refer their patients in good faith to a non-objecting, available, and accessible physician or agency if they do not personally want to participate in medical assistance in dying. That policy was challenged in court under Section 2A of the Charter, the very provision that I put to members of this chamber. And in 2019, the Ontario Court of Appeal upheld the policy. And that policy was never taken to any higher level of court afterwards, Madam Speaker. So that is the highest example of a court ruling in this country on whether effective referral violates the Charter. It does not, according to Canadian jurisprudence. This is one example of an effective referral policy from a regulatory body created by provincial legislation that aims to reconcile patient access to MAID with physicians' freedom to refuse participating in MAID. As the Ontario Court of Appeal noted, it is a solution that is neither perfect for the patients nor for the practitioners, but questions like MAID raise difficult moral issues that are hard to reconcile with absolute perfection. I would also note that neither of the offences the bill proposes would have an impact on an effective referral policy from a regulatory body. Such policies are not using violence, threats, or intimidation to compel participation in MAID, and the colleges that would issue them are not the healthcare professionals' employers. The offences proposed in this bill are not aligned with that particular objective of the bill. Je me pose également quelques questions à l'égard.
I also have some concerns about the proposed offenses themselves. The intimidation offense echoes the sentiment with which I think we can all agree. No healthcare professional should be the victim of violence or threats of violence or intimidation, whether to force them to participate in MAID or for any other reason. This is such a fundamental principle that the criminal code already contains offenses that prohibit such behavior, regardless of who the victim is, and regardless of the objective of that violence, the threats or the intimidation. We have also not heard of practitioners being forced by threats of violence or intimidation to take part in MAID. So, while the intimidation offense in Bill C-268 might send a message about the importance of not engaging in such behavior to compel professionals to take part in MAID, it would be duplicative of existing criminal code offenses like assault, uttering threats, extortion, and intimidation, and would in fact offer no additional protection. It seems aimed at a problem that we have no evidence to show actually exists.
Sanctions offense raises questions about the appropriateness of using the criminal law, a very blunt tool, Madam Speaker, that brings about significant consequences, including the deprivation of liberty, to punish employers who would refuse to hire or who would fire healthcare professionals because they do not want to take part in MAID. Again, I think many of us would agree that practitioners should not face employment consequences if they object to participate in medical assistance in dying. But this seems to me like an improper use of the criminal law to try and enforce freedoms of conscience and religion in the workplace. Our government, I reiterate, is committed to the protection of healthcare workers, now more than ever, given how much they have worked for Canadians during this pandemic. As well, we are committed to ensuring that all Canadians have access to the right of medical assistance in dying. Our government is proud of what we've achieved in C14 in the last Parliament and C7 in this Parliament, and I look forward to working with the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying to review where medical assistance in dying in Canada will be going to, with respect to the laws on MAID in Canada and recommending any necessary changes. J'exhorte tous les députés à garder ces considérations à l'esprit.
I urge all members to keep these considerations in mind as we continue our study of Private Members Bill C-268. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The interpreter would just like to raise that the member does not have his headset on.
Je vais juste... oui, c'est ça.
Yes, exactly. I would just ask the member to ensure that the interpreters will be able to hear properly. That way everyone will be able to hear. Please go ahead with your speech once your headset is plugged in. Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, regarding this bill, C-268, this bill is part of a process that we've seen on multiple occasions in the last few years, especially at committee, to try to interfere with free access to medical assistance in dying. This is deplorable, Madam Speaker. It's deplorable because historically, the position that we're seeing here, as a result of the bill adopted in March, C7, this is a position with a long history. The position taken in C7 ultimately meets not only what we've heard from Canadians and the public, but also from the courts, although it may not reflect what certain lobbies want. In Quebec, with Véronique Yvon, Quebec adopted Bill 52, an act respecting long-term, or rather, end-of-life care. That was all part of a continuum of palliative care. Earlier, I listened to my Conservative colleague, and she said, we need to remember that this is very serious. It's about terminating a human life. Well, what I would submit is that we are not terminating a life. What we are talking about is helping people who have reached that position themselves, that they wish to end their life. We want to help them end their life in a dignified manner without pain, rather than going in and terminating their life. We're not talking about murder. We're talking about helping people who are exercising their rights, rights that are confirmed in our charter and other legislation. So on June 5th, 2014 in Quebec, we settled this matter with Bill 52. In February 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada added, with the Carter ruling, that criminalizing someone who wishes to end their life goes against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's what the Supreme Court said in 2015. In April 2016, the Parliament of Canada adopted Bill C-14, which was the first version of the Medical Assistance in Dying bill. There were gaps and imperfections in that bill, but it was a step in the right direction. It respected the decision taken in Quebec at the National Assembly of Quebec, which respected the values of Quebecers and, I believe, Canadians on the whole. And then, in September 2019, the Superior Court of Quebec, once again a Quebec court, handed down the Truchon ruling, which stated that the criteria in C-14, where it talked about reasonably foreseeable natural death, well, that criterion was not ultimately one that had grounds under our charter, and that criterion had to be eliminated. In March 2021, on the 17th of March, Bill C-7 received royal assent. And with that bill, the reasonably foreseeable natural death criterion was removed. That was a concept that I had had issues with since 2016. I had issues with it because from the moment we're born, our death is reasonably foreseeable. We just don't know exactly when. So the concept is overly vague. Now, since March 17th, 2021, one can move forward. And as I said, Madam Speaker, this may not be something that certain lobbies agree with, but we are moving forward while respecting the desires and preferences of a large majority of the population, and also while respecting the Charter and many court rulings. Next, Madam Speaker, what I would say about Bill C-268 is that its arrival here in our debates is an attempt to break the fragile balance, the delicate balance that we have with Bill C-7, or Bill 52 in Quebec. We're talking about a delicate balance between freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, and patients' rights to dignity and comfort in these difficult moments at the end of their lives. It was a very delicate balance, and I believe we must avoid at all costs doing anything that might shatter that fragile equilibrium. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the wording of Bill C-268 ultimately undermines the responsibility of our healthcare professionals. If a patient goes to their doctor and they say, I have a disease that's impossible to cure, I'm definitely going to die from this disease unless something else gets me first, and that this disease is unbearable, my pain and suffering are unbearable, I want to die, I need help. Well, then in that case, the physician doesn't have to help that patient to die. But ultimately, this undermines physicians' responsibility in their duty. I have discussed, and my colleagues have discussed, all the humane considerations here, but there is also a matter of jurisdiction. The federal parliament should avoid interfering in areas of provincial or Quebec jurisdiction, and that's what C-268 would do. The idea of interfering in doctors' medical code, ethical code rather, interfering with their process of making decisions about medical assistance in dying, we already have a system for that in Bill 52 in Quebec, and I don't think we can come in now. If a physician assists a patient in ending their suffering and dying, such a physician would do so in compliance with Quebec legislation, and then in addition, they would now be told that they're committing a criminal offense. So to criminalize something that is also permitted under Quebec legislation, that makes no sense, and we cannot permit that. We need to ensure that the federal parliament respects provincial and Quebec jurisdiction, including Quebec end-of-life legislation. In Section 31 of the Quebec end-of-life legislation, that section states that any doctor exercising their duties in an establishment who refuses medical assistance in dying for a reason not based on Section 29 must, as soon as possible, advise the director of the establishment or any other designated person, and, failing that, send them the form for medical assistance in dying request that has been sent to the doctor. Then the director or designated person must take the necessary steps to find, as soon as possible, a doctor who is willing to take part in the request. So if a doctor who refuses to take part, they already have something they can do. They have a series of steps to follow, while respecting patients' rights, respecting the charters, and respects previous rulings handed down by the Superior and Supreme Court. And I don't think we should allow Bill C-268 to interfere with Quebec legislation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would invite my colleagues here in the House to respect areas of provincial jurisdiction. And I would invite them to respect, even more importantly, patients' rights, their right to end their unbearable suffering when there is no other option. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to speak today on Bill C-268. This bill, though, picks up a tiny portion of the extensive and important debates on medical assisted dying that took place originally in the previous Parliament in 2016 on Bill C-19, and again in this Parliament on C-7. So I want to start today by restating the principle that has guided New Democrats through these debates. We believe medical assistance in dying is an important tool for helping end unnecessary suffering for patients facing end-of-life issues, and also for avoiding unnecessary suffering of their families who have to accompany them on this journey. And that's the reason New Democrats will always defend the right of access to information about MAID and access to the service for all those who qualify for that assistance and choose to proceed. There were many issues which arose concerning the challenges Canadians face at the end of life in the debate on C7. Some of those which C7 did address and some which have not yet been addressed. Two important concerns were front and center, and these, for me, were very, very important, and that was to help alleviate unnecessary suffering by eliminating the waiting period, which was a cause of great concern for patients who feared loss of capacity before they could complete the waiting period, and therefore made them ineligible for medical assistance in dying. And the second was allowing a waiver of final consent, which deals with the same issue, which was often known as Audrey's Amendment. And this was a provision that I know quite personally, where a friend of mine chose to go earlier than she would have had to do because of a brain tumor and her fear that she would lose capacity to consent at the last moment. So Bill C7 made some important improvements on eliminating suffering at the end of life. A second challenge that was debated was how do we preserve as much autonomy as possible for Canadians who are dying. But most of those issues still have to be dealt with at the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying that is about to begin its work next Monday. And this includes the question of advanced directives and whether protections for people with disabilities from being pressured to seek MAID are adequate. I was disappointed that Conservative senators spent a lot of time holding up the establishment of this new joint committee. It was very frustrating because the 5-year statutory review of C-19 was supposed to have started over a year ago. So it is good news that this committee will commence its first regular meeting next Monday and will deal with those outstanding issues that were not dealt with in C-7. A third challenge that came up in the debate on C-7 was access to services at the end of life. And we learned that there are a great many gaps in services in our Canadian health system for those who are facing death. There are both gaps in diagnostic and treatment services, depending on where you live, whether it's in a major city with excellent facilities or if it's in a rural, remote area. We learned of important gaps in palliative care. Again, depending on where you live, access to palliative care is highly variable. And of course, we learned of gaps in the ability to access information about medical assistance in dying and the ability to actually access the service. So there's some very important questions here about the absence of services in rural and remote areas, about the inadequacy of services, about the shortage of trained professionals. And very important to me was the testimony we often heard on the complete absence of culturally appropriate services for Indigenous Canadians and often for new Canadians from different cultural backgrounds. But instead of addressing these challenges, the challenges of autonomy, or these challenges of access to services, Bill C-268 is about something else. What this bill would do is override patients' rights to access to information about and to have access to legally provided medical services based on the personal beliefs of a service provider. Let's put that in plain language. Supposing there are a variety of treatments available to a patient, it doesn't really matter in this case what those are, but a medical professional believes that one of those shouldn't be available. Then what this bill says is there is no obligation to make sure patients find out all the options available to them. The professional organizations, the College of Physicians and Surgeons and the College of Nurses have found this to be unethical behavior. And so they have required, in various degrees, doctors to refer to someone who is supportive of those services and is accessible to them. This requirement to refer, as was mentioned in a previous speech, have been upheld by the courts. And this is the main reason I can't support this bill. It would result in the denial of access to necessary health services on a practical basis for many Canadians. Many communities have a very limited number of doctors. And if one of those doctors, or even more than one of those doctors, is unwilling to let their patients find out about medical assistance in dying, then we're condemning those Canadians to suffer at the end of life in ways that other Canadians would not have to suffer. So no healthcare professionals are, in fact, required by the law to participate. It's the professional associations who require some form of referral. And whether or not a referral is actually participation, I will grant to the author of this bill is debatable. I don't really believe it is. So an equally important reason for opposing this bill are the dangerous precedents that this bill would set. And its role as a potentially precedent-setting bill has already been noted by anti-choice advocates who have been vocal in their support of this bill. They recognize it would provide a precedent for denying referrals, which would offer access to contraception and abortion services. And I want to point out that denials of service and denials of information are very real in our existing Canadian medical care system. Just this year, Providence Healthcare Association, which runs St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver and is building a new hospital with $1.3 billion of public money, announced that in this new facility, abortion and contraceptive services will not be provided, nor will medical assistance in dying be provided. I find this particularly problematic. And I know of several cases in Vancouver where those who wished to access medical assistance in dying were forced to leave the hospital where they were being cared for and transfer to another facility when they and their families were already in a great deal of distress. This bill would also be a very bad precedent for the current attempts to deny trans minors counseling and medical services they need to affirm who they are. And without access to those services that others may think are appropriate, will leave families with trans minors struggling to find the information and support their kids need if this kind of precedent is allowed, where medical professionals would not provide a referral to someone who would provide what is, in fact, a medically necessary service. I'm also particularly concerned about any precedent allowing denial of access to medically necessary services as a gay man who lived through the AIDS epidemic, where the crisis was generally ignored in the public and treatment for those suffering from HIV and AIDS was regularly denied to members of my community who quite often suffered very painful and tragic deaths as a result of that. So as I approach the end of my comments today, I can't end without mentioning yet another unfortunate precedent set in this bill, and that it's in its use of inflammatory language. I have no doubt, as I said in my question to the sponsor of this bill, of her personal conditions and their convictions and their strength. However, sincere they may be, the language used in this bill conjures up a specter of the use of violence to intimidate medical professionals, something of which there is no evidence of this happening in Canada. And using the kind of language that involves violence certainly is not conducive to an informed debate on the real principles that are in question here. So let me close my comments today by restating that on principle, New Democrats are opposed to any legislation which would limit access for Canadians to medically necessary services based on the personal beliefs of others, no matter how strong those beliefs the others hold are. There is a right in this country to access legal medical services, and that right can only be effective where, as professional organizations have recognized, doctors who don't wish to participate make referrals to doctors who will provide those services. There is no doubt that the end of life is a difficult moment for all families, and medical assistance in dying, I still believe, is an important way of ending unnecessary suffering, both for patients and families at the end of life, and I would not like to see anyone denied access to the information they need to make a choice which protects their own autonomy about how their lives end. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise in strong support for Bill C-268. This is a straightforward piece of legislation, the objective of which is extremely important, namely to ensure that the charter rights of health professionals who conscientiously object to participating in medical assistance in dying or MAID are protected. Charter rights that include freedom of religion and freedom of conscience, those rights being not any rights, but fundamental freedoms guaranteed under the Charter. And for that, I want to commend my colleague, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek, for her steadfast leadership in bringing forward this timely bill and targeted bill to address an issue of charter infringements on healthcare professionals. And I would also acknowledge my former colleagues Mark Warwa and David Anderson for their leadership in bringing similar pieces of legislation forward in previous parliaments. Contrary to the assertion of the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice, the infringement of charter rights of health professionals is not a hypothetical. It is real, and it is happening in Canada and has been happening really since the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the blanket criminal code prohibition against physician-assisted death in the Carter decision. Many health professionals have been pressured or coerced into participating in MAID, notwithstanding their conscientious objection to do so. We heard at the Justice Committee on Bill C-7 many witnesses who came forward and spoke about serious concerns about coercion and pressure and the need for clarity in the law and a national standard set. And that is precisely what this legislation seeks to do by amending the criminal code to see that no one will lawfully be able to coerce or pressure a healthcare professional for the purpose of compelling them to participate in MAID or to refuse to hire or terminate one's employment on the basis of a healthcare professional objecting to MAID. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice in his speech made reference to Bill C-14. It's a piece of legislation that I'm very familiar with because I sat on the Special Joint Committee leading up to Bill C-14, and I sat on the Justice Committee when Bill C-14 was studied. And at that time, there was much discussion around protecting conscience rights. And he is correct that the preamble of the bill was amended to include an expressed recognition of conscience rights. And he is further correct to note that at sub 9, section 241.2 of the Criminal Code, there is a for greater certainty clause that simply provides that no one shall be compelled to participate in MAID. And so in that broad sense, there was an expressed intention of Parliament to protect healthcare professionals. However, what is missing, Madam Speaker, is teeth. There is no enforceability mechanism provided for in the legislation. That was something that I saw as a problem at the time, and it has borne out to be so. And that is precisely what this bill seeks to do, is to fill that very real void. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, as well as my colleague, the member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, spoke at varying lengths about the Ontario Court of Appeal decision in Christian Medical and Dental Society of Canada versus the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, and the issue of access, that somehow this bill would interfere or undermine access to medical assistance in dying. Well, I say two things to those who raise the issue of access. Manitoba passed Bill 34, which provides for conscience protections, not dissimilar to what this bill proposes. There has not been one instance that has been brought forward where access has prevented a willing patient from accessing Made in that province, a law that has been on the books for more than 4 years. And with respect to the Ontario Court of Appeal decision, although the court in its analysis looked at hypothetical issues around access, the court actually incorporated the divisional court's finding into its ruling, wherein the divisional court and incorporated into the Court of Appeals ruling said on the question of physicians who object on the basis of conscience, quote, "There was no direct evidence that access to health care is a problem caused by physicians' religious objections to providing care," close quote. So there you have it, Madam Speaker, right from the Ontario Court of Appeal, that the issue of access when it came to providing direct evidence simply wasn't there. And at the Justice Committee, when we studied Bill C-7, it wasn't there either. Now, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the Carter decision, I think it is important to emphasize that it is predicated upon two things. Number one, that there be a willing patient, but number two, and equally important, that there be a willing physician. And yet, too often, over the last 5 years, we have focused singularly on the issue of a willing patient, not unimportant, very important, to the exclusion of a willing physician, notwithstanding charter rights of those physicians that are very much at play. Now, in the Carter decision, Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court did expressly acknowledge the rights of healthcare professionals in terms of freedom of religion and freedom of conscience. But the court actually went further. The court warned against compelling healthcare professionals to provide or otherwise participate in MAID. More specifically, Madam Speaker, at paragraph 132 of the Carter decision, the court said, quote, "However, we note in addressing the topic of physician participation that a physician's decision to participate in assisted dying is a matter of conscience and in some cases religious belief," closed quote. Now, the foundational principles that underlie freedom of religion and freedom of conscience guaranteed under paragraph 2A of the Charter were set out in the Big M Drug Mart Limited decision. And in enunciating those principles, this is what the Supreme Court had to say. Quote, "Freedom can primarily be characterized by the absence of coercion or constraint. If a person is compelled by the state or the will of another to a course of action or inaction which he would not otherwise have chosen, he is not acting of his own volition, and he cannot be said to be truly free." The court went on to say coercion includes indirect forms of control which determine or limit alternative courses of conduct available to others. Madam Speaker, that is precisely the principles that this bill seeks to uphold, and on that basis, I urge its passage.
Before I go to resuming debate, I'd like to remind the next speaker that he's only got maybe 2 minutes to begin his speech, and then he'll be able to take on the rest the next time that this matter is before the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to this private member's bill on a topic that I know has been discussed a lot in this House. I look forward to having the opportunity to conclude my remarks when it next returns to the House. But I will say from the outset that this is a very hotly charged issue, one that I've spoken myself very passionately about in this House after going through the experiences of watching my father-in-law suffer through an extremely painful death just before Christmas of last year. But I can't help but wonder, I always admire any member for bringing forward a piece of legislation to this House for debate, and I can appreciate that we might not always assume that that legislation will become law, but this House and the members in this House have made it very clear where the majority and their position is on this, and I can't help but think that the sponsor of this bill must have known from the outset the fate of which it was going to go down, in particular when I know that even members of her own party support the MAID legislation. And so trying to amend it in this manner that we're seeing here today, I think is just really contributing more to fueling the fire of this particular debate that we continue to have in this House. And I know that there are the two sections in here, the first on intimidation and making it an offense, prohibiting any form of intimidation to compel a healthcare professional to participate in MAID. But I would also point out, as the parliamentary secretary did, that the criminal code already prohibits all forms of this type of intimidation. But more importantly, as the parliamentary secretary said in his remarks, and I'll conclude, I know you're probably getting ready to cut me off, Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary said that he asked a question directly of the sponsor, are you aware of any cases where this may have been the case, to which she was unable to reply. She was unable to answer that. She completely deflected and went off onto another course instead of addressing his question. I think that if you're going to bring forward a piece of legislation like this, it has to be backed up by reason and purpose that is quantifiable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 7.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped at the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Harold Asbomas.
Order. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion deemed to have adjourned the House has been adopted. Therefore, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to join the proceedings virtually today in order to seek clarification from the Liberal government on the Minister of Public Safety's response to my question regarding the government's firearm buyback program. Unfortunately, when you're asking this minister a question, you almost never get an answer, or you get an answer to a completely different question. So, Madam Speaker, contrary to what the Liberals like to claim, many of the firearms that were banned were rifles and shotguns that are used around the farm for predator or pest control, or to put food on the table through hunting, or in legitimate sport shooting activities. I've heard from many Canadians whose favorite grouse gun or target shooting rifle has been banned. These Canadians feel demonized and stigmatized by the Liberals for having the audacity to lawfully acquire a firearm and safely operate it in the first place. When this ban was first announced, I asked the minister for clarity about the fate of the 9 o'clock gun. Manufactured in 1816, it's a 12-pound muzzle-loaded naval cannon in Vancouver's Stanley Park that clearly fits this minister's gun ban. So confused by his own regulations that he seemed to think I was talking about a modern-day grenade launcher. It's clear that this minister is shockingly out of touch with which firearms actually pose a problem to public safety. We know that these aren't the firearms that are being used in gang shootings and organized crime. Law-abiding firearms owners are amongst the most heavily scrutinized and vetted Canadians in our country. If you are a licensed firearm owner, your name is checked daily against the criminal record database to ensure that you haven't committed a crime. But that doesn't seem to matter to the Liberal government because their crusade against hunters, farmers, and sport shooters is driven by ideology and not from a desire to increase public safety. If the Liberals were actually interested in public safety, they wouldn't be eliminating minimum penalties for several serious firearms offenses. They wouldn't be passing legislation to ensure that actual criminals spend the least amount of time in jail as possible, even if they are a repeat offender. Instead, they are focusing on taking firearms from people who embrace the outdoor way of life to provide for their families or enjoy sport shooting. It's far easier for the Liberals to go after law-abiding citizens who pose no threat, who already go above and beyond to follow the law, than it is to go after hardened criminals that are actually terrorizing Canadian communities. The Liberals like to say that they are strengthening gun control, but that is simply not true. If they were actually strengthening gun control measures, there would be a public safety objective that they would actually be trying to achieve. Instead, they are simply trying to score cheap political points. They are going to spend billions of taxpayers' dollars on a firearms ban and seizure that will do nothing to reduce violent crime. The real objective of the government is to have a flashy fundraising email that the Liberal Party headquarters can put out in an attempt to fill their coffers for the election they so obviously and desperately want. Meanwhile, as the Liberals count the dollars rolling in after misinforming their donors, Canadians will not be any safer. In fact, they're almost certainly to be worse off because all of the money wasted by the Liberal plan could have been allocated to programs that would help reduce crime, like social diversion programs, addictions treatment, and greater resources for frontline officers and border agents. Madam Speaker, given how long this minister wore a gun on his hip, you might think he would know who the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Why doesn't he, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to the Honourable Member from Red Deer Lacombe, I am pleased to be able to speak on the development of a buyback program for newly prohibited firearms and on our government's plan to reduce firearm-related violence and crime. While the Conservative Party continues to make promises to the gun lobby to weaken gun control by removing enhanced background checks and making military-style firearms more accessible, we are listening to the experts such as law enforcement and physicians who treat victims of gun violence. For decades, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police called on the government to take action and ban all military assault rifles except for law enforcement and military purposes. In fact, the current president said that the measure finds balance, ensures the safety of our members when they respond to call for service, and that he does not think it limits those that recreationally participate in hunting or those who actually live off the land. The Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns declared that our prohibition, as well as new legislation which increases penalties for firearms smuggling, will save lives. When we talk about costs, I think it is important to talk about the costs of inaction. Too many lives have been taken in a quick manner and with minimal effort by weapons designed for war, and that's why we banned them. Just to name a few: École Polytechnique, the Quebec City Mosque, Moncton, Christchurch, and Sandy Hook Elementary School. Madam Speaker, we have moved past thoughts and prayers. Our government recognizes the legal civilian ownership of firearms for numerous hunters, competitive and recreational sport shooters and collectors, and it is not our intention to unfairly target law-abiding Canadians. We recognize and respect them. As such, this government remains committed to implementing a buyback program that offers fair compensation to affected owners and businesses through the buyback program. And a contract has been awarded to make sure its implementation and management are done in a cost-effective manner. The prohibition is an important step in our efforts to address firearms-related violence, but it is not the only one we are taking. In recognition of the tragic impact of gang violence on our communities, our government is providing $327 million to the provinces and territories' design plans to address this violence, while also ensuring law enforcement have the resources to hold perpetrators accountable. Note that the Conservative Party voted against this funding. Through Budget 2021, we're also proposing to provide $312 million to implement legislation to help protect Canadians from gun violence and to fight gun smuggling and trafficking. As well, $250 million per year will be paid to municipalities and Indigenous communities to protect Canadians from gun violence and support anti-gang programming and prevention programs. But I would also like to talk about the bill that that will strengthen gun control. Bill C-21 represents a comprehensive package to combat firearms crime and establish the legal framework to complete the prohibition of assault-style firearms. I'm pleased to be able to highlight some of its key elements. These measures will contribute to ensuring safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dear Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, the notion that this government respects law-abiding firearms owners like hunters and sport shooters is laughable. Madam Speaker, the member opposite has helped the Minister and the Prime Minister scapegoat law-abiding firearms owners and demonize anyone or any organization who stands up for law-abiding citizens. The proof is on the public safety website, Madam Speaker. On the landing page for their anti-firearms campaign, there is a title, Reducing Gun Violence Together, followed by Violent crime involving firearms is a growing threat to public safety across Canada. The Government of Canada is taking action to address the issue, and you can too. Together we can keep guns out of the wrong hands. Immediately next to that, a picture of a man in camouflage and a blaze orange vest and a cap with a bolt-action rifle over his shoulder and binoculars in his hands, otherwise known as a hunter. Next to that image is a woman with earplugs in and shooting glasses on, otherwise known as a sport shooter. The message isn't even subtle. Liberals think that law-abiding firearm owners are the problem. It's shameful, Madam Speaker, and the Liberals should be embarrassed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate a few points. Military-style assault firearms were designed for soldiers to shoot other soldiers and are simply not compatible with legitimate usage in civil society. While we recognize the gun lobby's opposition to these measures, the Canadian Association and Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as emergency physicians, have called for these measures, and we have delivered. The program we intend to bring forward is not designed against law-abiding owners. It's about making our society safer now and in the years to come. But we will do more to keep our communities safe, and this is why we will keep advancing a number of initiatives to strengthen gun control writ large, in collaboration with provinces, territories, municipalities, and First Nations for the benefit of us all. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to speak to a topic that is very, very important for the citizens of my riding, Lac-Mégantic, and the whole Le Granit RCM, which is about the rail bypass in Lac-Mégantic. In 2018, the Prime Minister of Canada and the member for Papineau, as well as the Premier of Quebec, announced jointly with the Minister of Transportation that there would be a rail bypass built in Lac-Mégantic to ensure that the train would not pass through downtown because of the tragedy that occurred in 2013, Madam Speaker. So things have moved quite a bit over the past weeks and the past months. There was a change in minister, and there were all kinds of rumors, all kinds of discussions in my region concerning the calendar that had been announced in 2018, that is, the building of a rail bypass in 2023. So it would no longer go downtown by that date. And among the concerns, Madam Speaker, there was the fact of delays in the process of purchasing land. There were the fact that the owners didn't know what amounts they would be receiving in exchange for yielding their property. because of the new route of this bypass. And obviously there was the appointment of a new minister, and very recently as well, there was a letter from the CEO of CP who stated that if there was no major legislative change and if the government did not pony up for its share of the work by the autumn, then the calendar of 2023 was unrealistic, and the project would simply not be completed by that time, as it was announced in 2018. So a number of things have happened over the past week. On Monday, the mayor of Lac-Mégantic adopted an emergency bylaw at the municipal council to call on the government to ensure that the 2023 deadline would be respected. The town council also asked all the parties in this house to agree unanimously on this deadline. And Madam Speaker, I picked up on that request from the municipality, and I tabled a motion in this house to call on all parliamentarians in this house to support the residents of Lac-Mégantic and their town council. And that resolution was adopted unanimously. And I say that with a great deal of pride. All parliamentarians in this house, the government party, the opposition parties, the official opposition, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, the Green Party, and the Independents, every single parliamentarian adopted and supported this motion, calling on the government to do everything in its power to ensure that this project is completed by 2023 and that it provide to this House by tomorrow a specific plan as to how this project will be achieved. Madam Speaker, the deadline is tomorrow, and I am very confident that the government is going to bring forward a plan. Perhaps the parliamentary secretary is going to announce something when she answers me. But I know that I hope that the government has heard the appeals from the people of Lac-Mégantic, for the people who underwent this tragedy. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague. Like him, I care about this project to help communities in the Lac-Mégantic region recover. I recently met with the mayor of Lac-Mégantic, and I understand the concerns of local elected officials as well as the community members who want these projects to be completed as soon as possible. This project is extremely important for our government. And for me, it is key to know that this is progressing well, and to know that people from Lac-Mégantic, Frontenac, and other communities will be taken into consideration. Since the project was announced in 2018, major progress has occurred. The provincial environmental assessment process, including hearings on the environment, has already been concluded. The feasibility study on behalf of the Lac-Mégantic municipality also has concluded. More recently, CP has carried out work in collaboration with the Transport Department in order to study rail activities in the area of Lac-Mégantic. This was not part of the feasibility studies, but has now been integrated into the project. All of this responds to requests from the community and local elected officials. This measure will also promote the well-being of people living in the Lac-Mégantic region. I would like to provide a detailed plan in response to the motion unanimously adopted by the House on the 25th of May. Today, May 27th, the Government of Canada and CP have concluded an agreement which will enable the project to move forward, which will enable environmental assessments to be held and construction to move forward. This is a major step towards the implementation of this project. This is a key priority for the Government of Canada and will continue to be so until it has been completed. The construction phase will begin in spring 2022, once regulatory authorization has been received. I would like to reassure the mayors and residents of the larger Lac-Mégantic region to say that we are working very hard on this project with the goal of completing the project in 2023 as announced, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her words. I understand that an agreement has been negotiated with CP. I would like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that there are still various steps to complete that the Government of Canada needs to carry out at Transport Canada, including acquiring lots. We are not talking about a highway extension. We are talking about a bypass route after a national tragedy. So people expropriated need to be treated appropriately. There is a lot of work still to be done. I would like to tell my colleague that I will be there to collaborate with her to ensure that this work will be carried out properly for people in the region. We want to work in people's interests, and we want things to be done quickly. We've already waited long enough. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rail safety will always be a priority for the Government of Canada. That is why we repeat our commitment to the people of Lac-Mégantic and our commitment to implementing this project as soon as possible. This bypass route is much more than a rail infrastructure project. It is an exceptional response to promote the well-being of the residents and municipalities of Lac-Mégantic, Frontenac, and Nantes. We will continue to inform the communities at each stage of the project in order to understand concerns and take action to address concerns. We will work hard to ensure that this project meets deadlines. The community of Lac-Mégantic can count on my unconditional support in meeting that goal, and I would invite my colleague to cooperate with me, and he can count on my support to ensure that that project ultimately reaches its goal. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals have promised to deliver universal public pharmacare to Canadians for 24 years. While the Liberals talk a good game, the fact is they have failed to follow up with action time and again. The fact is the Liberals deliver red book after red book of broken promises. In 1997, it was a campaign promise. In 2019, it was a pledge to implement the Hoskins report. In 2020, it was in the throne speech. And most recently, at their own convention. Liberal members prioritize pharmacare as their #1 priority resolution. Yet when offered the opportunity to vote for the NDP's Canada Pharmacare Act this February, Liberals voted it down. Budget 2021 is no different. It includes no new funding or measures to implement universal public pharmacare. It is clear that the Prime Minister has abandoned any intention of meeting the Hoskins Advisory Council's call for the establishment of a national pharmacare program by the end of 2021. With millions of Canadians without pharmaceutical coverage and more losing their employment-based benefits every week because of COVID-19, this is unconscionable. The lack of coverage results in 1 in 5 Canadians being unable to afford the medication that their doctors prescribe. 16% of people in Canada went without medication for heart disease, cholesterol, or hypertension because of the cost. At a time when the need is so great, it is inexcusable that the Liberals refuse to get Canadians the affordable, life-saving medicines that they need. It's clear that Canadians cannot trust the Liberals to deliver on the promise of universal public pharmacare that has overwhelming support from the Canadian public. Related to universal public pharmacare, I'm also calling on the Liberals to provide dental coverage to millions of Canadians who cannot afford to visit the dentist. The NDP has proposed a plan that is completely costed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer and would benefit 6.7 million people in Canada whose household income is less than $90,000 a year. No one in this country should have to go without dental care because of the cost. And right now, 1 in 3 Canadians don't have access to dental coverage, and more than 1 in 5 say the cost stops them from visiting a dentist. Left untreated, poor dental hygiene is linked to many serious health health conditions like cardiovascular disease, dementia, respiratory infections, and diabetic complications. Emergency rooms across the country are struggling to meet the demand caused by COVID-19. Yet every 9 minutes in Ontario alone, someone visits an emergency room for dental pain, and when what they really need is to see a dentist. The estimated cost of these visits across Canada is more than $150 million per year. It doesn't have to be this way. The NDP's dental plan proposal will help precarious workers, people who are self-employed, and seniors across the country. Getting these people dental coverage will unquestionably increase their overall health. Our dental plan is a down payment on Tommy Douglas's vision, comprehensive dental care as part of our healthcare system. It's time to get it done.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, we recognize that Canadians should not have to choose between buying groceries and paying for medication. That is why our government is committed to implementing a national pharmacare program that will ensure all Canadians have access to prescription drugs they need. This commitment was outlined in Budget 2019 and reiterated most recently in Budget 2021. The foundational elements to help Canada move forward on implementing national pharmacare include the development of a strategy for high-cost drugs for rare disease, the creation of a Canadian Drug Agency, and a national formulary. Madam Speaker, Budget 2019 proposed to invest up to $1 billion over 2 years, starting 2022 and 2023, with up to $500 million a year ongoing for a strategy for high-cost drugs for rare disease. In Budget 2021, the government announced that it will proceed with its plan. Working with provinces, territories, and other partners is key to developing a national strategy for these complex and important drugs. Those important discussions on the strategy are well underway. Since last November, federal, provincial, and territories officials have been meeting regularly. In addition, stakeholder consultations were launched this past January. And over 400 stakeholders have been invited to engage virtually on the strategy. And over 100 Canadians have completed the online questionnaire, with more to come. To deliberate and focused collaboration, our aim is to launch the strategy by 2022. Another foundational element of pharmacare is the Canadian Drug Agency Transition Office. Announced in Budget 2019, $35 million has been used to create a transition office within Health Canada to provide dedicated capacity and leadership to advance work on pharmacare-related priorities. The Transition Office will work with key partners and stakeholders to strengthen and better align all the parts of the system, in keeping with the government's commitment to establish a Canadian Drug Agency. For example, we can build on the recent effort of Health Canada and the Canadian Agency for Drug and Technologies in Health to better align their drugs review process, so Canadians have timely access to safe and effective prescription drugs. The Transition Office will assist in providing the dedicated capacity needed to advance important work. A third key element of a national pharmacare will be a national formulary. That is, the drug that will be covered under national pharmacare. The development of a comprehensive, evidence-based national formulary will provide the basis for a consistent approach to formulary listing and patient access across the country. Madam Speaker, there is important work that needs to be done before bringing forward legislation on pharmacare. And as you can tell, based on these initiatives, we are in fact moving forward with this recommendation from the final report of the Advisory Council on the implementation of a national pharmacare and working to make national pharmacare a reality for all Canadians.
Our member for Vancouver East.
All we have seen from the Liberals is promises and platitudes, whether it's universal public pharmacare or dental care, more consultation, more studies, and They say that they understand Canadians need help with their medical and dental care. They say that their throne speech or during the campaign that they'll deliver, but time and again, they fail to deliver head-to-toe pharmacare. What is it about the Liberals that don't ever have any problems perpetuating the tax giveaways for the ultra-rich? They have no problem catering to big pharma, and they have no problems catering to and providing subsidies to big oil. Their door is always open for the rich and powerful. But when it comes to everyday Canadians, seniors, people with disabilities, low-income workers and families, they just don't show up.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, we have been clear in the speech from the throne, the fall economic statement, and the budget 2021 that we're committed now more than ever to accelerating the implementation of pharmacare. I'm doing so. We will continue with our measures and considered approach. We must proceed in a way that respects provincial and territorial jurisdictions and leverage their expertise. That is why we're moving forward with these willing provinces and territories without delay and accelerating steps to achieve this system, including establishing a Canadian Drug Agency, a national formulary, and a national strategy for high-cost drug rare for disease. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion for the House to adjourn is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.